Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to the 2022 Hilltop Pro right here at Hilltop Lake, presented by Syndicate. Glad to have you on board. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company. And the skiers and officials are in the midst of their pre-event meeting, and we'll get on with our first skier out on the water very, very soon after that. And with that in mind, we've got the top skiers from around the world, both in the women and the men's competition. And our sponsors for this competition are a Syndicate, the presenting sponsor, along with Miles Sand and Gravel. And we have Basta Boat Lift, Bigfoot Ford, Seattle Boat Company, American Distributing, and of course, as I mentioned, Syndicate, the presenting sponsor. So with that in mind, let's check in first of all with Wade's World.
Hey, good morning. Super exciting time to be at the lake. Right behind is the pro skiers meeting, the guys and the gals, and this is look at these absolutely perfect conditions. The name of the lake is Hilltop. We're up on top of a hill. Obviously, this lake was dug to perfection, and so we expect to see some really, really big scores throughout the weekend. It's quite a bit warmer than it was last year. Last year was ridiculously cold, so we're looking at perfect conditions. And thanks to our sponsors, and thanks for Syndicate for a long relationship. And look forward to a great weekend. Back to you, Tony.
All right, thanks a lot, Wade. And we've got our meeting going on right now with our skiers, and this competition is a 5-star event on the Waterski Pro Tour, offering the highest cash prize available during the entirety of the season. And we've got some fantastic competition lined up. This is the 9th event of the season on the Waterski Pro Tour. And looking forward to some great athleticism from our female skiers. We've got 8 on this list, and in the men's competition, we're going to have a total of 19 skiers projected to hit the water. So with that in mind, we're going to step aside, take a brief pause, and then when we come back, we'll be getting ready to bring out the very best skiers in the world, as you see right here, for the 2022 edition of the Hilltop Pro, presented to you by Syndicate. We'll be back right after these.
There will be 2 ropes today. They are...
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better. I'm less sore. I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
Try Match Play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training. It's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. This is the 2022 Hilltop Pro, presented to you by Syndicate. And speaking of Syndicate, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, Tony, I'm here with Syndicate Skis Vice President Dave Wingerter, as Bob Marley calls Soundgarden, right? So, 7th time around the block here, and it's gotten better and better. See all the motorhomes parked back here. It's a great deal, huh?
Yeah, really exciting. I remember the first one. It was a small crew, and I think now we got, what do they say, $42,000 purse and a ton of skiers, best skiers in the world. So I'm really excited.
And it's the largest cash prize slalom event in the world, correct?
Pretty sure it is. Yeah, 42 grand. That's a good turnout, and like all the best are here. So it should be fun to watch. Conditions have been good. The lake's been skiing awesome, so I think you're going to see some big scores.
So, Dave, let's talk about that. I've skied up here with you over the years, sort of your home away from home, if you will. And, yeah, when it's 80 degrees up here, I even heard Freddie Winter say, man, the water's a little chill, but it's 80 degrees. It couldn't get any better.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when it's winter here, it's tough to ski, but when the lake warms up and the sun comes out, which it does occasionally, it's a pretty awesome ski lake. Perfect shoreline, great boats. The water's a little cool, which feels nice and gets you ready to ski. So I think you're going to see some big scores. Yeah.
Well, we're going to see them out really soon. Back to you, Tony.
All right, thank you very much, Dave, and thank you very much, Wade. We'll be checking in with Wade periodically during the event, and we're getting ready with women's slalom, where you just saw Jill Knutson just momentarily, and there she is, our first skier out on the water this morning will be Jill Knutson, followed by Elizabeth Montavon, then 2 Canadians, Paige Rini and Whitney McClintock, followed by 2 Americans, Regina Jaques and Ali Garcia, and in a open women's field, which is exclusively Canadians and Americans, we see our penultimate skier Jamie Bull hit the water, followed by the current Pro Tour leader, that is Ali Nicholson. So we got 8 skiers, and all 8 skiers will actually feature in the finals. There's no elimination in the women's competition. All 8 will compete in rounds 1, 2, and the final in round number 3. As we see Jill Knutson just limbering up and getting ready for her turn to go. So a lot of moving parts. We've got the women, and the men will be taken to the water very shortly afterwards. We have 19 men on the list, and there is our schedule. And there is our driver for the guys competition. That is Alex King, a brand new driver here at Hilltop, and glad to have him involved in the mix for this competition as we do a wrap around of the site around the dockside area, and see a number of our competitors, including Ali Nicholson, the current women's Pro Tour leader. And there we see Paige Rini getting ready for her go as we navigate our way through the male skiers, including the Brandon Shipper, who will be our first competitor out on the water in the men's slalom. And about 2/3 of the way through the list this morning in men's slalom, we're going to be featuring Rob Hazelwood, and guess who has decided to pay a visit? How you doing there,
It's
Rob?
me, but I touched something. Am I working? I don't know. I clicked something by accident. Oh, I got a sign.
Well, do you want a serious answer to that question? Are you working?
No, we're all good. We're all good. It's good to be here. Look at this. This looks very shiny with all the lights in here. Just get better every time. I love it.
Well, we try like
to
enhance the experience and everything, and for those of you that like to listen to listen to podcasts, as I'm sure many of you do, being up here in the Pacific Northwest, check in with the TWBC podcast. I had an extensive conversation with Rob Hazelwood a couple of days ago, and some of the subject matter was quite spicy, wasn't it?
Yeah, you're trying to get me into some sticky situations, Tony, but professional. I managed it.
Yes, indeed. Yes, the consummate professional there, a member of the a member of the famed Hazelwood family. So this I think is your second time here, isn't it? Or?
This is my second. Yeah, my first time here was last year. 2021 was a super awesome event. I mean, conditions are just absolutely beautiful. There you see Willie getting his handle in perfect. But no, conditions are perfect here today. A little chillier, but way, way, way warmer than it was last year. Last year we were all in jumpers, hats, coats. And there we see our leader, Will Asher, well in the lead with 277 points. So I was interviewing him at the last tournament of the European Tour, the Jewel, and found out that he's podiumed at every single event of the season. So he's entered every event and he's podiumed at every single event that he's been to. So he's been on an absolute run this year on the new Syndicate ski, the Works 01, and been ripping it ever since its creation. So yeah, it's awesome to watch, and let's see what he can do this weekend.
Tell us about that new ski.
Oh, it's shiny. It's very, very shiny. Haven't managed to get my hands on one quite yet, as I've been in England side, but obviously kind of rode it in the photo shoots and stuff, and that thing is fast. That thing is so fast, so light, so efficient, and I'm excited to, when I get a little bit of a break in the season again, to give it a go and yeah, test the whole lineup essentially.
Yes, and one of the other newer skis on the Syndicate stable is also the Syndicate Alpha, the signature ski from Jamie Bull.
The Jamie Bull edition. Yeah, she's done well. She's got a signature ski, obviously with her. She'll be very proud to ask you that it is her actual signature on there. No touch-ups, no animations. She took hours stressing over that signature. But no, I mean, we all know that Jamie has been absolutely ripping it these past few years. And yeah, it's the Alpha with some of her personal touches, obviously beautiful colours, her signature and her edition, but just with some Jamie Bull highlights on there.
You know, my favourite touch on that ski is the SAS motto.
Where's that?
Oh, who dares win?
That's the HO model, that is. SAS stole that off us.
All right, indeed. So there we see Whitney McClintock Rini getting warmed up. You know, this really is a full-on meeting point of all of the top players in women's and men's slalom skiing. You know, I mean, you just can't help but be giddy about the prospects going forward.
No, yeah, it's always exciting, these kind of events, when obviously we have big money up this weekend. And one of the best sites in the world. We've got two of the best drivers in the world. We've got a beautiful boat, beautiful site. It's a top 8 format, so it's just kind of a hash of the biggest scores. There's no kind of funny stuff going on. It's literally who can put the biggest scores down on the day. I think we have obviously about 8 women, 18 men, I think, and pretty much everyone who is good at riding a ski is here. So I'm excited to watch and take part.
Okay, and you mentioned the best drivers. We got Alex King, who will be driving, I believe, the men's competition, and Becky Lathrop doing the honours in the women's competition.
Yeah, Becky Lathrop. She actually drove my first ever pro tournament in the US, the Swiss Pro in 2021, I think.
Yeah.
She was the incredibly smiley face in the driver's seat, and it's a happy face I'll never forget. She's an awesome driver, and obviously Alex as well. And like I say, I believe they're two of the best drivers in the world, and there is absolutely no excuses coming from the boat. This weekend, everything's going to be perfect.
You know, up until this season, one of the boat drivers was actually Gordon Skoog, who has driven every event, and I think that it was interesting to hear him and to hear him talk and his rationale for kind of giving up his seat at the helm in favour of having someone else come in to drive. You know, because it is such a precise art, isn't it? Keeping that boat down the middle and actually trying to, you know, work to keep it fair and equitable for all the skiers out there.
Yeah. It's obviously everyone knows that the driving is tough, but it's a whole nother level what these guys do. I mean, I was speaking to Alex the other day, and in practice I took a extremely heavy 4-ball. And even if I'd have been driving there, most of us who are here, pro skiers, would be driving. We spend plenty of time in the driver's seat. But you take a massive hit like that, and Alex is dead straight at the next ball. He feels good, and it's just such a fine art to get in that boat in the middle. And they kind of have got that art to a T. But I believe we are. Are we going to Wade's World?
Yeah, I think we are.
Hey guys, thank you. And by the way, nice booth over there. Quite the setup. Yeah. Looks good, eh, Will?
It looks very professional, yeah.
So I'm here with Will Asher, who's won this event and every other event in the world. And man, you had a good summer, huh? Fun in Europe.
Yeah, we had a good time. Yeah, the group we traveled 5 weeks in Europe and did a bunch of tournaments, did a bunch of traveling, and we had a good time.
Yeah, I was rather jealous, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a pretty good beer.
Yeah, so conditions are great. You feeling good?
Yeah, I feel good. It feels good to be back home. You know, I consider this like the home of HO, and just to be here with a lot of my friends and a lot of people I'm very familiar with. It's going to be an awesome weekend.
Yeah, it's a good vibe, man. I'm glad to be here too. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So working around the dock area, and there is Jill Knutson getting ready to go. I mean, she was really lighting it up on the Pro Tour in the late 90s, early part of the 2000s, and actually one of the latest podcast episodes to drop on the TWBC podcast actually featured her before you, Robert.
Oh, exciting!
Yes.
I like it. No, it's awesome to see the history of the sport. And I know she was here last year and absolutely ripped it up. I believe, did she get a few at 38 last year?
I believe so, but she's looking to actually run that pass. And I was actually fortunate enough to ride the skiing from the boat perspective, you know. So
Awesome.
Interesting to see.
We're excited to watch and see things starting to get moving. The boat is starting to head off the dock now. We're going to be doing a phantom pass, getting that boat up and down the lake. I mean, conditions are, like I say, spot on, but just making sure everyone has completely fair conditions. And yeah, let's see them.
All right, then, and we'll return right after this.
No, we have not had Inception. I have swapped places. I've been told off.
Indeed.
Getting that other seat ready for the skiers to come in after their interviews.
Yeah, exactly, because our headphones over here actually have a little bit of waterproofing associated with them. Yes, indeed. And there is Jill Knutson, the bubbly, vivacious figure of Jill Knutson getting ready to hit the water.
Rocking that Syndicate Pro of the Syndicate line, so let's see what she can do. Getting her breathing right, getting calm.
Yes, indeed.
Getting ready to go.
Minimum starting line length for women, I believe, is 28 off, or 14.25 meters, which is a pass that all of our competitors are well capable of producing. There's Becky Lathrop at the helm. We have Adam Hebert at the camera position. And there we go. We have got Zane right there. Zane,
possibly the cutest baby ever.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I mean, just reminds me constantly of a little Jack out of The Incredibles, you know.
Yeah, that kid has some energy. See her bopping around.
Absolutely.
And here we go. Look at that. 16 degrees centigrade at 62 Fahrenheit for all the Americans out there. It's not that warm. You'll see us all with our hats on, with our sponsor hats on, with
and the sun shirts as well.
And the sun shirts, obviously the Syndicate sun shirts, the most comfy thing in the world.
Yes.
But no, it's not the warmest. Obviously, hopefully it's going to warm up today. The lake, like I said, there was 25 degrees Celsius. Beautiful temperatures in the lake. But let's hope we see a little bit of rare Seattle sun. We didn't see it last year. The weather was meant to be beautiful this year, but unfortunately the sun seems to have playing peekaboo with us, so let's hope it shows itself.
Okay, let's go dockside and join Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Elizabeth Montavon.
Hey everybody. Hey Wade, how are you? Good to be back competing.
Well, yeah, you're coming back from a bit of a time off, but so we got a bit of history in common. 2 years ago, this was my first TWBC event, and it was your first pro podium.
I didn't know that, but yeah, that's correct. This was my first podium. A couple of years ago was my first real pro season, my rookie season, and came out here kind of last minute. I heard about the event, and it was beautiful, as always, and yeah, my first podium.
And then you followed that up last year with your first pro win.
Yeah, that was a surprise experience, but a wonderful experience. It was really cool to see my season kind of come together at the last minute of that event. So yeah, happy to be back competing now.
Well, we're happy to have you back. We're going to let you see you on the water shortly. Back to you guys.
Well, thanks a lot, Wade. Thanks a lot, Elizabeth.
Yeah, and it's interesting following on social media. She's a really interesting person to follow because she shares a lot of her story with us on there. So I'd suggest taking that for a follow. But yeah, so she's had a little bit of issues this summer. I know she took a little bit of a crash with her in slaloming at the start of the season, unfortunately hitting her arm a little bit. But she's back now. I think she had a little bit of a back issue, but she's back now.
Hi, Mom.
Getting on the water. Lovely to see that. But yeah, so first up we have Jill. Exciting to watch. Let's see what she can put up. Look at that beautiful ski shining.
Yeah, you do like shininess, don't you?
I do like shininess. I always have had a little bit of I think I'm like a dog. I see something shiny and get a little excited.
Okay. Least said about that, the better. Okay, so we got Jill Knutson taken to the water first. Then we'll have Elizabeth Montavon out second. Paige Rini, Whitney McClintock, Regina Jaques, Ali Garcia, and Jamie Ball. And then finally the Waterski Pro Tour leader, Ali Nicholson. So intriguing times ahead.
It should be an exciting one. All the skiers here have been absolutely rocking it. Obviously, there was an amazing European tour out there this season. So whereas normally there'd be a little bit of a month or so gap in the middle, we've only kind of had 2 or 3 weeks. A lot of the skiers that were rocking around Europe and attending every tournament. So let's see how all of the skiers have kind of taken their break, been taking a moment to get settled, maybe dial in their ski, and let's see what they can put out there today. I believe the boat is coming back in, and we are nearly going to be ready to rock and roll with our first skier.
All right, then, and this is the Hilltop Pro, presented by Syndicate, and supported by, just a little bit, Miles Sand and Gravel, along with Basta Boat Lift, and Bickford Ford, Seattle Boat Company, and American Distributing. All of those folks, thanking you very much indeed for your continued support of this event. And our first skier is about to hit the water. It is going to be none other than Jill Knutson.
Yes, excited to watch. Like I said, we have the beautiful, beautiful red boat shining away there in the water. Look at me shiny today. With Jill ready to go. She's just about to get in the water. Even though it is freezing out, it is quite toasty in that water. So let's see what she can do. I assume first pass is going to be 14 meters or 28 off. So let's see what she can put together, and excited for this first skier. Look at that, 5 stars with the event. I believe, is this our first 5-star event of the season?
Yes, and it is actually the first 5-star event for the women. We've already had a 5-star event earlier on in the season for the Kayafas battle.
what looked like a nightclub at a tournament. That tournament looked pretty awesome.
Oh, you have no idea what was going on there.
I can imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. That atmosphere was fantastic, and hopefully this will be equally so. And the 2022 Hilltop Pro presented by Syndicate is on line right now with our first pass of the competition. 14.25 meter start or 28 off. This is Jill Knutson.
This beautiful smooth gate coming in. Beautiful hook up out of 1. Lovely and smooth as we move down this pass. Getting out of 3. Not a wobble here. And this is looking like a beautiful first pass of the tournament. That's what we like to see.
Nicely done, and great skiing there from Jill Knutson, who had plenty of stories to tell on the latest one of the latest editions of the TWBC podcast, including how she spent about 8 years away from the sport in a bit of a hiatus. Didn't really slalom too much within that time. Just did a little bit of open water skiing, and then the bug hit back again, and she's been doing this ever since.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. You see that quite a lot in obviously exceptionally high-level skiers and just kind of the everyday skier. It's kind of one of those sports that you could often get into in your childhood. You get really excited, then obviously work takes over in life, and it's great to see so many people kind of coming back to the sport and yeah, giving it the love that we all love, you know.
Indeed. And Jill Knutson currently works for Alaska Airlines over in nearby Everett Airport, and does a little bit of substitute to teach in her spare time as well. So she is quite busy.
I can imagine. But she's obviously getting plenty of time in for that practice. That was a beautiful first pass. That's kind of what we like to see, that real smooth, effortless feeling on that first pass, holding that angle through the edge change. Getting out there nice and wide and early. But let's see if she can bring that down for her 13. A little bit of loose line on the gate there, but nothing too stressful for the second pass. Beautiful hook up out of 1 again. Nice and smooth.
That was definitely something that she was trying to work on, trying to control her line tension into a gate shot.
I tell you what, beautiful technique. Really just smooth through the pass. It's like an effortless move from her 28 off to a 32 off.
And a lot of that technique was cultivated way back in the day when she was skiing on the Bud Light and the Michelob dry water ski tours at sites that weren't really all that great to ski on. I mean, talking places like Chattanooga and rolly conditions and a lot of other venues, including surprisingly at the Orlando Pro Tour stops, you know, that changed venues between Lake Ivanhoe, Lake Eola, and Barnett Park over the years in which that Pro Tour series actually existed in the latter part of the 90s into the 2Ks.
Yeah, I must say the 90s Pro Tour skiers, I think, were a lot tougher than we are today, I must say. We've got a little 5-mile-an-hour wind down here, and I'm already stressing. But no, I mean, it's good to see that someone who obviously learned with the older techniques, the older styles, has really kind of obviously transformed her style a little bit to the newer equipment and the newer boats, the conditions. Just adapting to zero off is a big change. So it's awesome to see such a great technique, and she's obviously put a lot of time and effort into adapting that technique, because a lot changed in the time. I mean, she would have probably been on the tour with hand driving, I assume.
Absolutely.
So a lot's changed in the time of hand driving towards zero off. But let's see what she can do here. 35 off 12 meters. She's got a beautiful little head breeze just to keep things nice and calm, keep that line tight. Oh, did we even shorten the rope? Beautiful one ball. A little bit loose out of 2.
A little bit of a slide on 2, but managing to keep the ski rolling.
Beautiful.
Trying not to panic or put herself in a compromised situation that she almost did there on buoy number 5, but managed to make it through there at 35 off. That is 12 meters.
Oh, it's good to see that she had obviously had a little bit of slack out of 2, but there's nothing really. It's all just kind of noise. There's never really much wrong going on. It never looked like she was going to miss the pass. The only thing that I'm really seeing is she's just getting a little bit kind of shoulder heavy out of that 135 quite early, which you really see out of that 5. She gets much better rotated out of 2. She really keeps herself in the pass and stays nice and early. But better hook up out of 4. She learnt from what she did at 2.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And just getting that shoulder, just getting on the pull just a little early, as you see there, just ends up getting you a little bit pulled into the next buoy. But it's 6. That does not matter. She's through the pass. and she is going to be coming in on that 11 meters.
And as one would say, top banana.
Top banana.
All right, then. So there we see Stephen Ireland getting limbered up himself. It's going to be a while before he skis, but next skier about to take to water will be Elizabeth Montavon, 42 days away from walking down the aisle, as it were.
That's very specific information. I knew that she was getting married.
Well, you can actually find out, because I mean she has that Instagram account, you know, and the TikTok and all of that kind of stuff. With all of that information, it's readily available and out there.
It is. But anyway, back to the water. The all-important 38 off pass. She's going to want to get high seeding here, so she's going to want a nice little score midway through this pass at least. Oh, beautiful hook up out of one, little bit of slack.
Not getting the number two, and just one error is all it takes, and stalls the pass. It is going to be a 2 buoy count there for Jill Knutson, and she had a pretty darn good start. And what else do you see here?
Be interested to see what she thinks herself. And the one, there's a little bit of loose line, but she keeps that angle. She gets that angle really nicely. Pulls a little bit long to 2, and obviously that is a very similar thing that we saw at a 2-ball at 35 there. Just that same little shoulder going in a little bit early, just getting a little tense. She looked wide, she looked early, but yeah, I think just getting a little aggressive with the shoulder early and not letting the ski come into the line. But yeah, I'll be interested to hear what she thinks about that, and yeah, I think she got a pretty good start. I think she'll be happy with the gate and 1. I think she's just going to want to get a little bit more relaxed into 2-ball next time and commit to the turn just a touch more.
All right, and that is Jill Knutson. That is going to be a 2 buoy count. That is 2 at 11.25 meters, or 2 at 38 off, and I mean that sets the target for the remaining skiers to come, including our next skier, who's making a bit of a return to the pro skiing scene after sustaining an injury which has basically knocked her for 6 for the majority of the season. And I mean, she's here, she's raring to go, and it is Elizabeth Montavon.
Yeah, so she's obviously, I believe she did some of the tournaments at the start of the season. She competed in some of the LCQs.
Yeah, she did.
Did she compete in the Masters?
No, she did not.
She did not. She didn't quite make it in. It was very tough to make that Masters this year. There was insane competition at the start of the year. But let's see what she is here. I don't know if she's in at 32 or 30 or 28. We will find out in 2 seconds.
All right, I believe this is going to be a 28 off start. I don't envisage many skiers taking the bold move of going in at 32 unless they've practiced extensively here, which Elizabeth Montavon has not. She arrived late yesterday towards the end of the amateur round of a competition, so all she had was basically a look at the site, and that was essentially it. I don't know whether she actually got on the water because I'd left the site by that time, but her familiarization with the site has been quite limited at this time.
And she's obviously she's come here. Maybe she had a little bit of an injury through the season, but obviously she feels like she's back. She feels like she's fit. They both work full-time jobs, I believe, so obviously not wanting to take that time off work. And just they believe that they can come and they don't need the practicing and get straight in. I mean, there is nothing to complain about here. If you train in Orlando, they train at Okehili, another beautiful site. So the practice is more just a little bit of a mental thing. It's sometimes nice to get your ski on the water, just feel things out, so you can just relax on that first pass, you know. When you get to a tournament with no practice, it's a little bit like you're just trying to figure the little finite details out. There's very little different, there's very little wrong. But if you can take that one practice set, you can just go, all right, this place is perfect. I know it is, but just wanted to check. Make sure you get in through those passes. But, it can just be a little bit of a nice mental tickle barrier. But she feels like she doesn't need it, so let's see what she can do coming in here on 32, 13 meters, pulling out. Very strong pull out on the gate there, really staying connected.
Yes, she does.
Getting a little slow, though. Maybe just pulling out a touch early.
Oh, very nice there, approach into number 2. She really backsides the heck out of that one.
Yeah, that's what she's known for, that alignment through the finish of the buoy. Aggressive rotation through the finish, but really keeping smooth through that backside. But I believe we are going to the dock to speak with our next skier, maybe.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Miss Whitney McClintock Rini, and quite a bit warmer so far than last year, even though it's a bit nipply, right?
It's all right now. I mean, this is perfectly fine compared to last year. So I'm excited to go feel out the water again this first round and, not freeze.
And coming off a Canadian national title, is that correct?
Yeah, that was fun, skiing with Jamie. Neither one of us were really at the top of our game there. I know we've had a couple of weeks to put it together, so we're pretty excited to come out here today and hopefully show off some better performances. But yeah, that was a good practice run for here because it was a little cool there too, about like this.
All right, well, you can see she's excited to go, and we're excited to see her. Back to you guys.
All right, then, interesting observation to make. On one end of the dock, you saw like a little bit of a reunion between like Regina Jaques and Jill Knutson, as Jill Knutson was edging away out of the Pro Tour contention in the latter part of the 90s. It was around about the time that Regina Jaques was starting to ascend in. So a little bit of a reunion out there on the dock, and it got quite animated there.
All right, here we have a very strong pull-out again. Let's see if she can carry a little more speed through the gate, turning much better this time. Getting that headwind right. Just trying to figure out the tailwind for the next pass. A little bit stood up into 2, which is nothing to worry about too much here. Early for 4. Oh, big 5 ball, but a little bit late out of 6 there. It
hardly uses the tip of the ski.
Yeah, very much rotates through the tail of the ski there. But it's interesting. She just didn't quite look as confident as we normally see from Elizabeth there. Just getting a little stood up at 2-4. Looks like she's kind of moving a little bit late through the buoy. You'll see beautiful hook up out of 1, just effortless, really strong offside. But just getting really stood up there and very down course through the finish of 2. Obviously a good turn, but just finishing late.
And I think a lot of it is, I mean, she hasn't been skiing competitively in a while, and I think a lot of it is her timing coming into 2, 4, and 6, because she looks good. I mean, don't get me wrong, but she just doesn't seem to be very, very quick in terms of being able to take advantage of that turn into buoy number 2. She could start her turn and get on the back side of it a lot earlier, but she's letting the ski go down course, and then she's having to work hard behind the boat. And whenever you have to work that hard behind the boat, it has a cascading effect so far as your balance is concerned.
Yeah, and it's another thing is it's not, you can't just turn earlier. It's getting everything right before that movement, making sure that she's off the handle well and she's keeping that handle tight. But anyway, let's see if she can figure this out on a 35. The wind has completely died, so let's see if she can get that gate better. Good gate. Beautiful hook up out of 1 there.
A piece of 3 will give her the lead.
Beautiful 2. Much better out of 2. She's so early into this 3.
Round number 4. Keeping the flow going. And I don't think
that's
she's
going
trying
to be a
to sell us on 5. But we'll take a look at that and see what the judges have come up with. I mean, we certainly have more than our fair share of angles to look from on the instant replay to make that determination.
Yeah, I believe that'll be a 4 there. But looked like she got a really, really good start. And I feel like she resolved her problem at 2 there. Looked like she was early at the finish of that buoy. She moved way better through the second wake. Really kind of kept that connection. But yeah, a little bit late. Not quite the 2 that she would have wanted, I guess. But early for 3. No excuses. Really strong hook up out of 3. And just kind of feel like that same thing's happening out of 4. She's just getting down course.
Does she get out? No, inside 5.
Inside that 5. So that's going to be a 4.
But she did her best to sell it, though.
She did do it, and it's hard to tell now. I mean, the great thing about all these sites that we come to now, obviously we're very safe. There's no rollers. Everything's perfect, and the buoys are often very soft at these events because obviously if you hit a buoy, it really hurts.
Yeah.
So over the last year, there's kind of been a trend of making the buoys softer, which obviously is awesome, nice and safe. Means that we can be a little more relaxed as we kind of lay out for those buoys. There's less of that harsh effect that can stop the ski and mess with ankles, but it can make it challenging to actually know if you've been around the buoy. So every now and then you'll kind of cast those feet out, you'll extend, and because it's so soft, it can be very, very hard to tell if you've actually been around the buoy. And we've been having a few issues with that this year, but when TWBC is here, we have enough angles to know for sure. But beautiful, beautiful videography here, and we can see everything that's going on. So we have a 4 at 38, 4 at 11 meters there from Elizabeth. So that puts her in the lead for now.
Yes, it does.
And getting to that 4, I think that 5 would have maybe bumped her up a few places. I think there's usually a little bit of a tie situation going at that 4 at 38, but we will have to wait and see. Here we have Paige Rini coming in. I believe this will be 14 meters. Yep, 28 off.
I don't anticipate it being any shorter than that, but I tell you what, Paige Rini has been on a bit of a tear in recent times. Haven't seen her too much in Europe and skiing there, but I tell you what, she's been quite consistent, especially when it comes down to competitions such as the Canadian Nationals, which I believe she took a second place on, or at least a podium finish. Let's check in on dockside with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Regina Jaques, who's won everything in the world except the Syndicate Hilltop Pro, because you've never been here. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm excited. I was kind of out last year with my ACL, or I was out last year with my ACL, so I was at home watching this event, and so I'm just so happy to be here and be able to compete, and it's gorgeous. So I'm really excited, and the girls skied amazing last year, so I'm sure that's going to be the case this year, and I'm just excited to be here. So thank you to everybody that supported it. I know it takes a lot of work, and I'm excited to go play.
We're going to let her go play now. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, and Wade, and thanks a lot to Regina Jaques. First appearance here at the Hilltop Pro, just remarkable just to even consider that notion that in the last few seasons Regina Jaques wasn't here to compete, and now she's arrived here in the northwest of the United States for the very first time to compete against the very best in her field.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what she gets to lay down there, but first of all, let's see Paige coming in 32.
Oh, look at that number 1.
Get in that 30 meters. She rotates so well through that onside, so light, so balanced, so much angle. A very hard combination to have. But look at that 5. That's just effortless angle, effortless speed, and yeah, awesome to see there. Paige absolutely ripping it up out there. Again, that wind is just lovely. This is kind of the perfect conditions. Obviously, we'd like it maybe 10 degrees Celsius, a little hotter here and there, but the conditions for skiing are beautiful. Let's see what Wade has on the dock.
Hey, thanks, Rob. I'm here with Elizabeth Montavon, our leader on the dock, and tell us about the conditions. A little chilly?
I mean, chilly's a stretch. Honestly, it feels great. The water's super warm, which is cool, and I love this water temp. It skis awesome, so I think we're going to see a lot of big scores this weekend.
That's what we wanted to hear, and we wanted to see that smile. Back to you guys.
All right. Thanks a lot, Wade. Thanks a lot, Elizabeth. And Elizabeth in the lead with 4 at 11.25 meters. And, I mean, the first couple of passes are fairly much warm-up affairs. It'd get dialed in each direction. So now the passes start coming up to you just a little bit more in terms of intensity.
Yeah.
Starting off with 35 off, and the gate shot really, and even the pull-out, becomes ever more critical now.
Yeah, it's one of those passes that we would expect, obviously, all these women here to run, but it's just a little bit of a concentration test. You have to make sure you're focused, getting that gate right, just like that. Beautiful speed through that turn. Strong hook up out of 1. Look at that. So early through this pass.
Not afraid to crank off a huge turn on each side. Not just a 135, which is a strong side turn, but I tell you what, she's got a mean offside as well.
Yeah, looking beautifully. I just think she gets off that handle so well. She gets so lovely and tall, but not rushing. Everything looks calm. Look at her squeeze this handle to her hip off that second side. Make sure she gets every single little bit of speed off that handle she can get. Really climbing up on that boat. Oh, we've gone black.
And just look in here.
And yeah, just beautifully off that second side. But yeah, angle galore. A little bit stood up there into 3. You can see she's just maybe a touch narrow there, but nothing to worry about on 35. She's a consummate professional. She knows exactly what she's got to do to get through this 35 off. And yeah, a beautiful pass. And let's see what she can do on this 38. This is where we start to see kind of the little habits come out and see if she can deal with them today. I know she's been getting through this pass a little bit in tournaments lately, which is always good to see. But let's see what she can do on the big stage at the Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am.
Fantastic there, and Paige Rini, now she's at 38 off 11.25 meters. You know, she's been on the scene for quite a few years now. I mean, at least 3 or 4. You know, she's been in contention for a lot of those competitions, but still, a lot of people see her as a bit of a dark horse when it comes to these kind of competitions.
Oh, yeah,
and she's really wanting to kind of like step out from that shade and shine on the world's greatest stage. Here we go.
And this is where it starts. You got to be getting through this 38 every time. Oh, a little bit of a bobble at 2, but she's all good. Big hook up at a 3. There we go. Back on it at 4. Beautiful 5. That was a fantastic 38 off there from Paige. Probably one of the best ones I've seen her run.
Yeah, absolutely. And she takes the lead, and now it sets up a score that the rest of our female skiers can really attack.
Yeah, and that's the thing you see. Getting through that 38, if you're going to want to challenge for that podium, it has to be done every time. And this really looked like one of those passes that just didn't look like a stress for her. She gets a little bit of a bobble at 2 there. You see the ski jumping on her touch.
And she's so light as well. I mean, a 135 side. I mean, she can just like whack that ski all the way round, and then she can just wait on the line, get in the position, and then really hammer down behind the boat. And she has such consummate ease of balance on that ski around the turn.
Oh, 100%. And that's one thing that I feel like normally in the past we've seen from Paige is she'll run some beautiful early passes, but kind of gets to the 38 and gets a little stuck at that 2 ball. But that was barely like they showed on the rope. It was a beautiful pass, and that's going to give us some confidence for the following rounds to come, and it hopefully will give us some confidence to attack this 38. Just a tiny little ripple of a head breeze coming in for this 39. So let's see what she can put out there. She's coming around that corner now, lining up in the course. She's got to get a good gate here for this 39, making sure she's timing that speed right, judging the wind. And let's see what she can do. One-handed gate coming in, a little long onto 1, but look at that hook up. Good 2. Come on, Paige. Keep going. Big turn. Oh, just stopping. That's a big score there from Paige. Little bit of a fist throw. There we go.
Nice. All right, then. So that was a pretty darn good performance. Halfway down 39. She'll take that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Paige has to offer this tournament. I think she had more to give. I think just getting used to it on that first round, pulling a little long into 2, had a lot of speed, but had width, had timing. And I think we need to see her turn in that next round. That was a really, really nice start there. She just hasn't had a ton of time on the 39s in tournament.
And when you get down to 38 and 39, I mean, you just can't afford to have like a weak side turn. They've got to be powerful on both sides to stay in contention.
Yeah, you got to be. And it's all about that movement off the second side. The rope gets so short that you can't make things up as easily. You've got to be using that whip. You've got to be riding the line effortlessly. And that's what we see so well from Paige. She really rides that line up the second side, and I think that's maybe been something she's got better at this season, is learning how to do that at the shorter ropes. It can be very tough to do when we swing on the longer ropes. Everything's kind of behind the boat. You don't have to get that high up on the boat. But as things start to get short, we get to that 38, you have to do a really good job of swinging up on the boat so you can actually get wide. It's a whole different dynamic, and it's why we see a lot of people kind of getting stuck at that 2 at 32, 2 at 35, or 2 at 38 kind of line lengths, because that's when you have to make the change. But Paige, obviously been guided by her dad and coach, and really figuring that out this season. Yeah, that's awesome to watch. I believe we just have a little bit of a technical malfunction in the boat, just making sure that camera is up and running. But we will be back in 2 seconds with the action on the water.
Well, just enough time to tell you about this tournament, which is the 2022 Hilltop Pro, presented by Syndicate and supported by Miles Sand and Gravel, along with Basta Boat Lifts, Bickford Ford, along with the Seattle Boat Company and American Distributing. And we thank those guys very, very much indeed. This is the ninth stop on the Waterski Pro Tour, and you know, a lot of people have commented that the sport of tournament water skiing, and especially slalom, is seeing a well, orchestrated resurgence in terms of prominence out there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's it's back. I feel like we can finally say that it never really went away, but some of the views, some of the belief behind it kind of did, and it's awesome to see everyone here. It's awesome to see everyone getting excited, everyone watching the webcast, everyone pumping it up on social media. Everyone knows this is one of the biggest events of the calendar, this specific one, and for there to be so many events this season, it's great to see people getting hyped. And we all know that it's starting to get towards the kind of latter end of the season. We're starting to really see which skiers are reigning on top, which skiers are really kind of starting to shine bright up at the top of the leaderboard. But here we have Whitney coming in. I believe, if I'm correct, Whitney will be coming in at 32. She normally does.
Yeah, I believe so.
Just keeping that rhythm the same.
There we go, the mean green.
Yeah, and like we talked about earlier, starting at 32 can actually be just a little bit better because you're starting with a rhythm of moving up on the boat, getting wide. 14 or 28 has just a bit of a different rhythm, but you see her moving really well through a little fizzy here and there, but see her moving really well through that 32 off, and let's see who Wade has for us.
Hey guys, here with Miss Paige Rini, our leader on the dock. First time you skied here, you obviously like it.
Yeah, it felt really good. The boat and everything felt great. I was really early to every buoy, so I just told myself to trust it, and it worked. So
3 at 39. So somebody's going to run it, though, for sure, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think Jamie, Whitney, and Regina are probably going to run it, which is going to be very cool to see. So I had a great time.
Well, she's already lighting it up. We're going to see her again this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Interesting the body language there from Paige Rini at that last sentence, lightening up, and probably a little bit bullish on her expectations and chances going forward. But Paige honestly really did.
I think
put a fire under this
I think
one.
she needs to back herself a little bit. She had a really, really good start there, and I think she's going to watch back that video and actually be like, oh, I felt good, and I didn't know this was her first time here. And that's the one thing I feel like everyone says when you come here. You're early. You're just early. Everything is obviously perfect. The water's cold, so it's fast. They all come from Orlando, where everything's a little slow and sluggish because it's so hot right now, I assume. But kind of coming up here, water temperature's just down a little bit. So we get so early and so fast across course. But let's see how Whitney deals with that. And moving well through one, beautifully through that too. Really kind of what we talked about with Elizabeth earlier, kind of doing the opposite. Backsiding that boy, moving so early out of both sides and making that 35 look how it normally does. Easy for Whitney. Beautiful.
Yes, absolutely. And the multiple-time world champion, 9-time world champion in various events.
Yeah, no, she is a talent for sure. Obviously, growing up, it was always Whitney kind of thing. She won everything, and yeah, she's always performed fantastically, especially at a Worlds. But now I believe we have someone on the dock with Wade.
Hey guys, you're here with Miss Allie Garcia, and might have been a bit of a different week for Miss Allie after her first professional women's slalom title.
Yeah, actually pretty normal. Just got back to work, working out the kinks and stuff, and whatever mistakes I made. So,
and have you skied here, Allie?
Yeah, I took a practice set here on Thursday. My first time in Washington. It felt great. I'm really excited to ski. I love when she's in the boat, so I think it'll be a fun day.
She's already enjoying it. We're going to enjoy it too. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you very much. And Whitney McClintock Rini out on the water. She's gotten through 32 and 35 off. Pretty much gone to plan so far. 38 off is going to kick up a little bit more of a challenge for her, but we'll see what our skier out of Canada can do. This is Whitney McClintock Rini.
Yeah, so this should be a little bit, I don't want to say a warm-up pass for her, but let's see how she deals with it. She knows she can get through it. Big hookup out of one. Nice and early. Beautiful, too. Smooth. Using that headwind just to a little bit of an advantage. Keeping that rope tight. A little bit high with the handle out of 4, but back on it. Beautiful 38 there. Super, super smooth, and I believe one of the best we've seen today.
Yeah, I mean, people are probably looking at it and wondering, did the line ever shorten between the passes?
Yeah, that was fantastic. And one thing we see with Whitney is her intensity is always high. She's always on it. You see, even from her 32, she's early, wide, and aggressive. Not quite as smooth as we see some of the other skiers, maybe, but I think sometimes that's maybe what some of them are missing. She's intense from the start, and look how early she gets through this 38. She makes a little bit of a mistake at 4. I don't know if mistake's the right word, but a little bit of just a bobble at 3, a bobble at 4. But she's that intense behind the boat. She gets that angle. She drives on it there, and she's always back in it no matter what. So it's great to watch, and yeah, lovely to see. And make sure you're taking notes at home, guys. This is how you slalom.
Indeed, indeed. And we continue to watch along. And just to remind you about Pantalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community with 5 lakes and 42 exclusive 4-acre waterfront home sites. Located close to Palm City, it is Pantalago. So, there is Regina Jaques out of Santa Rosa Beach in Florida. And also a quick reminder to check in with bplayfuel.com and download the apps, which are available in Google Play and also in the Apple Store as well.
So here we have Whitney coming in 39, got a little bit of a tail ripple going on. I don't know if we can call it a wind, but let's see how she deals with that. What a hookup out of 1. Let's see that offside. Big 2. She is in it here, guys. Beautiful hookup out of 3. Come on, Whitney.
Get up it.
Oh,
Whoa.
just getting pulled out of that, and she gets the 5, I believe. Oh, she was on that pass. Just getting a little heavy out of 4. Obviously, that offside. Just killing her hopes of that pass, but I believe she'll be happy with that. I don't know if she skied here before. I don't know if she practiced, but I mean, getting a 5, I believe, at 39 unofficially is a fantastic start. And just getting a big hookup out of 1. A little bit of noise there in the turn, but nothing to worry about. There's the 2. That's what she needed it for. Hooking up early, wide, getting the 4, getting the 3 that she needed to kind of run the pass, but just here you go. You see her coming out of it through the spray, getting compressed. Just couldn't quite hold the turn that she made and just scraping outside of that 5. But I believe unofficially that is a 5 at 39. We will wait to hear for official confirmation.
All right. She definitely looks like the ski actually went outside buoy number 5 from my perspective. I would say 5, and I'm sure that the officials will be in agreement with that. We'll try and give you the leaderboard as it stands after the first half dozen skiers, and there we go. There is Whitney Rini with 5 at 10.75. With Paige Rini with 3 at 10.75. Montavon with 4 at 11, and Jill Knutson with 2.
Yeah, there's some big scores going down already, and it's fantastic to see that obviously only 8 women, so I believe all of them are making it through to the final, but we have all the big names here this weekend. We have some really big scores coming down, and I'm very excited to see, especially as we start to get towards that final. Obviously, these are just kind of little warm-up rounds for them, getting a little bit of a feeler for the situation, but I'm really excited to see on Sunday, when they're really laying everything on the line, how big of a score we will see.
And a few of our skiers just trying to chill a little bit there. We've got Alex King there who's going to be driving them. There's Chris Parish right over there. CP in the background. In the foreground, we see Freddie Winter, just trying to keep everything on the DL a little bit as we now get ready to bring on multiple-time world champion, multiple-time world record holder, probably one of the greatest women's slalom skiers ever to grace the sport of tournament water ski slalom. Her world record is 4.5 at 10.25 meters. It is none other than Regina Jaques.
I believe that could be shortened into the GOAT.
Yes, that could well be. All right, there we just saw the Nautique towboat, the details of on the screen back there, and also why not check in with the TWBC YouTube channel and hit that subscribe button.
There you go. That's what we like to hear.
All right, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Allie Nicholson, and big smile. You had a great summer, right? A lot of fun in Europe.
Yeah. I went and did the whole Europe tour and had a very successful trip, really fun summer. So, it's been a lot of fun.
Got your first pro victory, got that bad boy out of the way, so ready for some more, right?
Yeah, definitely looking for more, always hungry for more. So hoping to have a good weekend. Everybody that's coming in, big scores are going up. Everybody says it feels great. So hopefully we see some more big scores out this weekend.
We're going to see her soon. Back to you guys.
Yes, and Ali Nicholson we'll see a little bit later on. She'll be last off the dock in this round, and a skier who's been largely absent during the summer during the times where Ali and co were applying their trade in Europe. This is Regina Jaques. Let's see what she's got in store for us.
Beautiful hook up out of 2 there. And like you see, the things that you notice from both Whitney and Regina is they just come out with that little more intensity. Obviously, they are coming out on 13, so they have to. But I believe that's one of the reasons that they can do. They feel comfortable just coming out there. And I don't know if Regina practiced. I don't believe she did.
Nope.
So no practice, never been here before, and still has the confidence to come out here on that 32 off and just kind of smash it like she knows she can, really, you know. It's an easy pass for her, but mistakes can happen, but making it look super easy. And look at Zane there playing around, causing all kinds of chaos.
Mayhem right there, but I mean...
Oh, he's lost his toy.
Uh-oh, watch out. There we go. And we see Ali Garcia there getting ready for her performance out there in the water. And speaking of waters, why not check out Waters wetsuits, designed and created by Brandon Waters. Jumpsuits for the more discerning Waterski tournament jumper, and now available in a whole variety of brand new styles. It is Waters wetsuits. Alrighty, so next pass for Regina Jaques. We're already there at 12 meters.
35 off. And I believe she is 3rd in the tour. Obviously, she owns a full-time job as well. I believe she owns a pharmacy compounding company.
Yes, she does, yes.
All very complicated stuff. But, yeah, so unfortunately she couldn't make it to Europe for those events, but she is back in the US part of the tour. There we go. That's the one ball that we usually see from Regina, just getting warmed up on the pass before, obviously. Big hook up out of 3. Very nice. Very smooth as we move through this 35. And I like to see that's the kind of the intensity upgrade that I kind of keep talking about. Just the 32 was good, but kept getting opened up a little bit, not quite moving through the middle of her feet. That pass looked more like the Regina we're used to seeing, really backsiding those boys, strong, aggressive turns. And let's see who Wade has for us on the dock.
Hey guys, here with Miss Jamie Bull. Back here hanging with the boys. Just feels like a normal practice day, right?
Yeah, it's good to be back with the whole HO crew. Always nice to be in Seattle, so it's going to be a good weekend.
And you've got quite the history with this lake.
Yeah, definitely one of my favorite lakes, so hoping to keep that run going.
Yeah. We'll let her get back to her business. We're going to see her out there doing business soon.
All right, then, continuing to roll right along. We've got Becky Lathrop at the helm of that Nautique towboat, doing a fine job as always. And we look forward to seeing Alex King take the helm for the men's competition.
Yeah, very excited for that, and it's kind of like, obviously, I believe they're driving their individual. So Alex is driving the men all weekend, and Becky is driving the women. So unfortunately, I don't get to ski behind Becky once this weekend, but I cannot complain about Alex for sure. He knows exactly what he's doing behind that wheel, and so does Becky here. Let's see what Regina can do here. 38 off. She's going to obviously want to get through it. It should be a bit of an everyday occurrence for her. But beautiful little head breeze coming on. Beautiful hook up out of 2 there. And looking strong. A little bit stood up there at 3, but kind of classic Regina style there as she gets down the line.
It's getting a little bogged down, I would say, but getting through that pass and making it look... pretty easy towards the end, if you could ever call it easy from start to finish. But here's the thing I like about Regina Jaques: with the gate pull out, she maintains a strong connection to the boat. She doesn't pull out for the gates, flatten off, and then leave it to chance with a slack line. She keeps contact with that boat.
Yeah, and she does a great job. Obviously, it's tough. Keeping connection through that edge change, obviously without leaning. An easy way to keep your connection is just to lean long and then chuck the ski out at the last minute. Kind of like what I'm trying not to do, but tend to do. But that's the thing that Regina does well. Like you say, she keeps connection, but it is through that edge change. It's by keeping close to that handle. It's by keeping that tension to her body and kind of letting herself swing up on the boat with that tension. You know, she's not fighting, but she's just always moving with that handle and always really riding up on the boat.
All right, then again, a little bit of a look there at Ali Garcia, who won her first professional title last weekend at the America's Cup Invitational at Mystic Lakes in Mays in Kansas.
Oh yeah, I've been traveling around with Ali a lot this summer. She has attended every single event that there is to attend this summer, flying around and traveling with us. And yeah, she has skied absolutely insane this season. I know she's kind of been doing events before and she's been part of the tour, but she is officially committed to the Pro Tour this season. And she's been skiing fantastic. She's been putting up big scores. There's been a lot of head-to-heads in Europe this summer, and she has just been performing in every single one. So excited to watch her. But now we see Regina on the water, coming in 39 off. Let's see what she can do. So wide on the boat on that gate, carrying great speed. Oh, a little bit of loose line out of 1, but nothing to stress about. Hook up out of 2 is good.
Still there. Oh, 10-7. Oh, look at that. Big slide on number 3. She's good to go on 4 for 5. And there we go. The first.
Oh, lost the handle. Tony.
Almost.
Blaming you for that one, Regina. You got Tony to blame for that one.
Oh, don't put that hoodoo on me. I didn't say it, did I? Did I say it? No, I didn't. I was about to, but I did not.
You started. Hey, I needed it as well. That was a beautiful 39 up until 6. Just the handle just gets pulled out of her hands. I think she maybe got a touch complacent. But yeah, a little loose line here and there, but it's kind of what Regina's good at is she can kind of do whatever she wants in the turn, but she's always getting back hooked up. She's always getting connected to the handle and just always getting set. Beautiful 4. I'd love to see what happens at this 5. We see that famous boy cam from TWVC. Good hook up out of 5.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there would have been nothing on towards going into buoy number 6, and
just fingertipping it.
Honestly, don't know what went wrong there on number 6.
Oh, it happens.
You'd have bet your house on that.
Oh, with Regina, yeah, in the final. Oh, house is going on it. I think maybe she just got a touch complacent. Just maybe short pulled a little bit, lost the connection a touch.
Okay, let's not gloss over the fact that she's taken the lead.
She has taken the lead, 5.5 at 39. Beautiful skiing there from Regina, and that's what we like to see. We see John Travers just there, Ali Garcia's coach, and she's been touring around all summer with the team, and John's been really guiding her through. It's awesome to see as she gets in the water. Florida girl, she's probably a little chilly in there, but let's see what she can do. I believe she'll be going out at 28 off or 14 meters. But let's see how she deals with that. The wind obviously isn't strong, but it is. It's there. It's there. It's a little bit of a consideration. So I believe Ali would maybe be going out at 14 meters just to give herself that headwind chance at 38. Make sure she gets through that, gets her seeding nice and strong in the event.
And on top of which, she is a political science or a major at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette.
Yeah, I mean, I said something about politics in probably a jokey manner and ended up in an hour conversation. So be careful with that one. Oh, it says 13 meters on the screen. So
that looks a little long for 13.
It does look a little long for that. We'll see if Vince wakes up in the trailer there. I'm wrong. But yeah, beautiful first pass there from Ali. I believe that was 14 meters. But just nice and smooth as she moves it. Yes, confirmation, that was 14 meters, 28 off for that first pass. Like I said, I was wrong earlier, sorry. She's going to want that 39 headwind for this 14. Or maybe she just wanted a nice, smooth start to the event.
And I mean, she has started at 30 meters before, actually, on her way to the America's Cup Invitational. She had to start at 30 meters in the final, and she ran that opener, and then posted up the score necessary to take the Invitational ahead of Anna Gaya last week.
Yeah, no, it's something that she's been skiing fantastic, and I know she can go out at 32. But like we said earlier, she hasn't been kind of on the tour too long. She's fairly fresh on the tour. I know you can't tell from her insane scores this season and really kind of keeping those podium spots going. But yeah, let's see what she can do here on this 30 meters. We see Jamie there with her champion's bib from last time, the yellow bib. You will see Nate Smith and Jamie Bull rocking that yellow bib from last year's tournament. But yeah, excited to see the rest of this event and how things go down. Who will win the yellow bib?
All right,
this
do
year?
you like go-kart shooting and skiing?
I insanely love go-kart skiing and shooting.
All right, then I've got an event for you. It's the Travis Grand Prix on the 7th and 8th of October.
I am signed up, rocking, and ready to go. All right, here we have Ali Garcia. Beautifully smooth hook up there. This is 32 off, 13 meters for Ali. Strong hook up, smooth sailing for her. She's barely just had a cup of coffee. She's out of bed, and that is a beautiful, beautiful pass there. And yeah, a strong skiing there from Ali Garcia. And let's see what Wade has for us at the dock.
Mastria, and you've won this event in the past, so it must be a good vibe to come back to a place you've got a title.
Yeah, I mean, these people, or Washington State community, like ski, to me, man. I've got a lot of time for this event, and they've run such a good job. So I'm happy to be back.
You know, that's a good point, because I've been coming up here for way too long, 34 years in a row, and every single time I get off the airplane, there's just a good vibe. You just know you're in the Pacific Northwest.
Exactly, and I think, water skiing in general, it has a lot of, its backstory in Seattle, in Washington, so it's always good to be back here and actually having an event here.
Well, and so weather not bad right now. Yeah, little bit of a head breeze on the start. Think that's going to affect anything?
No, I think it's perfect out there right now, man. I mean, I think everyone loves the sun to come out, but it's not like it's cold or anything. It's going to be sweet.
Well, we're going to see him out there soon. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Wade. And Nick Adams, a walking, talking view of sporting heritage here in the Northeast. A couple of days ago, I saw him wear some basketball wear associated with the former basketball team in Seattle, the Supersonics, and now he's wearing a 1980s circa Seattle Seahawks garb. So a man who was quite in touch with the heritage of sport, but at the same time, let's have a look at Ali Garcia, because she has just run through that pass of 35 off, 12 meters, looking in very, very good shape at the same time.
Yeah, looking super. Oh, my mouth. Looking super, super strong there, coming through. So I've just had to run and grab some trousers, some pants, as we'd call it here, because it's freezing.
Oh, I don't know about you, but I've still got some shorts on.
Yeah, but I was positive as I came out for this event. I'm like, right, when Seattle, the weather says it's going to be good. Got my sun shirt on, and I'm freezing.
All right, then. Well, while you redress yourself a little bit to stay warm, because we don't want you shivering before we send you out there on the water to compete in the men's competition, which will be coming up next after our last skier in the women's competition. Penultimate skier you see there on the dock is Jamie Ball, the current champion of Hilltop, and Ali Garcia on the water. She's gotten through 14. 13, 12, and now she's going to come back in on 11.25 meters. Now, Rob Hazelwood, the expert of slalom that you are, I mean, you've published some articles on YouTube and videos and that kind of stuff. What changes occur between 35 and 12?
Well, we will see here what changes occur for Ali. Oh, a little bit of slack there out of 1. Oh, a lot of slack there out of 2. Getting through the 3. Oh, can she get 4? No, she cannot. That was kind of one of those passes that we all have a little bit of nightmares about, when you just don't get the 1 that you need, and you're like, right, I'm still in it, we're all good. And then you really don't get the 2 that you need. It's like, oh, and then you pull to 3, and obviously you need an absolutely perfect 3, and just did not get it there, unfortunately. But, yeah, I mean, she had everything set up. It looked like she got a pretty strong gate, and just not getting that move out of 1. It didn't look that bad from that angle.
Just kind of left her shoulders behind a little bit.
Yeah, it actually looks a lot better than it looked from the boat here, but just so late into 3, not getting the line, not getting that ski under the line, and just not. That is all she wrote for today. But I believe that puts her ahead of Jill. Yeah,
it does.
So that puts her in that second last place for now. I know she's going to want more. She's not going to be too happy with that performance, but she knows that there's another round to go today to get herself dialed in. And if I've watched anything from Ali this season, it's been that she is a fighter. Any normal person, most of us here would have given up after that one and probably died at 2, but she kept going, she kept moving, and yeah, some exciting skiing there from Ali, but yeah, not the score that she will have wanted.
Yeah, certainly, and she's definitely going to have to battle back in round number 2 as we continue to move on to our next skier. It's going to be Jamie Bull.
Riding that Jamie Bull signature edition Alpha. She's got the beautiful blue, as you will tell, and she will tell you this at some point today probably. It does match the colour of the water. She's been very proud of that. She's got the blue handle, blue ski, blue order. She just needs the blue boat like we'd had last year. But anyway, let's see. Coming in 13 meters, 32 off. She's been here for a few days. She's obviously a resident Canadian, so she's been up there seeing her family, going to see her brother, and just getting back kind of in touch with her roots back home this summer. So I know she's been having a good time back home. But we are back with her on the tour, and that was a beautiful 32 off there from Jamie.
All right, fantastic skiing there at 32 off, and let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Miss Ali Garcia, and it really didn't go the way you wanted, but you get another round. So what adjustments might you be thinking for a second round?
I've just been working on my gates a lot lately, and I really felt like the first few passes were better, and then I just had a really bad gate at 38, so I think working on that timing and see if I can set myself up a little better for next round.
All right, and I heard you say the water feels quite warm, and air's just a bit cool, but yeah, the water felt good though, right?
Yeah, I mean, the water was pretty nice. I think if you're from up here, this is probably a warm day, but for us Floridians, it's a bit chilly.
All right, we're going to let her go get warmed up, and we're going to see her out this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade. Thanks a lot, Ali. And we're looking at, right now, Jamie Bull coming back into the course. It's going to be a 35 off. And we didn't... We examined insofar as each pass goes the kind of changes that occur between a pass such as 28 and maybe 32 off. So for those of you out there that are actually watching out on this coverage and are looking for like little tips and tricks out there, I'm sure Rob Hazelwood will have one or two of those little quirks that one has to work on when you're trying to transition from 13 meters through to 12, which we just saw right there.
I'm glad I'm on here. You give me free video ideas. I love it, Tony. I'm always down for a video idea. But yeah, I mean, it's tough. And you see Jamie, she's kind of a signature act at this, is how she stays so early. You see how she keeps that handle tight as she comes through that edge change. And the hardest thing about an edge change is you don't want to pull all the way through it, but you don't just want to let up and jump inside. So it's finding that balance of holding your angle and just casting up on the boat. It's so important to really swing up on the boat and carry that handle up with you, and it's a feeling that's tough to get, and so few people in the world manage to feel it. But Jamie is definitely one of those people that does that so well. And I think it's how she kind of flew through her 38. I mean, she, ever since she's been on the Pro Tour, she's been running 38, and I don't really know a day that she didn't almost, it's like. So, and that she just has that move down, and when she needed to, she got to that 38, and that's the important move.
All right, so here we go. This is 38 off, 11.25 meters, Jamie Bull. And for those of you that are watching us across the world, thank you very much indeed. This is the Syndicate Hilltop Pro. Here we go, the current world champion. This is Jamie Bull.
38 off, coming in. Beautiful head breeze, just keeping things nice and calm. Not the best hookup out of 2 that she's going to want, but back on it out of 3. Much better through 4, getting a little more angle, staying just a touch earlier, and there we go. Beautiful pass there from Jamie. And I think we often see that in these early kind of first rounds of the events, just a little bit nervous, just almost making sure that she gets through the pass. We can all go out there and run a very smooth pass as pro skiers, but you often won't always see them in tournament because just things get a little nervous. We want to get that hand on the handle. We want to be safe. We want to make sure that we're still on top of the water. And that's kind of the name of the game in pro skiing, I feel, is just not swimming. You know, you see from the greatest in the sport, like your Will Ashes and your Nates, they very rarely end up swimming. It's always balanced, it's always stable, and that's what we're starting to see from Jamie. She's been really strong out there, getting through a beautiful 38, and let's see what she can do for a 39. There we see Ali Nicholson, energy on the dock. A little bit of a yawn going on.
Yes, it's interesting to see how a lot of our competitors choose to warm up and know the little quirks that exist with each skier. They're all built differently, and they all train and get prepared for their turn on the water just that little bit differently as well.
Yeah, well, it's kind of a weird sport, and it's something that it can be tough to kind of figure out. It's like we have to do a 100-meter dash, but we have to do 10 of them that slowly kind of build up, or 6 of them or 5 of them that slowly build up into intensity, and this is the fastest 100-meter dash here. 10.75 for Jamie. Let's see. Good. Look at a 1, getting that angle nice. Oh, not quite the 2. She's gonna need a good 3. Gets it, but come on, Jamie. Oh, that's gonna be a 4, I believe. Just seeing that boy on the inside of the ski, I think.
All right, and now the judges are going to have to take a second look at this to determine whether she made it round 4 or whether she tried to sell us on that concept and came up short.
Yeah, that's not just... Never really got going. An okay 1 here, but just a little slow, a little bit down course out of it. You see, just getting a touch stood up, but nothing really too wrong. Then here is kind of where things started to not go ideal. Getting the slack, you can see reaching, she was a touch narrow. Went a little heavy out of 1, just couldn't quite hold it out there. And fighting out to 4, let's see if she gets around it. Yes, that's a full 4 from my angle, but let's see what the judges come up with, and let's see what the confirmed score is.
All right, then. So still in the lead there is going to be Regina Jaques with 5.5. Whitney McClintock has 5, and Jamie Ball has 4. So very, very tight at the top there when you also consider that Paige Rini had a score deep into 10.75 minutes as well, at least halfway down the course.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, we keep saying the conditions here are just perfect. Gordon has an absolutely beautiful sight running here, from everything from the watercolor to the boat to the conditions. It's just fantastic.
Even how green the grass is.
Oh, the grass is just something of beauty that you'll never see anywhere else in the world. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen grass be so green. You know, it's like such a dark version of green. But here we go, coming in. I don't know what this will be for Ali. She sometimes goes out on that 13. She sometimes goes out on 14. It is 13 meters. Ooh, not the best 2-ball there. I don't know if she practiced. I'm not 100% sure. But looking much better as she gets to the finish of the pass. That 1-ball would maybe tell me that she maybe didn't take a practice set.
I don't think she did, no.
I don't think she did, but again, not 100% sure. But just, again, this is kind of where it comes down to that safety and getting that safe 1-ball. But let's go to Wade and see who we have.
Hey, guys, here with Miss Jamie Bull, and tell us about your ride and how you feel about it.
Yeah, it felt pretty good out there. Not really the intensity I wanted at 39, but 38 felt solid, and the rest of my skiing felt solid. Lake feels awesome, so looking forward to the next round.
So, based on your performance there, what might you change, or will there be any changes before next round?
Yeah, there'll be a couple changes at 39, just trying to bump things up a little bit and make sure that I have the space once I'm up beside the boat to kind of do what I want to do. But other than that, it felt really solid. So.
All right. Well, we're going to look forward to some big scores this afternoon. We'll let it get changed. Back to you guys.
And it's interesting there, you see Jamie speaking about a similar thing we were talking about earlier, about 1, getting up on the boat, and 2, just going out with that intensity. And that's kind of what we saw well from Regina and Whitney, really kind of getting that intensity up quickly. But I made Jamie a pretty solid breakfast burrito this morning, so maybe she's just got to get that shaken out and move on into the second round. But here we see Ali Nicholson, 35 off for 12 meters. Let's see how she deals with this. Much better
look at that.
Out of 1.
Oh, good intensity off number 1, almost too intense.
Yeah, a little trip up out of 2, but nothing. Oof, big 2, big 4 there.
And had to safely guide her way outside buoy number 5. and some good skiing at that point, some real heads-up skiing, because there were a couple of instances on that run where it could have gone sideways for her, but her experience, and she has an extensive amount of experience out there because she is the current Waterski Pro Tour leader right now, so she's not short on that.
Yeah, again, like Ali Garcia, she's been to every event this summer, I believe. She's really kind of thrown her hat in the ring everywhere she goes. And she has been attending every event, and she's been podiuming nearly every single one. She's been skiing fantastic. And she's just a very surefire competitor, Ali. You always know where she's going to be. And she's just so consistent out on the water. I know maybe shouldn't say that yet, but she's so consistent. And let's see who Wade has at the dock.
Hey guys, we're going to have a quick word with Miss Regina. We'll let her get back to catching up. So tell us about your first ride. How was it?
Oh, it's great. It feels great out there. I'm just bummed with myself. Such a silly move. I mean, it's one of those things you do hope you do in practice. It's like one of those 1 in a million things. It's just one mistake. But that just goes to show how hard 39 really is. But I was bummed. It was such a great one. I was looking forward to seeing it and getting a good shot at 41. But it's great out there. The site's beautiful. It's my first time here. So I'm just really excited to see what can happen the rest of the day. And stay tuned because the men are going to rock it out there.
And we're going to see her this afternoon as well. Back to you guys.
Ali making it through that 38, not the great four ball.
But how on earth did she run that?
But that's kind of where that experience comes in on that 38. Again, never looked like really she was going to miss it. Just some kind of large bubbles here and there, just the ski not quite coming under the line with her on that 4, I believe. But getting a beautiful hookup out of 1. Little tail ridey at 2. Just really trying to show off that Syndicate Pro,
I guess.
Little on the back out of 3. And this is kind of where we all kind of took a little bit of a wince. Not the best for. The side angle makes skiing look much better. I swear it looked worse from the bone. But looking smooth out of 5. And she was back in it at 6. And nice and early through that finish. Beautiful pass there.
All right, then. Just enough time to tell you about Hobe Lake Ski Club, created by Ed Hickey and located close to Jupiter in South Florida. They claim they can cancel winter, so check them out. Do an internet search for Hobe Lake Ski Club. And one of our webcast sponsors here at TWBC, and we thank those cats very much indeed. Now, a discussion that I had with you a couple of days ago, Ali Nicholson traveled extensively around Europe, took some time out to do a little bit of exploring and stuff, but she's going to come in at 10.75 meters right now.
Let's see what she can do here. She's going to want to get a good start. Not a great one, but she's early out of it. Gets the 2. Come on, Ali. Let's see that 3. Go. Beautiful. Come on, go. Oh, just inside 4. Never, kind of very similar to Jamie there. Never really got moving in that pass. She started a little bit late out at 1 and then pulled very long into 2, which is a little bit of Ali's kind of signature style. She does like to go a little harder off the second side, but just getting a little aggressive into 2 and not quite getting the turn that she wanted. But coming in.
Pummeled number 1.
Yeah, that's a solid start. It's maybe not the one that she needs to get to run it, but I think she could have got to 4. She just needed a little better of a finish out of 2 and a much better finish out of 3. Similar thing there, just that loose line coming up. And again, maybe in the final we would see that little layout for that 4 ball, but today it's not necessary. Keeping herself safe, keeping herself in one piece. And let's take a look at this leaderboard. We have Regina in first with 5.5 at 39. Amazing score. I know she said she was a little miffed at her at letting go at 6 ball, but those kind of things happen. Whitney in second place with 5 at 39. Jamie Bull in third place with 4 at 39. Paige Rini, 3 at 39, tied with Ali Nicholson, 3 at 39. And then we move back into Elizabeth Montavon with a 4 at 38. Ali Garcia, 3 at 38, and Jill with a 2 at 38. And we are quickly just going to move into a commercial break because that is the end of our women. I was expecting more. I was ready for more, Tony. But head into a commercial break now, and we will see you guys later.
skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like, I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass? Why don't you just sign up for Float Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Try Match Play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
All right, then, welcome back. We've got the men's slalom skiing to come in just a moment, and I'm joined here by Mr. Flow Point Method himself there, Mr. Marcus Brown. How you doing, sir?
Good, Tony. Good. Good to see you, buddy.
And the leader after round one in the women's slalom event, multiple-time world championship, multiple-time world record holder, the one, the only, Regina Jaques. How you doing?
I'm great. I love skiing out there. It feels great, and excited to see what the guys can do.
Fantastic, fantastic. So, let's have a look at you, Regina.
Oh, good. I did want to see that.
Indeed, let's have a look. Okay, you're approaching to number one. What was on your mind at this point?
I was just really, trying to fill out the site here still. I knew there was a little bit of a tailwind that was picking up, and I just felt really great. I mean, my 3-ball definitely hooked up here. Can't really see it, but, I never felt like I wasn't in the pass, so to drop the handle like I did, I was kind of, all I could do was laugh.
Well, you came off number 5, and things were looking pretty peachy, and I was prepared to call this pass, but...
Well, that's what happened, I guess.
Yeah. Why you blaming me for that?
Yeah. Don't ever jinx me. Don't call it too soon.
Wait till she gets out the exit gate.
Yeah.
That's the rule.
Thanks.
Well, look, but 99.999% of the time, whenever Regina is in that position to get round buoy number 6 and she still has the handle in her hand.
I know. Well, that 0.1% got me.
Like a fraction of 1%.
I mean, you do things like that even in practice. You just kind of hope those moments are in practice, not in a tournament. Hopefully I got that out of the way and won't have any more mishaps the rest of the tournament here. But it's beautiful here. It skis so nice. This is my first time here at Hilltop. So happy to be here, and it's just gorgeous.
Okay, Mr. FPM, what was your assessment?
This your first time?
My first time here. Actually, I think I flew into Seattle, and I was like, I don't think I've ever flown in here.
It's chilly. It's a little colder than it is back down south.
Yeah, the humidity is 0 here.
My assessment was, she just needs to learn how to hang on to the handle. I don't know. That was really good skiing. That was some big scores by all the women that first round.
Yeah, deep 39. It goes to show, it skis really nice here. The only thing I could think of was to go talk to JT maybe about his clinchers or something.
They work, but you're going to lose about 1.5 inches on each side.
And I'm only 5'4", so I'll stick to my PKB gloves.
All right, then. A little bit of product placement being thrown left, right, and centre here. And amongst all of that, let me tell you about Wake House, an online water sports pro shop. You can find the products to suit your water sports needs by going to wakehouse.com. That is wakehouse.com. So, there's our starting list. There's Brandon Shipper about to take to the water. Haven't seen him too much out there on the pro circuit. Certainly not so much on the slalom event. But there you see Dave Wingerter and Adam Cord and Brenton Triplett. And the next 4, Regina, tell us who they are, starting with Stephen Island.
We got Stevie Island. So down skiing in West Palm Beach with Elizabeth Montavon, and then Martin Bartowski, CP or Chris Parish, and then Nick Adams. Good to see Nick Adams all the way over here. So I don't know if he went home or not in between World Games. And then I guess the next four are yours, Marcus.
Yep.
Yeah, we got Big Steve from Canada. Canada, eh? I haven't seen him for a while. We lost the list.
Okay.
All right,
well, let's go with this.
Yeah, Cole, another Canadian. Mr. Hazelwood, Benjamin Stadelbauer. Always love to watch him ski. Nate, John, Freddie, and Will. This is a pretty stacked. It's not the biggest field, but it's a stacked field. This is pretty much like the who's who of water skiing here this week.
Yes, indeed, and we'll pick up the other running order there at the top half between 10, 11, and 12.
Stevie.
Always exciting to see Adam Caldwell there.
Yep, Mr. Caldwell. It's going to be fun to watch him get out there.
He's always exciting.
Mr. Puzosi and Dane. It's going to be fun to watch.
Wow, yes, indeed, an absolute stacked field, and they're all getting prepared to ski, and we're going to have Brandon Shipper take to the water in just a short while. There's Wade Cox getting limbered up there. He'll be doing our post-performance interview and even pre-performance. But Mr. FPM, yourself, tell us a little bit about that.
Oh, it's just kind of trying to create a place, all in one place, where people can go and get a bunch of information about water skiing, whether it's fitness, nutrition, mindset, technical stuff. We're trying to build a community. We do some calls every 2 calls every month with our members. We do coaching through GiveGo, and we're just trying to Jenny and I are trying to take our years of experience and turn it into something that people can sink their teeth into and learn from.
And we'll learn a little bit more about the camps as well, but let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. Marcus, you got Regina there at the desk with you, and she's already been through this. And Marcus, I know you probably wish you could go through this, although it's one of those things that it's not the most fun to go through, but those nerves, those moments before you go out. We've got young man Brandon right here, shipper, sort of a jumper by trade. The next guy's Dave Wingerter. And I certainly can understand those pre-jittery nerves. The boat just did its final down and back, and we're getting ready to hook them up. And, we're going to keep you posted. Back to you guys.
Fantastic there, Wade. And just we're absolutely giddy at the prospect of getting with the men's slalom skiers in this competition. But you mentioned a little bit about FPM, your calls and stuff to your members and that kind of stuff. But you actually do some camps on occasion, don't you? With a few limited amount of athletes coming in.
Yeah. So at the moment we're doing camps at our place in California, Northern California, usually in the spring and early summer. But next year we're looking at going on the road again, kind of like we did with the face-to-face tour back in the day. So be on the lookout for that. Also, I have a question for Regina. So we just saw Brando there. He's a jumper, but he's out here slalom skiing. I want to know from you, nerves. On the dock getting ready to jump versus on the dock getting ready to slalom. Isn't there just way more nerves when you're getting ready to jump? Because, the consequences are just quite a bit higher. Or does it not work like that?
I don't really, or for me, I don't really think about it that way. You don't want to be sitting on the dock jumping and have nerves because you think of the potentials of all the things that could go wrong in jump, and what could happen. So the nerves are definitely, I think, a little more intense because I think subconsciously you can't get completely rid of it. But it's still different. There's still just nerves regardless on the slalom dock or jump dock. And then, for Brandon, I think he's more comfortable on the jump dock. So I think his nerves, if you ask him, are probably more intense on the slalom dock because this isn't his comfort zone. So I think he's probably got more nerves today than he would on the jump dock.
And of course, with jumping, you get 3 attempts. Yeah. Of course. There's that done.
That does help.
Yeah, but in slalom skiing, if you're in, you're done.
Yeah.
It's pretty cutthroat.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely. So we got Brandon Shipper. He's going to get ready to take to the water momentarily. And let's go through some of these skiers. You mentioned Brandon Shipper, but what about Dave Wingerter? He could be the potential dark horse. If things go completely his way.
Yeah, Dave's a unique individual in a lot of ways. He's very smart, very talented, also a great athlete. It's fun to see him competing out here because this is his home site. He's, runs kind of the HO Syndicate program, and he gets to kind of go out and put his ski on instead of his engineering cap. So it's fun. It's going to be fun to watch him out there.
And Regina, for someone in the position of Dave Wingerter, he's privy to a lot of information, a lot of technical stuff coming from skiers far and wide, from skiers like Will Asher and Rob Hazelwood and Benny Stadelbauer, all of that technical information going on inside your head.
That's awesome.
Trying to process all of that, is a real challenge, especially when it comes down to your own skiing.
Oh, I think it actually sometimes gets too much in your head, and you actually get in your own way. When you're out there, you kind of also have to quit thinking too much of what do I need to be doing to get my ski working to its best potential, and actually start thinking more about what am I doing on my ski. So it's almost a curse, too, to have that much technical knowledge in your brain, because it kind of gets to you. You have to find that balance, which it's hard.
And having a level of distraction and doing something else other than skiing is important as well. You've got the job that's probably the ultimate distraction away from skiing. Being a compound pharmacist. But I'll turn to you and ask you that same question. How important is it to kind of have another side to your personality? Rather than just skiing, that type deal.
I think Regina is a perfect example because she's the most dominant slalom skier, at least in women's slalom history, and she's got a career where she's able to put her heart and soul into something else that she went to school for. And I think back to her point about thinking. You can overthink slalom, especially. You can get too much in your head. If it's your only thing and that defines you as an individual, I believe you're kind of setting yourself up for failure. And she's branched out, she's diversified, and she's allowed herself to have something she can put her heart and soul into. She helps.
All right, then, and before Regina takes on the answer to that question, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, guys, here with Dane Meckler, and we're already smoking. First trip to the Pacific Northwest. Wow.
Yeah, first time here at Hilltop. I've had intentions to come the last couple of years, and last year I was hurt. Unfortunately, the year before that, ended up being in Europe. So really excited to be here. This place is insane. It's, as you have seen, it's absolutely perfect. There's no excuses out there. So
right, no, exactly. You're sort of feeling the vibe because that's what I talked about with Nick Adams. There's such a history of water skiing up here that as soon as I step off the plane up here, I'm already feeling it, and then everybody loves water skiing up here.
Yeah, it's nice. It's it's a whole different group of people, so we're excited to be here and hopefully ski good today. So I've been up to Borderline Lake once a long time ago, but that's the only other trip I've done up here. So yeah, pretty excited.
And he's already rocking the sponsors beanie, so we love that. Back to you guys.
All right, then, and back here with Regina Jaques and Marcus Brown now. We were in the process of asking you the question about having that kind of side career and that kind of stuff going forwards. How important is it for you as an athlete to kind of have that present?
I guess it depends on what day you ask me, honestly. Some days I'm just exhausted and I'm like, why can't I just ski? But I do think it is a great balance. I love what I do. I'm fortunate to have gone to school. I went to University of Louisiana Monroe for water skiing, and it led open to doors for pharmacy school, and now I have my own compounding pharmacy, Emerald Coast Compounding, and I get to work with my family, my sister, our team that we have at the store is great. They're very supportive, and they've learned, I guess, the water skiing sport, and they understand the passion that I have for both fields. So it's just important, too, for the surrounding environment that I have, that they understand how important skiing is for me and also how important pharmacy is.
All right, and they're probably in the process of taking their first coffee break right now with you on the on the monitors and stuff. So this is probably going to be your best chance to say hey to all of the folks at Emerald Coast Compounding, right?
That's right. Well, we're closed.
Oh, you're closed today?
Oh, yeah. Saturday and Sunday closed. That's ski days.
All right, then. Okay, that's putting the priorities in perspective. Yeah, that is the perfect balance, Yeah. You mentioned you're from Louisiana Monroe. I'm from Louisiana Lafayette, and Marcus Brown is Chico State?
Chico State Wildcats.
Yeah.
There you go.
Come on.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of collegiate water ski presence, including with our first skier, This is Brandon Shipper, a skier out of Louisiana Monroe. So already a favorite in Regina Jaques' eyes.
Did you see him come around the island? He was looking for a ramp. I didn't see him.
No. And he only has one ski on.
Exactly.
Okay, that should be a timely reminder of what he's into right now. This is 13-meter start, minimum start in line length, of course, for our men skiers.
And then I don't know if anybody even mentioned this, but we have a good group of guys here. They're going to be battling it out, but there's $500 extra on the line for whoever has the biggest crash.
Or just holds onto that handle unnecessarily long.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Biggest crash?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it's the biggest crash because they don't want any ties.
Absolutely. All right, then. Just a quick reminder about the TWBC podcast. Check that out on Spotify, on Apple Podcasts, and the rest. The latest 2 episodes featured Jill Knutson. Had a nice little conversation with her, reminiscing back to the late 90s and early part of the 2000s on her skiing career and the 8-year hiatus that she took before she got back into the sport. And also had a little chat with Rob Hazelwood as well, and he actually reminded me a little bit about the ski and an extracurricular balance as well, especially when it comes to traveling to places in Europe, where you ski at a tournament, that kind of thing, but you gotta be able to at least soak up the surrounding areas and enjoy what was going on, because as you rightly said, Marcus, if everything is all about the skiing, then it's extremely detrimental.
You're missing something.
Absolutely, and Rob Hazelwood got into that a little bit on the TWBC podcast. Check it up on Spotify. Here we go. This is Brandon Shipper. This is 12 minutes. Oh, big slide on number 1.
He's strong. Don't worry.
Oh, bigger slide on number 3. He's got to control that, and that is his offside turn on his 135. He just about makes it on 35 off, and there were a couple of scary moments there.
Yeah, Brandon, though, it doesn't surprise me. He's one of the strongest guys I know in the sport. He works out quite hard, a lot of CrossFit. He's very talented. Obviously shows in jump, and you see right there in slalom it also works too. If you have a little extra strength and you get out of position, you can hang on to it.
And, I mean, Brandon Shipper built like an interior linebacker out there. Probably not the best shape for slalom skiing, but I tell you what, in at least 1 or 2 instances around there, I think he was, definitely grateful that he had enough strength in reserve to get that pass done, Regina.
Yeah, I mean, he also has very good awareness of where he's at too. You can tell. I mean, a lot of the times he was getting in deep in those turns, but he was very balanced and always got right back over his ski. So, I mean, that just goes to show too, just his natural talent that he has as being an athlete all around.
And probably Jamie Bull has been in the boat a time or two looking at over his slalom skiing as well. As we take a look at the brand new Syndicate slalom ski, the Works 01, and that will designed by Will Asher, and it will be in stores very, very soon. Here we go. This here is Brandon Shipper. Tries to bleed off a little bit of speed into his gate shot into number 1. Take it away, Marcus.
He's looking a little deep out of 2, but I think if he stays...
Oh.
Yeah, he got pulled forward a little bit there. I think he came off the handle early into 3, and sometimes that happens if you load a little hard out of the previous buoy. I know Regina's aware of that. She's one of the best at not doing that, but I know when it's you're the first skier off the dock, it's a little hard to stay calm. Not a bad one. He fell back a little out of 2 and fell into the turn, and you see right here at 3, he starts to get pulled right there at the backside of the buoy, and he wasn't able to keep the ski in the water.
All right, and it's going to be 2 1/2 there now. Rocking back a little bit onto his gate shot there into buoy number 1, which might have upset his balance there, Regina.
A little bit, but he handled it nice. It was really this 2 ball that got him. Once he rocked back, he just ended up generating too much speed into 3, and that was the reason his ski just couldn't hang into the water anymore. So, good skiing. I mean, he did a good job for his first off the dock, and he still got the next round.
Let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm here with JT. Got quite the little gangster look going here, man, and kind of like a home away from home, right? It's almost like Travers Northwest for you.
Yeah, totally. Been up here for 5 or 6 years doing these events, and the whole family, the Gordon's family, the whole ski club here does such a great job. It's hard to not come back, you know, and it's beautiful. We don't have trees like this in Florida and grass and everything like this, so it's fun to be here.
Well, no, let's talk about that some more, Gordon and Matt. Thank you guys so much. Every time I turn off the main road out there of 67th onto Hilltop Road and you start climbing up, it almost sort of gives you goosebumps because, man, this is a special place in the world of water skiing.
Yeah, totally. On the water is amazing, but off the water, just the grass. I joke around. I'm like, man, they must have paint. They must be painting this grass. But, yeah, they treat us like home, and it's amazing.
Well, we're enjoying it. You can tell, sort of our home away from home. And thanks again, Gordon and Matt, and back to you guys.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the viral quote of the year. They don't have trees like this in Florida.
Well, he could be an arborist, and we don't know it. He's not these type of trees. They have trees just not like this. Also, I don't know about painting the grass, but did you hear that?
Yeah,
exactly. The grass.
Who does
This
that?
is a lot of grass, too, to keep maintained. He does a fabulous job.
Absolutely. You'd have to go to a golf course to find grass this green and luscious. But anyway, let's continue on. This is Dave Wingerter, the VP of HO Sports, which also encompasses the Syndicate brand, and skiing on that new Will Asher design, the Works. 30-meter start. Oh, nicely done off buoy number 2.
Looking pretty good.
Like what's going on there with that ski, and Regina, I mean, a 30-meter start and made it look as simple as can be.
Yeah, I mean, I was just actually kind of not watching him. I was watching more the ski. But it looks great. That ski's staying down. Both sides look really symmetric. I think it's awesome that, you know, he's done such a great job with his team, the Team Syndicate, and then also just being that he skis as well. Just such a cool thing to see. You know, we had that with Good and with Dave Good skiing, and you know, it's a unique situation to have. But you know, him skiing on the pro tour here with his guys, that's very, very awesome to see. I like it, and that ski looks great.
And I mean, Marcus Brown, I mean, you've had some serious input over the years with HO, with Syndicate brand, I mean, and it's led up to the creation of this new ski. It takes about a little over a year, closer to 18 months, to design a ski and actually to put it to market, doesn't it? Around about that time.
It takes a while. It takes longer than you'd think, and every brand does it a little bit differently. But in the end, you're definitely. It definitely takes longer than you think. And we'll talk about it more after Dave's. This is 35, a little bit of a tailwind, I think, on the second pass.
A little bit of a tailwind, a 6-kilometer tailwind. We're using the metric system here, folks. Here we go. This is Dave Wingerter. Looking strong. Round the first few buoys, and 35 off like he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, again, his home site.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think he does help run this event, so that's a bit hard. But I think he's amped just to get out there and ski and get to brush shoulders with the rest of these guys.
All right, and the shoulders there of Will Asher getting ready for his turn out there. Will Asher, the designer of that new Works slalom ski, and I mean over the seasons, you know, he's designed and redesigned a whole bunch of skis there for the HO Syndicate brand, and continues to do so. He's currently on the lead of the Pro Tour standings. He's attended almost every single event in Europe and many tournaments beforehand. That's Will Asher. And Dave Wingerter now getting ready for 11.25 meters. Now, what are the main things between the two of you, Regina and Marcus, that happens between 35 and 38? Because it goes from having just enough rope to get around the buoys to having not enough rope to stretch out to the buoy's width.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, it's kind of more like a physics equation, but your pendulum is definitely different once you switch over, you know, even for the people that are watching at home, you know, 28 and 32 are one thing, then they go to 35, it's a different set, and now 38 is, and unfortunately that
didn't work out for him. But it's a different swing that you have to learn how to ride the line at that shorter rope length. And that's, at home with everybody watching, that's where everybody kind of gets stuck. You can't keep doing the same gait at 28 off when you start going to 32, and that goes the same from 35 to 38. It's a different swing. It's a different pendulum that you get put on.
And what about you, Marcus?
Yeah, I mean, you see here, Dave obviously didn't do what he wanted to do, what he was hoping to do. But you do see the effects of what happens as you shorten the rope. And this, like Regina said, people at home watching, this happens between 15 and 22 off, between 22 and 28. As you get to your toughest pass, whatever that toughest pass is, you tend to get ski into slack. That tends to be the mistake. And at 38, this becomes the line length where you actually have to figure out how to turn the ski. It's not going to necessarily happen for you, but you have to set things up. And that separates the men from the boys or the women from the girls, I think, 38 off.
And I mean, for those of you that are watching this event and are probably rather new to slaloming, tournament waterski slaloming, and we're watching the very best of the best here, and they're riding skis at like the higher echelon of the ski range for each of their respective companies. But, if you're shopping for a slalom ski for the first time, if you've learned how to ski, you've managed to create a few turns, you've gone through the slalom course, now you're looking for something a little bit beefier. I mean, what should you be looking out for?
Well, obviously I think you want a ski that's forgiving, stable. It does some things for you automatically, has a big sweet spot. And it depends on the speed that you're skiing, and it depends on the rope lengths that you're skiing, obviously. But I think we've kind of proven that high-performance skis, like the skis that these guys and girls are skiing on, can serve a pretty broad demographic, all the way down to 30 miles an hour, 15 off, if you choose. So really, you got to get your feet on different skis. That's what I tell people. But obviously, we have some of the best designers here. On site, whether it's Will Asher or it's this next guy right here.
Which is a fantastic segue, because our next skier on the water is Adam Cord, who is one of the main forces behind the design of the Denali slalom ski. Now, you talk about regular slalom skis across different companies. This thing is something else there, Regina.
Yeah, they've done really well, taken off with the Denali, and I've actually seen, at regionals, nationals, there were quite a few of the Denali skis out there, and kind of like we were saying, on the broad spectrum, and people are skiing really great with them, and you can tell it's also pretty forgiving as far as the ski goes from what I've seen, just watching, at the latest nationals that we've had.
And I mean, from the reaction that I get from a number of skiers that actually tried that ski, and we'll discuss that in length right after we check in with Wade's World.
Okay. Hey guys, here with Brandon Shipper, and first time at Syndicate at Hilltop. So how'd it go out there?
It was fun. It's good to be here out at Hilltop. Heard a lot about this place. Lives up to the hype. I'll be a little more settled second round. I was a little, I don't know, felt twitchy out there for me, so I'll settle it down and be good next round.
So what adjustments do you have in mind between first, second round?
So I felt my ski biting a little on my offside, so I was kind of backed off, not really being too aggressive, I guess. So I'll just kind of make sure to stay balanced through my offside turn. Ski will come around and probably run 41, I guess. I don't know. We'll see.
All right, I like it, man. We're gonna see as well this afternoon. Back to you guys.
Humorous to the last. Okay, so far as discussing a little bit more about the ski that Adam is riding on. I mean, he's designed it and everything. But the reaction that I get from a lot of skiers that actually tried that ski is that it tends to pivot more than turn in the traditional sense of the word.
Yeah, I think what you've seen them do with their ski design is they've been able to create a ski that kind of does a more automatic rotation through the finish of the turn. That's one of the most visible
seeing that on his
things.
135 right now.
Yeah. And this is his home side as well. Adam moved here, 3 years ago maybe? And he's been skiing here as well. So that's his home site, and he's looking pretty comfortable out there on the water.
And I mean, how much of an advantage is that truly? Because I mean, the top skiers have come in. I mean, Regina is the perfect example. She hasn't didn't see the site before until yesterday. Probably hasn't practiced, and yet she's in the lead.
Intrusion of personal space.
I think it's both. I think it depends on the skier. Because I know some skiers who ski at their home site in tournaments, and it's really hard for them, too much pressure. I know some skiers who absolutely love skiing at their home site. And Regina's obviously a veteran, so she could probably show up, with no sleep from a red eye and do pretty damn well no matter where she's skiing.
Oh, but, I do, going back to, the ski, the Denali, or just any ski in general, when you're looking and you're trying to figure out what works best for you, you almost want to think about what your weak point is, and then go from there, because there's so many different skis. If it's a turn, maybe the Denali's better, because it is pivoting really well. If it's, speed and getting across the course, there's the HO, there's the Good. There's so many brands out there. It's almost better to, almost like, Marcus said, you got to try them all and see what's going to make your weak link your strong point.
And yes, indeed, certainly a good idea to visit your local pro shop to get an idea of what each ski brand can do from a wide selection. Yes, we do have a new leader. Look at that! And just like that, it's a 6-buoy count, 11.25 meters, and getting ready for 39.5 off, 10.75 meters for the next run. Now, what were his keys to success on this one, Marcus?
Well, for starters, this is a pass that he can run pretty easily. He didn't have the best start, but he stays calm. He's pretty connected to the handle all the way out. He's got a huge 2-4. Adam's one of the strongest skiers around. He's been doing it for decades. And you see, kind of doesn't get too frazzled, gets a big 4 here, and is able to kind of safety turn 5. And he fell off the back a little, but it's not that big of a deal. He's plenty early for 6.
His 2-4 is, I guess I've just never really seen it through this angle. It's just amazing how he can keep everything balanced and centered.
All right, then on dockside, we got a relatively new pro, Brenton Triplett. We'll get to see him ski in just a moment or so. There on the dock, and then getting a little bit of support there from Mr. Doan himself. But we still have unresolved issues with Adam Cord. He's going to come back in at 39.5 off, and I've actually seen him run through this pass on a number of occasions right here at Hilltop. Let's see what he can do here and now.
He's going to need a good start.
Oh,
little tail slide at 1.
I surprised him.
Look at this.
Yeah,
he's still there.
Uh-oh, he got slow out of 4. Didn't have enough space to turn 5. He was in it, and that 4-ball you saw right there, he just hesitated for a moment, did not get the ski rotated, fell off the back of it slightly, and that's enough. But 5, that's a new lead by like 9 buoys right now.
Yeah, not looking bad at all, Adam Cord. And it all starts off with the gate shot and coming into his offside, but still managed to get the ski rotated round, even though his body position was a little bit behind the 8-ball.
Yeah, still you can tell he's somewhat confident.
Just got trouble right here.
Pulled a little long in the 4 maybe, but hard to see what he did at 4 from that angle. But
that's definitely 5.
He's definitely going to be. I think he's going to be somewhat stoked with that. Obviously wanted to run it, but
still a great score. And he's for his home site. I don't know what his expectations were going into it today, but great score, and for the first round, and he's got the lead, so that's always a good start to go with. Be beating your seed
for sure. For sure, that was a big 2.
Gosh, that was.
Told you this dude's strong.
It's just right in here, just a little slack out of 3, and then just not reacting enough into 4.
Just looking at this again, and with our exclusive TWBC buoy cam, and just taking a look at his approach round number 5. Gets to the wakes afterwards, he establishes the lead, and now our next skier getting ready to chase it down on 30 meters. This is Brenton Triplett. Round 1 and 2 looking in decent shape out there at 30 meters. He too on the Denali slalom ski, and with that, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Mr. Adam Cord, our leader on the dock, and kind of a cool deal. This your home site?
Yeah, absolutely. It's easy for me. It's about 40 minutes from my house, and I train here all the time. This is where I ski year-round, so it feels good out there.
So I heard you say as you're getting out of the water, you're a little frustrated, so tell us what happened.
Well, anytime you get 5 on any pass, even if it's a short, you're going to be frustrated. I didn't have a great start at 39 there, but I came off 2, and I was like, okay, I'm good enough to run it. Got it at 3, I thought I was good enough to run it, and then I just didn't get clean out of 4, and I had to just stand up. So frustrated. I'm happy because that's the best I've ever skied at this event. Frustrated because it's 5.
All right, well, we're going to maybe see if we can clean that up this afternoon. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Wade. As we have a look on dockside, it's Stevie Island about to take to water. Brenton Triplett is already out there having skied through the initial pass of 30 meters to get things up and running. And so far, so good. Brannon Shipper got 2.5. So did Dave Wingerter. And they're currently in a 2-way tie for second place after 3 skiers. Here comes Brendan Triplett. Over to you, Regina.
Oh, I was just laughing at Adam's comment, mad that he got 5 at 39. But it's just such a skier comment, You're never quite happy with where you are. Even if it's a PB, you're like, but I was skiing so good, I should have gotten one more. It's just such a skier comment. But that was, great pass there, and he's getting set in. Where is he from?
I'm not really too sure.
I'm not sure, but last time I saw him ski was 3 or 4 years ago at America's Cup, and he ran 39. So I know he's capable of some big scores.
All right, let's go dockside with Wade.
Last year, first Syndicate Hilltop, and you made the final. So good feeling?
Yeah, I love skiing here. It's almost like you're too early sometimes. You're so early at this place. The water's beautiful. The drivers are amazing. Everything's set up spot on. So excited to hopefully make the finals again.
So practice right Thursday?
Yeah. Kind of flew in from home, England. So it was a pretty long flight. Whacked my ski on the dock. It was good. Again, everything feels amazing, and that's always the goal to get out there first set and hopefully just kind of feel things out a little bit, hopefully get a nice score through 41, but we'll see, I guess.
We're going to see with him this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, from having absolutely no information on Brenton Triplett whatsoever to having a whole slew of it, he comes to us out of Burton in Michigan. His best score this season is 2 at 10.25 meters. Which is 41 off. Let's have a look and see what he does at 11.25 meters, which is 38.
He's already behind here. He's going to need to kind of get back in.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
How on earth?
Strong. He is very strong.
Strong like bull.
He stayed calm. He didn't have the best 1 or 2, but he stayed calm. And then I think Tony's cheer helped him out at 3-ball or 4-ball, whatever that was.
I mean, a little separated, and then he just kind of gets further and further behind, but he is very strong.
Absolutely. I mean, he came across number 2. He just got a little bit down course here off 2-ball, and then got even more separated on number 3, and things just really started to go sideways in a hurry. And then he went into
Rayleigh.
Yeah, he went in for the aerial edge change.
But that's a veteran move. That's a veteran move to be able to kind of deal with that, especially at 38 off or shorter. He didn't panic. He just stayed chill at 4, rode the skis.
Got over his ski.
Yep.
And it turned, and he was back in it.
All right,
then he looked stressed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's just chilling out a little bit. Currently 8th on the Waterski Pro Tour standings. You see our lake temperature, the wind, the barometric pressure, and all of that kind of stuff.
What happened to that temperature number? I was looking for sun today, and now
I was looking for warmer.
Shivering.
It's actually getting cooler.
I thought it was warming up just a little bit.
I don't think
Maybe
so. My feet are cold.
All right.
All right, this is the pass. We got a leader at 5-ball. I know he's going to want to take that lead and want to run that, but not the best one. Slow out of 2.
He's hanging
still
in
there,
there.
though. That gets around number 3, and that puts him in second place right now.
You see, he kind of did the same thing at 3 that he did at 1. He just did it a little bit more at 3, and it's a situation of falling off the back of the ski a little bit too much into loose line.
I think it's coming in from his
gate
right there, and then also once he's in that edge change, he gets so separated and rocks back.
He's still able to set himself up for a decent 2.
Yep.
But same thing at 2. A little too much momentum maybe and skiing into loose line. It's a rhythm thing like Regina was saying. Once you get to 38 and shorter, you're kind of trying to ski a rhythm with the boat. And if you can't find that rhythm, if you overshoot the swing, you have too much energy into the next buoy, you can't turn behind the boat without getting slack.
Mm-hmm. Just looking at him one more time, just barreling in on buoy number 1, which was his onside turn. But even with the onside, still generating slack into the turn, Regina, and was unable to recover effectively, at least. But he gets her 3 buoys at 10.75, and with that, let's check in with Wade's World on dockside.
Oh no, he's going to get it. Hey, here with CP, the tower. You ready?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. We had a great practice ride Thursday night, and, man, everything feels great and ready to go.
Good to be here, right?
Oh, the Hilltop Pro-Am is, the best, so it's great. It feels good, yeah.
All right, back to you guys. We're having fun.
All right, then, the thundering tower of power. That was Chris Parish. Now, here's Stephen Ireland, who has seen his stock rise in the last few record tournaments there, Marcus.
Yeah, I mean, Stevie's been coming on. I saw, was it Lake 38? He skied quite well.
Yeah, he got 5 at 39 on that one.
Yeah, and then he's run some scores into 41 off at some record events this year. And it's really cool to see. I know he's been chasing it for a while, and it's fun to see him out there, again, rubbing elbows with the big boys.
And Regina, I mean, it's one thing to be able to go out there and go into like a backyard record capability tournament and produce scores into 41 off or 10.75 or even some of the passes before it. Quite another when you've got half a dozen or approaching a dozen of the world's best skiers trying to chase you down.
Yeah, and I mean, he stands on the dock with them, and like Marcus said, at Lake 38 Pro-Am, he put up the score and went out, ran 5.5 at 39, and that's a big score. That puts pressure on those guys. They've got to get through it. It's not a give-me pass at that line length. So awesome to see. I know he's been working hard. He skis down in West Palm with Chet Rayleigh a lot. Ski's looking great. He's on the good, and he's just getting everything put together. I think he's starting to kind of understand, everything about the sport. So I like to see that he's, coming and doing all these pro events and getting on the dock, rubbing elbows, like you said, with the big boys.
Yes, and he'll be getting married in about 42 days to Elizabeth Montavon. So there's that to factor into the equation. Here we go. This is Stephen Ireland, 12 meters, looking strong.
Very strong skier.
And a good solid effort. Yeah, looked like a solid pass. Didn't look particularly perturbed on each of those turns. Now, what I've tended to notice a little bit more when I've seen many of these pros go out there is they don't mind if they run down course a little bit after each turn. But then once they get back behind the boat, they provide just that little bit of resistance to stay on top of the course. So with the initial passes, at least, although it may actually look like they're running down course, they are seriously putting some hurting on the boat to keep them going with the pass, Marcus.
Yeah, I mean, I would tend to agree to a certain extent. I do think that sometimes first round of an event like this, you try to feel it out. You're feeling out the lake, you're feeling out the boat, and so I do feel like maybe these guys are just a little bit more kind of conservative this first round than they'd like to be. But as they get into each new pass, that's what experience gives you, the ability to turn it up as you get to 38, 39, 41.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, the first round too, these guys have a cut. There's 24 of them or something. We're only taking the 8 best of the 2 round scores. So as much as you want to do this as almost a practice round and feel it out, once you get going you kind of only get that in your first 2 passes, because now it's a must run 38. Our leader is 5 at 39. So it's going to be into 41. So now it's kind of, all right, I got to step my game up, and my experience now has to come into play, because I don't get to practice this anymore.
Yeah, and got a very vital turn on buoy number 4 on that particular run. That was Stephen Island on 11.25 meters, and just really sucked his knees up and just allowed that ski to attain angle going across the boat and be in good shape for the last third of the course, Marcus.
Yeah. So as far as Stevie goes, I do see kind of what you're talking about here in the replay. You can watch at home, but one thing he does do is he is quite patient, especially on his offside turns 1, 3, and 5, and he kind of waits for things to happen. Then he starts to load the rope. I do think the future Stevie in the next 1, 2, 3 years is going to be turning sharper, and he's going to be loading earlier before center line. That's my prediction, and he's going to be running mid to deep 41 off by doing that. Right now, I think he's still trying to field out. He's so strong, and he gets the work done, but he gets it done a little late, in my opinion, and that pushes him ever so slightly later at each buoy.
Further down course.
Do you think that change comes about more by being more physically adept to this level, or a ski change, or a ski or equipment?
I think it's a combo. Obviously,
I don't feel like it's I'll interject. I don't think it's a ski change or a ski move or anything. I think that's experience. I think that's 138s and 39s under your belt, and then you get comfortable, and now you start, okay, I can play with this and see, and then you get a more aggressive approach with it.
And I think to get to that point, a shorter path would be to be able to brush shoulders with people who are experienced and who know some of the technical elements, which he does, to be able to say, okay, am I aiming at the right things in my training? And if you can aim at better thoughts, concepts, ideas, when you go ski, each set's more valuable, and you get more done on each set. So to your point, it's about reps ultimately. You get in the feel.
And being, like you said, sitting there, rubbing shoulders, being in the boat, skiing with other people that are at that level or above you, because you've got to do that. You got to be in that environment.
We have a gate review going on? Is that what?
Yes, I believe there is a gate review. We don't have the result of that gate review quite yet. All right, let's check in on dockside.
Kenny Stadelbauer, and were you having a little nap?
Yeah, we got to the lake early, got the skiers meeting done, watched the girls ski, and then just laid down for a little bit, and make sure you got all the energy for on the water.
So you've skied here a ton, had some great results. What's your mindset going in?
Yeah, just try to enjoy it, run some good passes and take it as far as I can. I really enjoy skiing here. I really enjoy being up here, especially in the middle of the summer, coming from Florida. It's just refreshing. Hopefully not too refreshing, but it's just a beautiful sight and a really good atmosphere out here.
Well, enjoy your ski ride. We're going to see him out there soon. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Here comes the Stevie Island coming back.
So
no gate on 11.25 meters, unfortunately, there. So
that's gut-wrenching.
That's cutthroat. That's what's really tough about slalom is there's no breaks at all. You miss your gates, and even if it's by an inch, and it's game over.
So his final score is going to be 0 at 11.25 meters, which basically translates to 6 at 12 meters or a 35 off. Now, going forwards, how does Stephen reset here?
Well,
it's going to be probably first off the dock.
Experience, yeah. But you got to put it out of your mind. You got to go out and just lay it all out. Not worry about it. You can't now at this point.
All right, then. So now our next skier to take to the water. A skier, a well-experienced athlete coming to us out of the nation of Slovakia, but is a resident here in the United States and has been for quite a while. It's going to be Martin Bartowski. And Regina, you've worked, you've seen him ski over the last few seasons and know what he's capable of doing. And tell us a little bit more about.
Yeah, no, Martin, I actually went to school with Martin in ULM at University of Louisiana Monroe, 3-eventer. Now I believe he's just slaloming. He does live out on the West Coast side, so this is not too big of a travel for him. He did work at the Good Factory for a while, so he is very in tune with the knowledge as well of what's underneath his feet. Now he's riding the KD ski, and very, very unique because he's not that tall compared to all the rest of the guys, so having to use a lot of his 3-event background to be controlled on that ski, and he looks great.
All right, we'll discuss a little bit more about Martin Bartowski in a moment. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey, so unfortunate, guys here with Steven Island, sorry, but tell us what happened.
Well, I got my gate cut at 38. So it's tough, but there's 2 rounds for a reason. So hopefully just be able to go out there. I mean, I didn't get a practice round. We were working all week, so we just got here last night. And so I got to feel out the water a little bit, only 3 passes, but hey, it is what it is. So I'll have to go out next round and try and take it down.
Yeah, so you've skied here before, though. You skied here last year. So any changes you might be thinking, though, for between first and second round for those at home?
You know, my 32 off, you probably noticed, was a little rough, but 35, 38 felt pretty solid. So honestly, I don't think a change is necessary. Just go through the gate this time.
All right. Yeah, coming from the man here. We'll see him this afternoon. Back to you guys.
That's down-home Texas simplicity right there.
Very much so.
Well, it sounds like he's going to be able to get that out of his head pretty easy.
All right, then. So, a skier on the water, Martin Bartowski. Now, you've probably noticed, Regina, and you've skied with him a fair while over the last few years, that he's kind of shed off a little bit of weight. Not intentionally, though, because he just recovered off 2 bouts of COVID, and it's left him in this physical state, which he's still trying to recover from.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that can really affect you. Bummer that he's had it twice. But healthy, back on his ski, and, that'll just be time where he gets, healthier and get his muscle mass back and be able to really attack it. But sometimes it doesn't hurt to be light on your ski, so it may surprise him.
All right, Marcus, address that.
Yeah, well, as far as light on the ski goes, I talked about this with Zane last week at Nationals. I feel like skiers like Martin, like Regina, like Whitney, 3-event skiers with a history of 3-event skiing, I think helps quite a bit, specifically trick skiing, in my opinion, because you learn how to ride over your front foot. And in slalom, with a fin, you can really develop some bad habits with pushing on the back of the ski at the wrong times, riding the back of the ski, trusting the fin. Martin's a good example of somebody who usually is riding the ski centered, balanced, and efficient.
Yep, I agree. I think the jump gives you the strength and the aggression. The tricking gives you the flexibility, but also the control of edge-to-edge control, being over your ski, just knowing where you're at in relation to where your ski is. And so you do see that 3-event background does come into play, especially later, as you get older, you almost have to kind of just go to one event, and you can see that's paying off for a lot of the 3-eventers.
And for those that continue to apply their trade across 3 events, it also provides a level of distraction. You may not have the best trick set, but hey, guess what? You can always go back out on the silent course and absolutely crush it.
That's true.
Here we go. 11 point. There we go. That is 11.25 meters. Skiing with A2, and now we're going to go into the discussion about zero off settings in just a moment.
Oh no. He's looking too good. Why do we need to talk about zero off?
Well,
he's doing that amended one-hand gate, and he just ran a pretty clean 38 off.
So. Yeah,
that was probably our best 38 off so far today.
He looked calm.
Looking in very, very good shape, as a matter of fact. And here is our graphic.
Your version, your amended one-handed gate.
Amended one-handed gate.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
I would like to understand your
We
thoughts.
can talk about that later. But I did want to see that zero-off graphic. So, Regina, what do you run for zero-off settings? Did you change it?
Not usually, no. I'm going to usually be a B1, maybe a B2. And
Okay.
I kind of stay standard with my letter and maybe change the number 1 or 2, just kind of depending on the power of the boat.
Yeah.
But I feel like if we have this conversation, we might end up in circles.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
But it's okay.
Because when you started being a pro, which was early 2000s,
I don't even know if we had pre-gates when I started skiing.
No. or perfect pass, or anything else, or AccuSki at that point. So
Yeah.
you skied under various guises, hand driving,
Yeah.
perfect pass.
So did Marcus.
And that as well. So zero off is certainly a welcome addition. And
It is and it isn't. I mean, yes, it is. But, you've got to also learn how to use that with the boat and the power of the boat, because it's going to win every day if you go against it.
Look at this off number 2 at 10.75 meters.
Looking pretty clean.
Off.
Oh, he's a little slow out of 4.
We
He's
got to
going to
quit
need a big
jinxing these guys.
5.
He's round. Oh, and goes.
Wow.
After the gates. That's when you can say we've run the pass.
I didn't say a thing going into buoy number 6.
One of you
You've
two
got to
opened your
realize
mouth
the
a little too
difference with
early.
that.
He was looking so good.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
He had the 5 he needed, and he just, I don't know, Regina kind of did something out there earlier, I think, at 6 ball.
And it's skiing so good, so I don't know what's going on. But great gate in 1. He didn't look like that would have happened. I would never have said that. That was good skiing. Kind of get a little bit in trouble here, but nothing that I never thought he was out of the pass.
Just kind of ended up on the same place on that ski after each of those 2, 4, 6 side turns.
He got pulled forward a little bit, but he was fine. I think he just kind of relaxed a little bit.
I don't know what's going on at that buoy.
And that does go to show.
I don't like that buoy right now.
Does go to show you that 6 buoy is not something you should be
Take
take lightly or be complacent.
I'm pulling long to that buoy next round.
All right then. So between Regina and Martin, same score.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leader score right now. Hey, so speaking of experience, we were talking earlier about, veterans versus kind of like the newcomers. This guy, I think, he's probably been skiing professionally. What was that?
He's been skiing professionally since 1996.
96, yeah. Same year as me. So that's almost 30 years.
It's so cool to see him out here.
Still doing it.
And I still always remember he still looks the same. Like, how is this fair? He's so tall.
I know. He makes it look so easy.
And he can actually afford to actually run down course a little bit, at least for his opening few passes, and still get that ski underneath him and go cross course and be early. And with that, let's check in with Wade.
And he's sorry, was a little early. Sorry, here with Brent Triplett, making his first appearance in the Pacific Northwest, as many are, from Michigan. Hey, you enjoying your time?
Oh, it's been great. I got out here Thursday. It was super hot. It was nice. It's been kind of chilly in the Midwest, but it's been great. I've really enjoyed it. It's nice to see some mountains around. Don't get to see those very often, so it's been good.
And how was your ski ride, and any changes for second round?
It was okay. I was a little nervous. I don't get to pro events too often, but it was good. It was a good set to settle in. I think I can definitely improve, get a better start at 39, be a little stronger behind the boat, and I think I can knock it down next set.
All right, we're cheering for him. Back to you guys.
All right, then, and thanks a lot, Wade, celebrating 34 years of being a member of the HO Sports family, and great to have the benefit of his experience and knowledge and insight going forward. As we look out and see a skier who definitely has tons of experience to draw upon.
I love seeing that he skis the exact same as when, he was 16 years old.
Exactly the
That's
same.
That's amazing.
Really smooth. I'm curious to see who had the longest professional career. Probably Karen now, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Karen Trullo would definitely be up there.
Pretty nice 35 off.
Yep. He still has no offside.
Yeah.
He didn't have it in 96, and he still didn't have it. He just turns perfect on every buoy.
Fantastic skiing there from Chris Parish. It just looks so smooth and so easy. But I mean, both of you will probably attest to the fact that there is a lot more going on under the ski. It's it's tip of the iceberg type deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my kind of recent theory is if you see people and they look really smooth and still, that doesn't mean they're not moving around, but it means they're moving around at the exact right times to actually ride the ski properly, and that's what I think I see CP doing. He's very still looking, but he's making moves at the right time in the rhythm with the boat. That's decades of experience and knowledge, and it's fun to watch. Fun to see him out here.
I agree. And, he's in control. He looks like he's skiing slower than anybody that we've seen skiing so far. So he is working in the right spots. It's not that, you get often, you make it look so easy. Well, it really isn't. We're working really hard. It's just you're working in the right spots. And, he's doing that out there. But that's what he's always been so consistent at. And that's why he's had such a long career, and also why he's been able to not have as many injuries through his career as well, I think.
All right, then continuing right along and check out the online training and nutritional programs that are trusted by many of the pros in the sport. That is New Dimensions, located next to the Millennium Mall in Orlando. And also check out B Playfield as well. And be sure to download those apps, bplayfield.com, and both the Google Play Store and also the Apple Store as well. Not too sure what's happening behind us.
I think he asked for a potty break or something.
Yeah, he's been skiing since 1996. Give him a couple extra seconds.
All right, we'll be back right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right. I think we figured it out, Tony.
It's the pickle.
Pickle. This is 39. What do you say? 10, wait. No, it's 38. Sorry, 11.25. My bad. I'm getting excited.
All right, then. So now it's, what is it? It is 11.
They all look the same with him. So
They do.
All right, 38.
Okay. Nice and out wide. A little bit of a long pause there between passes.
Got his heart rate down.
Yeah, indeed.
Looking smooth again.
And just has that self-assuredness about running.
Really good pass.
Running that pass 11.25 meters. A lot of people that are relatively new to slalom game are stressing left, right, and center about how to get that ski whipped round, how to get an early start for the wakes. But he can ski long on each turn and still make the turns and make the pass.
Yeah, I think one thing I get from what you were just saying, Tony, is most skiers are better than they actually ski because they overthink it. And if you just trust your moves, you know, that's what experience gives you, the ability to trust your moves. And that's kind of what you see with CP is he trusts his moves, and then things kind of fall into place. The more you can get your head out of the way when you're on the water, usually the better your scores end up being.
Well, fantastic skiing. I mean, he's skiing almost as good now as he used to at the height of his career in the latter part of the 1990s, early part of the 2Ks. You know, he's done pretty much everything short except win a world championship title. He's performed a world record on at least a couple of occasions, and CP out there. I mean, he's enjoying life. He enjoys more about what he does now. I mean, with a total contrast to where he was in the
He's
late
having
90s.
fun.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they call it, don't they? Yes.
Fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
39, 10.75.
Rocking and rolling. Let's see what he's got. Needs to start, though.
Decent start.
Yep.
Pretty good, too.
All right.
I'd say he's feeling pretty good here.
I'm not going to say anything until
I'm
he's
not
out
either.
the gates.
Neither am I.
Okay.
Now.
There we go.
He's through the gates. There we go.
He figured out how to turn 6. Look at that.
Ho, 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 and he's in the lead. Bravo. Bellissimo.
Our first 39 of the day.
That's cool to watch. Wow.
And this is a 39 and a half off pass from someone who's been here a time or two.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I don't know who's run more, Regina or CP, but I think they both know what it's like, no matter what mistakes they make, to just stay calm, stay cool.
Yeah, I mean, because he was down course at 4, but he just, you know, he knew where he was, and he was able to just keep executing it and
he just gets
looked
that,
strong the whole pass.
Just gets that inside hip up a little bit to direct that ski and keep it going on an outward trajectory. And that
6 ball kind of wanted to take him out, but he managed it.
Yeah, that was a little close at 6, but he's reset.
I'm
Heart rate's back
excited. We
down.
got our first 41.
First 10.25, Tony.
All right, let's get up it, Troy.
What do you think?
I think if he's doing the gates like he's been doing, he's going to get down it. I'm excited to see this.
He'll ski for 2.
If he gets a good one, I could see him. Yeah, let's see how this gate goes.
All right, let's have a look and see. Nice pull out. Good glide into his turn. Round number 1, a little down course.
2.
Gets the 2.
Still pretty good skiing. He's fired up about that.
That's
You
good
can see
to
it.
see. That's really good to see.
Well, he's
really good skiing.
Yeah, he's 43. I mean, it's not getting easier, I can tell you that.
I agree.
He's just a little bit better 1 ball away from turning 2.
Yeah. I mean, it was almost there, just a little slow.
Yep. See him run out of speed. The
at
ski
the
augers
gate.
in.
Yep. But hey, you know what? That's a solid score. And what are we doing as far as ties go if this gets blocked up at 2 ball?
I think it's whoever's taller.
Oh, well, then he's in.
Yeah, he's in. What is it? A backup and then seating?
Yep. So it will go to the best score. So if we all get blogged in at 2 at 41, it goes to the next round.
All right, and with that, let's see what's going on dockside with Wade.
Robert Puzosi from the Dominican Republic, and we're watching CP. Man, it looks good out there, right?
I'm so happy for him. That 39 looked amazing, and sadly he got only 2, but that one looked like he could get to 3 easy.
So your first trip to the Pacific Northwest, a little bit different than your home country, right?
Oh yeah, here it's a little bit colder of what I'm used to, but the lake looks amazing. We have a really nice ski nautique, which is match everything to perfection.
Well, we can tell he's excited and ready to go, and so are we. We're going to see him soon. Back to you guys.
All right, another skier who's making a debut here in the Pacific Northwest. And for the benefit of our crowd,
There
let's
he
give it
is.
up for CP.
Great skiing. It's good to see, and good to see him back out on the water,
Having fun.
injuries and everything, still doing it.
You know, you said we're usually never happy, Regina, but I do think sometimes you can be like he's fired up right now. He's happy, he's stoked. You can tell, you can see the look on his face. So
That's so good to see.
really cool.
Yes, I mean he's been around the sport since the latter part of the 1990s. He's been there and thereabouts. He's an integral member of the Syndicate brand, and he certainly takes a very analytical approach and continues to have fun. And I'm sure that Mike Parish, a rocket scientist, is watching. All right, so continue to roll right along. We've got Chris Parish out the water, and our next skier is going to be Nick Adams. Let's check in with Dockside.
Hey, guys, this is a huge honor for me. My hero growing up, Mr. Bob LaPointe, and you still got like a fork in the fire. You're helping CP out here. So what did you guys got going with this ski right now?
This is just the newest version of the newest of the new, I guess you could say. And man, he looks good on it.
No, that was super fun. He had a bunch of fans cheering for him. And what might he need to do for the next round?
Drink less coffee.
All right, we're going to get back to you guys. We're having fun here.
Yes, you sure are there, Wade and Bob LaPointe, multiple-time world champion, one of the greatest to have ever graced the slalom course, and could easily audition for a member of the cast of the Blues Brothers from that look. As we see Nick Adams out there on the water, coming to us from Australia. Great looking skiing there, Marcus.
Yeah, Noodle's always smooth. He's one of those guys Regina was saying that's kind of like CP. You don't see a lot of speed change. You don't see a lot of jerking. You see smooth, consistent movement from side to side. And I think, it's one way he gets it done. And he's put up some big scores over the last couple of years.
All right, and there we see on the dockside Stephen Neveu. getting ready for his F out there. We're into the men's section of the competition. We are in round 1 of 2 for today.
We're also in the land of the giants. I mean, you had CP, you've got Noodle, you've got Steven. These are big humans that know how to ride the ski.
I've never asked him up front, but what's the story behind Noodle? What's that? What's the
name?
Yeah, exactly.
No, I don't ask that question. You just go with it. It's just Noodlebot.
Nicknames are just nicknames. You just continue them.
I'm sure glad I never came up with one.
You don't get to come up with your nickname. You just are given your nickname.
I think that's a rule. You can't kind of come up with your own.
No.
All right, then, that begs another question. Here we go. Here comes Noodle. Round buoy number 1. Actually rode in the boat for him a couple of days ago and kind of noticed that, gets a little down course off the turns, but he definitely has the power and the strength to more than make up for that. And with that, let's check it with Wade.
Hey guys, here with CP and the tower, and you got the goosebumps going on. Feels great, right?
Yeah, if you can channel that, I mean, if you don't have that anxiety and adrenaline and focus and excitement, you shouldn't be out there. And I honed that in, and I had a blast, and I had fun, and I had a great score. I'm pretty pumped.
So let's talk about it. I told you I watched a replay of your 38 and your efficiency out of ball 1. I was already like, man, he's on his game.
Yeah, I've been working really hard on those keys. My out, my setup to my glide, just my balance on my ski, my in, my keys. And, man, they felt really good today. Thank you. Yeah.
No, and you got a whole bunch of fans here and at home. Who do you want to say hi to?
Oh, just my wife, Kayla, my parents, just whoever's watching, all my supporters.
All right, love it. Back to you guys.
All right, great to hear there from Chris Parish, the towering pickle himself.
He looks on the water like he did 30 years ago, and he still seems like he's about 17 years old inside sometimes, which I love to see the enthusiasm.
I agree.
And also describing the elementals that he's trying to improve upon, in order to stay very much within this game as well. Let's have a look at Nick Adams.
What bindings is he on?
He's on
some bindings.
Fluid motion,
double releasables.
But you see him getting a little later and later as this pass goes on. I'm not seeing the same dynamic Nick Adams that I'm used to seeing on the ski, and I hope he can kind of switch it up for this next pass, because you see here at this replay at 38, he's starting to kind of lose ground, and he's a little bit back. He's not as extended and tall.
And it's really getting him on 2-4 too.
It's really setting him back in 2 and 4.
And what about the motion that he has just before his gate shot? Because he comes up tall and then he goes down a little bit as he turns. I mean, do you see a benefit from that, or is that just like a little bit of just a twitch or a quirk that he's had to live with?
That's a good question. I think, look, the biggest, most important thing in slalom skiing is understanding the relationship of where your mass is relative to your feet at any given moment in the course, and how you accept the loads from the boat. All these kind of little nuances that different skiers do. Sometimes they have purpose. Sometimes it's just a little pre-move check that people do that they've learned to be able to.
Sometimes they're trying to find their balance. They don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard to say. Is it him off balance, resetting? It happens so quick. We do those little things so quick, but they add up and end up hurting you in the end. But
let's
he's definitely going to have to get over the ski. Otherwise, I don't really see getting down this pass.
He's going to need to be more dynamic here on the gate.
Oh, absolutely. Let's see. Oh, look at that. Round
nice
buoy
one.
Number 1. That's a good start, though.
Oh, he's given it. Wow, that was close. He's in it, though. He's pushing hard. Wow, this is a different pass.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
But he got as far as 4.5, and that still puts him in the in the top half of what we've seen so far now. So a good, confident run here, but not quite making it round buoy number 6. But I tell you what, that number 1, people would slay for that.
Yeah, watch this into 3. He almost got pulled out the front.
Yeah,
he saved
I saw
it.
that.
and then he was back in it. I don't think he needed to make this big move at 5. He was a little narrow.
Just kind of came up a little bit narrow on 135 the whole set, though, and then not feeling. He just never looked quite comfortable out there like Nick Adams usually seems to be.
He didn't look as confident as I've seen him look in the past, but still, that 39 was better than 38.
That is for sure. That was his best pass.
Which is a great lesson, which as experienced skiers, but sometimes skiers at home think that you have to progressively, have. You start with your better passes and they get kind of harder and harder, but sometimes you can surprise yourself and you just got to, each pass is a new pass.
Yep.
So he did a great job of rising to the occasion for 39.
Especially because those first couple of passes, he went on his ski as much as he wanted to be.
All right, be sure to download the apps at beplayfuel.com, beplayfuel.com, as we check out Stephen Neveu.
This is a gentle giant for sure. This guy is another amended one-handed gate there.
I need to understand the amended part of the one-handed gate, Marcus. I mean, you are nobody else better to ask, but you keep it.
So, I don't know. I mean, there's all kinds of different ways to do your gates. And if you're talking about one-handed gate, you have the extreme, which would be like basically a zero-ball turn, which is what I always tried to do, versus somebody like Terry Winter, Steven Martin, who are doing kind of more of a slower version.
Yep.
All right, and we will get into that clinic very, very soon. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Cole McCormick, one of the most famous water ski names there is. And how's your summer been going, and how you feeling?
It's been good. I unfortunately missed out on the Europe leg of the tour, but I had a pretty decent start to the season. I got Ski Masters. I came in second at Lake 38. World Games was a very cool experience. I got third there, so I'm looking forward to here. I'm skiing really well, so looking forward to putting out a good score.
We're going to see him out there shortly. Back to you guys.
All right, then. And that was Wade, and that was with Cole McCormick. And here's an exciting skier on the dock that we're waiting to see go out there and pound it on the slalom course. That is Adam Caldwell. But on the water right now is Stephen Neveu. Now, we're going to get a look at this quote-unquote amended one-handed gate as he makes his way in towards the pass. Now, take a step-by-step here, Marcus.
Well, it's hard in real time, but one of the things with the gate turn is you're starting from a flat ski usually, and you're trying to get your body moving and generate momentum and speed without load. Looking pretty good here, though, at 35. Again, Steven, I know he's got some life changes, kind of like what Regina we were talking about earlier, where he's kind of in the real world. He's got a real job. He's not fully focused on skiing, but he's still showing up and actually putting up some big
doing
scores.
Really good. And, I talked to him, I guess, I believe it was at the LA Night Jam. And, I figured he was still in Arizona or back in Canada. He's now in Texas, has a great job, doing fantastic and loving that new chapter of his life. And the cool thing about that is, there's a balance. He's not just skiing, but he's got this job. He's going to be on this dock for a long time coming now because he's going to be able to continue making these life choices where he can keep coming to these tournaments, keep traveling, and keep doing the balance of work and play and skiing and being on the dock and putting up these big scores. And he's skiing great. Like, I really don't see – I kind of feel like he's better than he was when he was just in school or just skiing.
Yeah. And I think what you just said is key. The sport isn't at a place where it's really sustainable as a top-level skier unless you're one of the best. So all these guys, whether it's Steven or it's Adam next on the water or it's anybody else, you're here because you love it first. And secondarily, you're trying to kind of maybe make a little bit of money. But these guys are here because they love it.
Yeah, they love it, and they love the competition, and not one of them doesn't want to be on that top podium by the end of tomorrow. I'm happy for him. I'm happy he's got that chapter of life that he's starting and look forward to seeing how that all pans out for him in his future.
All right, let's have a look at this 11.25 meters. We'll have a look at the instant replay after he makes it through this particular run. Round buoy number 6, exit gate. Just looks completely at ease out there on that particular run as he gets ready for 10.75 meters now.
Yeah, we missed it again, but either way, the one-handed gate, he's just doing what most skiers do anyway. You watch people who do two-handed gate, usually The handle's low. The best skiers in the world, when they pull out and they're in their glide, the handle is somewhat controlled. And before they go to make their turn, they do some sort of lift to the handle that allows the ski to travel a little bit to their left so they can get their body moving to the right. That's all his one-handed gate's doing. It's just a different way to get it done.
And you can see he does really good. Like you were saying, the biggest thing with the one-handed gate, it's to help kind of mimic that two-ball turn. That's why you're really doing that. And, he never is into a full flat ski glide. If you see when he pulls out to when he's already pulls out, gets a little bit on the left edge, and immediately he's never on a flat ski when he's at his gate.
Exactly.
And that's a complete contrast to you, Marcus, because, I've seen videos of you skiing at the height of your powers, and, you edge straight out, you go straight into your reach, and then you bring that ski hard round.
When I watch videos I've edited from 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, it's atrocious to watch. And when I watch skiing to myself from the back in the day, it's also atrocious to watch. So please don't necessarily always watch what I used to do.
All right, then. Here we go. 10.75 meters for Stephen Neveu. I think we've made a breakthrough here.
Looking pretty good.
Yep.
Stand confident. That's another 39 in the books.
Yep. That was a nice 39, too. He did that great. He's skiing really good.
And he checked up a little bit on 5 just to make sure that
that
he's
end's
still
tricky.
Yes.
That 6-ball's tricky.
So far for a few of our skiers. But here we go, Stephen Neveu. Good gate shot there into buoy number 1, and just allow that ski to do what it's designed to do.
Yeah, Stephen's really good at maintaining connection to the boat from center line out. He doesn't load too hard before the wakes, and he's able to then maintain connection outbound. And it makes a big difference for him. You can see he doesn't panic when he's a little bit behind here at 5. He still stays on rhythm, on time. And a little safety turn just to make sure he can not fall in that hole at 6-ball.
Yep, I created that hole.
You did.
So for people watching back home, I know they love talking about gates and bindings and skis and all that. Interesting is he's a right foot forward skier.
Of course, yeah.
Doing a one-handed gate.
A right foot forward skier doing a one-handed gate. That's almost an oxymoron.
I don't know.
Not necessarily.
But yeah, I do agree. Let's see if it works here. I want to see him get down the rope.
I do too. The gate and one he's been having, he can.
Nice one.
Come on.
Oh no. That was a great one.
A little too early to do, I think.
He was set up. That was the best start we've seen. We've only seen 2. That was the best one.
Let's see that replay here, because this was a great start.
And that puts him half a buoy behind a Chris Parish as we look at
that one.
Yeah, nice.
Just a little movement in the front. You can't really see with that angle, but
he didn't lose an ounce of speed off number 1 into number 2, and then he got kind of happy feet there.
Well, in my opinion, one of the things that you have to do at 39-41 is you have to ride your ski outbound to apex really well, and he was a little bit, in my opinion, back on the ski. And when you're back on the ski doesn't want to engage and make that move to carry you through the finish, and he kind of fell in without the ski.
Yep. And I think that we didn't see, you can't really see it, but on that replay you could kind of see it.
One ball.
Yep. He came into one really good, but there was a lot of movement from apex back to the center line. So
for sure.
I think that's where the movement came back on the back of the ski into 2-ball. But if he can get a gate like that next round and just stay a little bit more centered over everything,
a little less coffee, maybe.
Yeah. Apparently.
That's the trick.
It's hard, though, because it's cold. You want to drink
chilly.
warm drinks.
All right, and for those of you wanting to get towards Central Florida and experience the warm weather there and looking for a place to buy, then Drew Ross is your person to get in contact with. Drew Ross Realtor. Check him out on Instagram, Drew Ross Realtor. All right, let's check in on Dockside with Wade.
Hey, guys, here with Fred Winter. And, Freddie, you won this 2 years ago now, so it must always feel good to come back to a place you got a good vibe, right?
Yeah, really nice. And, we're always so sort of well looked after here, and we feel very, very welcome. And I think that's a really big thing as a skier to kind of, you turn up and enjoy yourself because people are actually excited to have you here.
Yeah, actually, like the Thursday afternoon practice day out here is sort of a special deal because all the pros are here, and you sort of got the cabana, and Yeah, it's a good feeling, right?
It was really cool. Yeah, I got in late Wednesday night from the UK, and I came out here. I was kind of like, I need to get some practice, get the cobwebs off. But it felt great, and it's funny because it's long enough out before the tournament that you can kind of relax and sort of enjoy watching people ski and stuff. You're not sort of super stressed, but also you're doing good tournament practice on the lake with good drivers. Will Asher drove me actually. That was fun.
So, who do you want to say hi to?
Oh man, lots of people. I had a really good time in Europe. I mean, all the people I was with in Europe. Mum and Dad are probably watching. My non. Yeah, that'll do. Those are the big three.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, then we look forward to seeing a Freddie Winter ski later on, and a skier that we've been wanting to see pretty much all season at the pro ranks. This is Adam Caldwell.
Yeah, and we saw Adam Cord earlier, so this is the Denali makers, right? Adam Cord, Adam Caldwell.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm excited to see him ski. He can get out of some stuff. He makes it interesting.
Absolutely. When he starts going down course, that's when the fireworks start popping off for Adam Caldwell. And skiing pretty good on that opening pass, and certainly important to actually get into a good rhythm. But it's not the end-all or be-all to a person's ultimate performance in the slalom event, especially at this level, Marcus.
No, I think that's experience is the name of the game when you get here. And although he hasn't been at this level for very many years, he's been skiing for decades. And I've seen in the past performances from him where he skied like a much more experienced skier in that exact thing, getting out of situations where he's had a bad start and he's able to recover. And so, you're never out of it, especially with this guy.
No.
He's so strong, and he's an athlete on the ski.
He is strong. I mean, his strength to weight ratio has got to be one of the top ones.
And with every TWBC webcast, he is the very first skier that you see ski on the introduction video that we play, and that crash that he took last season at the U.S. Open, the Morley U.S. Open, gets played over and over again. It's actually one of our more popular webcasts, as a matter of fact, just for that. And here is Adam Caldwell. Just look at the aggression right off the end of the turn. I mean, he is just absolutely out there to destroy the waves.
He's looking different this year than I've seen him last year, actually. There's some things he's doing that are a little different, which is interesting.
Yeah, and I don't know if that was a normal gait for him or not, but that was kind of a little bit of a weird gait that he did. Made him have to be very aggressive for kind of one of his warm-up passes. So you don't normally see that, but maybe he's also just getting used to the side. I don't know if he got here early enough to practice or not. Maybe he's just trying to get the cobwebs out and get a feel for things, but he didn't really do much for a pull-out on that end down there.
So opinions from both of you. I mean, okay, fair enough. I mean, so far as Adam Caldwell it goes, it's basically all or nothing. There doesn't appear to be much of a happy medium between those two extremes. Your opinions on the concept, on that kind of concept of skiing?
It works. I am not saying that that's right or wrong in any way. I think a lot of people do that. Maybe that's where they're comfortable and that's their balance. That's their balance point. But, I prefer to kind of do things in a little bit more controlled to where I'm not necessarily always triggering the boat, triggering and zero off. I feel when your aggression like that, then you kind of lose your window of error. You get a very narrow window of error because you're always working with the boat, and then in certain cases you're working against the boat. And I feel like that could have, goodness. So our narrow window is definitely happening, I think.
Wow. Oh my giddy arm.
But 6 is 6 at the end of the day.
You see that strength of 3-ball.
Yeah.
Dropping the hammer at 3. No big deal, though.
And just to take a look at his gate shot into buoy number 1. This is remarkable enough. Just look at that.
Yeah, he's doing a different thing on the gate. He's quite a bit more narrow than you'll see almost anybody else. And it is keeping the rope tighter going out into 1, and that's his good side so he can turn it. But I think
Look
it's
at
setting
that
up.
strength.
Yeah, I think it's setting up a bit of a weird rhythm for him sometimes, where he is a little bit behind and has to drop the hammer at 3 just to stay where he wants to be in the course.
But his ski turns. No matter what, his ski turned.
Yes, it does.
And it had to at 11.25 meters to keep him in the game. And
And you know, maybe that's not his gait. Maybe he's just off sync this set. You know, maybe he'll go back, watch the replays, and figure out his next set. Or maybe that's what he's trying to do. We don't really know, but I'm sure he'll figure it out here.
all right, some signatures going on to some bibs there. We've got Cole McCormick there and JT doing the honours. And I tell you what, we've got some great skiers to come. We've got Dane Meckler coming up shortly, Robert Puzosi before him. Then we've got Cole McCormick and the like. So we're not quite done yet with men's skiing. Here we go.
Oh.
Boom. Look at that.
Wow, he's
Number
strong.
1. Ooh, look at that. How deep does he get?
As deep as you get.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh!
Wow.
4 1/2.
So you see he caught the tip of the ski on the rope right there, and that's unfortunate because that was as deep as 3. He could have hung on to that if the rope would not have got hung up on the ski, but that's deep right there. And it's not a big deal for him. You see he's able to recover. He's strong enough. He's balanced enough. He's an athlete. He can do that. But like Regina said, maybe he's close to the threshold of what's possible. And the window of error is a little bit smaller. I'm not sure.
And one of the most frustrating things about slalom skiing, and it happens to almost everybody, is the 1 or 2 instances where the ski comes around and you're going good and everything is working right for you, and then the ski just hits the line.
Yeah, it almost happened there at 1. You see Tony on the replay.
Yeah.
But he's able to manage it. Manages slack pretty well. I just think that, yeah. Again, elbow in the water at 3.
I mean,
He's
he
not
almost
panicked.
did it on 135. You know, it caught up to him at 5, but he did stay in the pass. He never panicked, like you said. You know, I mean, he kept that speed
Now here's
going.
our best shot.
We're just coming for you, man.
I do think there's an element of, obviously that's a little bit below his where he wants to ski, and I haven't seen him at an event this year. Has he been to any events?
I
No,
don't
actually.
think this was his
Yeah,
first
so I
one.
think
So,
there's
you
an
know,
element
little
of
nerves and just
first event.
be back on the water and
Yeah.
And let's
back
check
on
in
there.
with Wade.
And seeing great 39, I could hear the guys back there going, yeah, man. And same I could hear it going, man, that was a good start at 41. So tell us about that.
Yeah, no, I was feeling really good. The 39 was a dream. I actually Kinger behind the boat. Things are feeling really good. I don't know, just 41, got a little ahead of myself and got to take one boot at a time and just got slowed down.
Well, so with that being said, any thoughts for second round? What you liked or what you didn't?
Yeah, well, everything felt really good. I think everyone's going to be. There's still some big boys coming up here with some big scores. So, second round's going to take some more of that and probably a little bit farther down. So, buckle up.
All right, we're gonna see him out there this afternoon. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you very much indeed. And here I am with Regina once again. No better partner here to
thanks,
work
Tony.
with. And we are going to take a brief pause. We're going to step to one side as we continue on with the 2022 Hilltop Pro presented by Syndicate.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like, I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass. Why don't you just sign up for Float Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
You can have everything you
Try Match Play at bplayfield.com.
All right, then, continuing right along, we've got Marcus Brown here, and Regina wanted to take a little bit of a break, but I'm sure she'll be back in.
She got hungry.
Yeah, she got hungry.
Yeah. She's got to ski again, though.
Actually, Ali Nicholson will be more than happy to come on over and talk with us. I mean, she was there on a couple of tour stops in Europe. Once she's gotten done with lunch, I guess. But I mean,
lunchtime here.
Yes, indeed, at Hilltop. Yes, and whether you are viewing us from various locales across the world, from Seoul to San Diego, from Auckland to Athens, from Edmonton to Frankfurt, from Manila to Melbourne, from Sofia to Seattle. This is the 2022 Hilltop Pro by Syndicate Skis. Worldwide, yes, and plenty of you are tuning in, and it's actually optimal viewing time for those good folks in Europe, because we are we're between 9 to 10 hours behind. But let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, so want to thank our sponsors, Syndicate, Miles Sand and Gravel, and Waterski Pro Tour, and then Gordon and Matt, the Skook family. They provide this awesome lunch. I really, really love Mexican food, so I can't wait for the little changeover, and we can go over there and grab some tacos. So anyway, thanks everybody. Appreciate it. One of our favorite events of the year.
That's cool. Wade Cox.
Yes, indeed.
We got Bob LaPointe. We've got Wade Cox here.
Yeah.
We've got CP. We got like all these generations of skiers from, the 70s. Some of the best from the 70s all the way till now.
And we've got Mexican food.
And we got Mexican food too.
Yeah, indeed.
Do you like Mexican?
Oh, of course I do.
Yeah, it's probably my favorite.
Yeah.
It is America's food.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Who do we have
Oh, here we go.
Roberto.
Yes, Robert Pigozzi.
Is that how you say it?
Yes, Robert Pigozzi. He is from the Dominican Republic, and he is the current Pan American Games men's slalom champion.
Wow.
And he was also the current men's slalom champion in the Odessur Games, which took place not too long ago.
You want any beans at all? Nope. Look how yummy that food looks.
Yep. And he's essentially the top slalom skier out of Latin America, whether it's the Odessur Games, whether it's the Bolivarian Games, which he actually flew to from Europe in the midst of all of those competitions. So you can imagine what that return trip was like.
Not that fun, but he is one of the most dynamic skiers, I think, in the world. And
actually looking to try and calm things down, because if you'd noticed, if you looked at some of the older video from Robert Pigozzi with his slalom, his gate shot and his position on the pullout was all kinds of jacked up.
Yeah, but again, Tony. Like we talked about earlier, there's a difference between what's happening, at the physics level and what it looks like. And everybody has their own style, but sometimes those style elements help them make the right moves at the right time. I would argue, though, with you, his old gate pull-out and glide, there was a little something that was maybe holding back. And he's worked on that quite a bit. He's cleaning things up.
All right, and skier out of the Dominican Republic, skiing at the Catalina water ski school out there, and when he's not there, he's gone over to Europe and competed in a number of events across that continent. And his father is actually an above-average driver, Mario Puzosi.
Above average?
Yeah, just slightly above average. Yeah, and he's driven a number of tournaments, including the World Championships as well. So he has access to that kind of talent behind the wheel and the pool of knowledge that goes along with it.
I think that makes a difference. We talk about training. Regina talked about the difference between more reps and less reps, and the more reps you get, the better you tend to ski. Quality reps, having quality driving makes a big difference.
And certainly, and today's technology, being able to analyze boat path and that kind of thing, has become a game changer in recent times as well. Here we go. This is Robert Puzosi. There you go, and that is an amended one-handed gate.
It is. Maybe I'll change the name because I don't know if I like amended, but you get the point. And look how smooth he is here at 35. A little deep out of 4, but nothing compared to what we've seen from him before. And what was that? Did you see that 6-ball?
Yeah, an amended 6-ball. Anyway, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Adam Caldwell, the engineer for Denali Skis. So, man, you had some people saying your 39 was going good. Tell us about that. What happened?
It was feeling really good. I've been struggling to hit my gate here this week, practicing with cord, and today I felt like I was hitting it, on all cylinders, and came into 1 strong, came into 2 okay, and just settled into 3 and 4, and I don't know, I got stood up into 5 with my butt behind me and shaking the water out of my eyes, and I just enough to throw me off and didn't make the turn.
So any changes for second round?
No, not at all. It felt really good.
I like to hear that. Back to you guys.
So our temperature here at the lakeside has gone up a whopping 3 degrees Celsius since the last time we checked, and the water is 25 degrees, which means it's 6 degrees warmer than it is against the surrounding air.
66 and 77 for people in America.
Something
which
like
is,
that, yeah.
Those are pretty good temps.
Yeah, nice. A little cooler than you'd find somewhere in Texas or in Kansas or even in South Florida, but that could actually make a difference. And I mean, it makes enough of a difference for Robert Puzosi for him to actually go with a long sleeve shorty.
For sure.
Yeah.
Just to stay just a little warm, because that water and the air, once you're up and around the island, is a little chilly. He's looking pretty confident here at 38. It's not as clean and early as he would want to run it. You see him kind of dipping his shoulder, and he finishes that 1-3 with a little bit more of a high hip than I've seen him in the past. But I think he's going to just continue to clean it up at 39.
All right, let's have a look at this. I think he actually changed ski models within about the last 12 months. Isn't that right?
I believe so. And yeah. He switched from Reflex to D3. He's, it's one of the most consistent, stable skis out there. And you see 3-ball came out of that pretty clean, but he is kind of getting that, what do you call that, aerial edge change?
Yes.
Just a little bit. It's just showing up a little, and that's often from kind of overloading in the center line. So hopefully he's going to clean that up here for 39, because you're going to get even more of that if you don't manage that line load and the ski load through center line.
Yes, an aerial edge change has definitely made its place into slalom lexicon over the last season or two.
Yes,
May I suggest the addition of the amended one-handed gate?
That's TBD. Let's just make sure that that's what we want to call it. But
all right then. So he needs
to run it.
Yeah, needs to run it, essentially, yeah. And needs to essentially run this pass and take the lead. Oh, look at that. Good turn on buoy number 1.
He's in it.
There was the edge change into number 3. Look at him go. He's round number 5. Does he get round buoy number 6? Broken over at the waist. Oh, checks up.
Wow.
And gets through the exit gate. Oh, man alive.
That was a fight all the way, and he hung in there.
And Robert Puzosi with that pass, getting through round buoy number 6 through the exit gates, and as much to say, remember me.
You can see the look on his face when he dropped in the water. It's not how he wanted to ski it, but as you see the replay here, he's got a moment here to collect himself for 41, and he's going to get his head clear again to get back out there. But drop the handle in the water at 3. That's not what he wanted to do. He stayed calm. Once he turned 4, he just laid it down. And you see here 5, the elbow goes in the water. Just an animal. A lot of people would have been done. He hung in there, slowed the ski down, scrub speed with that tail press, and just inside the gates.
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of differing techniques on how to scrub speed off buoy number 6. Although Jonathan Travers likes to go with the old rodeo rope twirl, and
that's less about scrubbing speed and more about just not running over it, I believe. Yeah.
That's an interesting way of thinking about it, but let's have a look and see what Robert Puzosi can do. Only a couple of people have gone on to 10.25 meters so far. He needs more than 2.5 to take the lead away from Parish. Here he goes round buoy number 2, and he's going to...
Two's the lead. He just tied it.
He just tied it, yeah, absolutely. 2 at 10.25 meters for Chris Parish and for Robert Puzosi now.
So you see here on the gate, he was a bit narrow in my opinion. He didn't get moving until right before whitewater, and doesn't really have the direction out of 1 that he needs. And if he could have just gotten lucky to get the ski to rotate, but he wanted a full 2. He didn't want to get a half, didn't want to leave it to chance, so he hung on and got the full 2.
All right then, so probably very well aware of what it will take to actually advance through to the next round. Now, how many skiers do we have left? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it was on the cusp of provisionally making it through to the next round. Right now, if all 8 of those skiers supersede 2 at 10.25 meters, then Robert Puzosi will be kind of on the outside looking in alongside Chris Parish at this point. So he was almost there at the promised land with a score that would lead into those final 8 competitors. So he's definitely going to have to keep an eye on things as they progress going forward.
Yeah, these guys, we're top 8 now, coming down to the wire. So
yeah.
These guys are looking for more than 2. 2's kind of like a okay, I'll take that. They'd rather have that much so than 1.5, but they're looking for 3 or 4. They know the names that are coming behind them, and they're looking for a lot more.
And just to give you a point of reference, in the World Championships last season, in the Visit Lake County, Florida IWWF World Waterski Championships, it took more than 3 at 41 off to get into the top 12.
Yeah. That was probably the biggest Worlds qualifier, undoubtedly the biggest Worlds qualifier ever, and that's the kind of caliber of skiers we have here today at the Hilltop Pro-Am. You see the next guy on the dock. He ran 41 off in the runoff at last year's Worlds that Tony was just talking about. I got the chance to coach this young man when he was about 12, and he looked the same back then as he does now, technique-wise. He was just a little younger, and you can see he's one of the best in the world.
Right you are. This is Dane Meckler, who comes to us originally out of the Cincinnati area of Ohio. Comes to us from a skiing family. His parents ski competitively. His brother has recently skied at the national championships and skied very, very well in his particular division. But Dane Meckler, wow, this guy has been on a tear in the last few seasons, including a full count at 10.25 meters in the runoff to get to one of those top 12 spots in the World Championships last season.
Yeah, you watch him. He does a lot of stuff right. One of the main things he does right is, he stands on a ski properly, especially right there from 1, 3, and 5 to the wakes. Both sides, really. But he leaves his feet behind his body, leaves his feet behind the rope, and that's how he gets effortless acceleration. He's one of the best in the world at that. And because of that, he's able to manage his outbound swing.
All right, let's check in dockside with Wade's World.
Here with Robert Puzosi, and Robert, it went good for you, right? How was it feeling out there?
I'm gonna be honest with you, it felt amazing. I got in trouble at 39 just because I was getting so early at the buoy and how easy it felt, and I just started getting in trouble. But thank God I have my Puzosi board grip, and I didn't let go.
Well, no, I just said the same thing with Adam Caldwell over there, that sometimes we get earlier in a tournament than we've ever gotten in practice, and it's something that we got to deal with.
Well, yeah, and you think it's the easiest part, just to get early, but when you're not expecting that you're early and you start pre-turning too early, then that's when the trouble gets, and then you have to calm down, and just because of the mistake you did earlier, it's harder to calm down, and it's just a fighting with the boat and your ski.
Well, so far, leader in the clubhouse, and he's got another round this afternoon. Back to you guys.
Well, that analysis right there from Robert Puzosi is really, really telling there, Marcus, because, that was about as methodical as it gets.
Yeah, he had to put up the best score, 2:41. He's tied with CP for the lead, and it's cool to see him out there at the top of the game right now so far. Look at this guy. Super smooth. Another one of those guys who's got balance. Obviously, he's got a real day job.
Yeah.
And he's still out here.
Mergers and acquisitions in Charlotte, in North Carolina. And we'll actually be getting married pretty soon.
Yeah, exactly. Not 2 months.
Yep, indeed.
Month and a half.
Something like that. And so obviously a lot of things going on in that head. Work. Preparing for one of the bigger occasions that one has in life. And he's on top of the water right here now.
Look at the leaderboard. You see CP and Puzosi tied. We got Steven 1.5 at 10.25. Martin hit that hole that Regina laid out there at 39. We still have some big guns coming.
And our women's competitors, they'll be going in round 2 very, very soon. We see a few of them there. There's Ali Garcia. There was Whitney Rini there in that shot. And there we see Elizabeth Montavon. All smiles. They're getting ready for round number 2.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Watch him right here around the island. See how he's standing on the ski? Hips over front foot. It doesn't get any more stacked than that, and that's how he moves in the course. That's probably all you need to see as an amateur skier to know how to ride your ski.
And rides it very, very well. And in terms of how that ski grips and stays in the water, there doesn't appear to be anything close to an aerial edge change occurring going into these turns. And I find, comparisons between that and Jarrett Llewellyn with his weight crossings in the jumping event. Yes.
Yeah. Well, again, it goes back to load. Anytime the rope load and the ski load are really high and you want to release the ski load, then you're going to get an aerial edge change or some effect of that, right?
Yeah, a little release, isn't it?
Exactly. So when the ski load is high and it wants to go outbound and the rope load's high and it wants to pull you down course, there's a huge shift that has to happen. What he does really well by moving dynamically in towards the tip of his ski is he limits the load on the rope, and therefore he can manage that change in direction outbound without having anything close to an aerial edge change.
All right, working away along the list of skiers there. We've got Dane Meckler. So far he's gotten through 32 and 35, and that was at 38.
Now you're talking in feet again.
Yeah.
He's through 11.25.
All right, then. Well, okay. I'll go back to metric. Although
10.75.
Yeah, there are a few people out there that kind of despise metric, but
35.5 feet of rope. How about that?
Yeah, there we go. I don't think anyone really got on board with the whole concept of the actual length of the line in feet. But anyway, let's go back to metric, shall we? This is 10.75 meters. Here comes Dane Meckler riding with B1 on the zero off. Ooh, a little bit of aerial business going into that. Buoy number 3 is good round 4, good for 5. And at 10.75 meters, another pass.
That was
nice. About as easy as it should be.
And you see right there when he pulls out the drop at the end of the lake, he takes his foot out and pulls out only on his front foot, Tony. That's because
I've noticed that.
he knows how to ride the ski. And you watch it here, the replay at 39. A lot of these top guys ski with the toe loops. And he just knows when to stand and how to stand over his front foot and be supported through his front foot. Probably the cleanest 39 we've seen so far.
Wow, I mean, this is just remarkable stuff. I mean, how that ski maintains contact with the water, you know. And I mean, a lot of people draw comparisons between slalom skiing and actual snow ski giant slalom, you know, with the smoothness of the turns and being able to make those turns without bleeding
You want to open
a lot
up
of speed off.
You want to open up a can of worms right now, or
Let's
no?
go. I'm all ready for that.
Let's spare folks, but yeah, no, there are a lot of similarities. There's a lot of differences, but I don't know what you think, Tony. I think he's going to have a chance to take the lead here at 10.25. He's going to need a decently tight one ball so he can actually have a chance to turn two. But I think he has a chance to do it here.
He needs a piece of three to take the outright lead. If he gets to two and ties, he'll be in a three-way tie for first right now. Here he comes. There is Dane Meckler.
Got the start.
He's got it. Oh,
he's going to get a piece of three.
Oh,
that was a sacrifice, but he knew he wanted at least more than two. Anything more than two.
All right, so let's go into a little bit of forensic examination on this one. Although he does shake his head a little bit there, so
he pulled just a little long on the gate, in my opinion. And you'll see it pushed his apex a little bit later down course at one ball.
And actually, let's talk about his binding setup as well, because I think he actually runs with a conventional binding rather than a hard shell, right?
Yeah. In my opinion, it's probably the best all-around performing situation to have rubber contact on your skin. Let's watch this here. See, he lifts the handle, initiates a turn, pulls a little long into one, and because of that, he pushes his apex a little late, but he's still okay, but he gets pulled inside into two and just safety turns it because he wants to get a piece of three.
Oh, it looks like we got a score review, and I think it's basically on how much of that number three he got, whether it be a quarter, whether it be a half, or just plain flat out two buoy count.
Yes. You can see here again, just a little long on the pull, in my opinion, and a little loose at the backside of one.
All right, I think we can actually get a vote from our skiers that are enjoying lunch right now. CP and Brenton and Will and Ali. Is that a quarter or is that a half? Or two?
That's got to be a half, I would say. But that's just armchair quarterbacking.
I'm figuring on a quarter here.
Well, he hung onto the handle until his ski was in front of him.
No, but the ski didn't actually get round the buoy and make its way back towards the wake to score the half.
Wow, I don't know. Okay. This is a tough one. I don't want to be a judge. 2.5.
2.5 is confirmed, which does mean he takes the lead with 2.25. Now, if you were Dane Meckler and you find out that was your score, would you feel okay or feel lukewarm about that performance?
Oh, he's lukewarm. He's not stoked. He wanted at least a full three. He wanted, with that start, he still could at least got into three with time to turn it. And I know he's gonna be hungry for round two because he wants more.
All right, then. So we're down to 7 more competitors to go, and the first of those 7 is an exciting young athlete who comes to us out of Canada from a Waterski family, tried and true. This is Cole McCormick.
I've never heard of the McCormick name.
Haven't you? I'm sure that someone like Bob Lapointe has heard of the name Ricky McCormick a time or two.
A couple times, yep. And Susie Graham.
Of course. Yep, so a lot of heritage to draw upon, a lot of experience. And here is Cole McCormick on 30 meters now. He certainly had a pretty good grasp of the conditions over at the World Games, at least in the first round of the competition. Didn't quite come away with the performance that he really wanted to in the last round. But I tell you what, he definitely proved that he was a legitimate, top-notch performer via those championships, and on top of the many times he's slung at this level.
Yeah, I think people forget Cole is a relative newcomer, even though he's been crushing. He hasn't been skiing that many years on the pro scene, and he skis quite often like a experienced, seasoned veteran. So,
all right then. So
soaping up over there, Rob Hazelwood. Yeah, got to get those hands clean before you put the gloves on.
I'm not even gonna broach the next area.
So we'll see Cole come back at 35 off 12-meter line, and I think one of the reasons that he is so good and he skis kind of like a veteran is because he's got great fundamentals, and that's what a lot of times skiing comes down to. It's not always flashy. It's about how you ride your ski, how you stand on the ski, and when you move, and he does a lot of that stuff right, and it shows.
Good movement out, and I like this kind of gate shot from Cole McCormick. Very, very easy on the pull-out, keeping contact with the boat, not allowing that line to go slack at any time, and just ready to go whenever the time presents itself. 12 meters or 35 off, that is Cole McCormick.
Pretty clean pass. I mean, you can't complain with that. Obviously, it's early on, warm-up passes for him, but he makes them look good. And I don't know, I think that Canadian blood prefers this colder water rather than that Florida soup that he has to ski in usually.
Maybe you're right, and he works extensively with a one Crystal Point. You've heard of that name before, surely?
I think I've heard of that name once or twice.
Yes, I'm sure.
Chris helped me set up my boot back in when I first went to Hardshell. I remember he pulled his tailgate down, took me over, showed me how to set up a reflex back before it was reflex, and he had no reason to do that. He was that's who he was. He loved skiing. He was here last year, and he was just as fired up last year as he was the first day. I'm sure he skied his pro event.
And I'm sure that he's watching right now on our YouTube channel, on the TWBC YouTube channel, and if you are watching us via that channel, why don't you take the time to subscribe? Yes, hit that subscribe button and hit that bell icon. Yes, indeed. You know it makes sense. Here we go. This here is Cole McCormick.
Nice gate.
Meets up with the hand. Ooh, a little bit of a step out of place there into buoy number 2.
That's all right.
There we go.
He's trying to stay calm, which he did. That's not what he wanted to do, though, Tony.
No, and a little bit out of script there for Cole McCormick, and we're going to see a little bit of that when we look at that up close. And let's see.
You'll see. It's much like, I know you talk about jump. It's much like a jumper hitting a ramp and being a little bit back. You see his hips fall back right there, just a little, and that allows the load of the ski to release outbound. And now he's kind of playing some catch up.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, I mean, he is playing catch-up, but, I mean, he proves to us that he's got the experience to actually get in that position saying, okay, fair enough, I'm down course, so what? Let's go.
Yep. You have to adapt on the fly, and that's what separates the good from the great, is the ability to adapt and recover. Anytime you can recover your position, your body position, and recover your place, the line that you're on in the course, that's going to make you a better skier, and that's what you see here with the best guys and girls in the world, is the better they are at recovering body position and the better they are at recovering getting back on the line that they want to be skiing, usually the better the performances are.
All right, just enough time to tell you about Pro Gear gloves, the original gloves created by Clint Stadelbauer and now led by Alicia Bagnoli. You can find out more by going to skiprogear.com. That is skiprogear.com.
10.75.
10.75 meters. Here he comes.
A little deep from 3 to 4. He's a little late at 5.
And completely off the edges, and it just takes 1.
That's going to end it right there for him. He wasn't as early as he wanted to be in the 5, but he wasn't late. I've seen him much later. And that was a weird 5 ball. You'll kind of see here on the replay, I think he had a better start than he had at 38 off. Pretty tight out of 1, Tony. Looked pretty good. A little bit inside into 2, but he managed it pretty good. Came into 3. A little slow. You see him out of 3 with the tip rise just a little bit. He's still fine. It's 39. He's done this plenty of times. You can't see 4, but he came out of it a little bit slow as well. And he just needed a turn here, which he does quite often, but he rotated a little too much. You see that outside right arm came around to the handle, and when you do that, it often stops your momentum, and that rotation pushes the ski in front of you too much. And you see it kill the speed, and there's just no way to get to 6. It's 39.5 off. It's cutthroat. This is slalom skiing, the best in the world.
Absolutely right, and so it is 5 at 39.5 off. We'll take a look at the leaderboard very, very soon, but where that stacks him up. All right then, so, and there we go. Puts him in a tie with Adam Cord for 6th place right now. And above him is Bartowski, Neveu, Puzosi, Parish, and Meckler in the lead with a score of 2.5. At 10.25 meters. Now, here's an exciting young athlete from a water skiing family. This is Robert Hazelwood.
Rob's been, coming on strong the last couple of years, and he's just got some of the best natural moves on the ski. Again, Tony, goes back to being a 3-eventer, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Just having that viable distraction and just take it in bits and elements that work in the other events and applying them into the slalom event. You know, it's not easily done, but when it's done right, magic happens.
It's a great way to put it. Honestly, that is a good way to put it because, you know, people want to know what's the magic. How do I get to the next level? How do I improve my skiing? But ultimately, it's a journey each skier has to walk on their own.
Here's an idea, slippery slalom.
Slippery slalom. Nobody's ever thought of that before. Ever.
Why not? You know, go into the course, 21 miles an hour, 10.25 meters, good, take a rip.
You know what the hardest thing about slippery slalom is?
What is?
Driving the boat. It's the hardest thing. You need
you're
Sherpa
right,
for sure.
You're right about that, certainly.
Well, again, I think, Rob's fun to watch for a number of reasons, but he's just good on his ski, light on his feet, knows when to put energy into the system, and knows when to let the boat do the work for him.
Indeed, and another skier who knows how to do that just as well is Benjamin Stadelbauer. He will take to the water very, very soon. And let's have a look at fellow Syndicate team member. This is Robert Hazelwood. I'm sure that his parents, George and Flo, are watching from their spot at Hazelwood Ski World just outside Lincoln in England.
Yeah, and Rob, you see here through 35, he's also a Flow Point Method ambassador, and he's done some cool stuff with us. And it's just been fun to work with him, both as Team Syndicate and as a FPM ambassador, because he's really eager, really curious, and he's really interested in how to get to that next level.
All right, yes, always searching, you know.
He's always searching.
Yes.
And he's probably one of the most enthusiastic guys you'll ever meet.
You know. As I say, you know, life is like a tin of sardines. One is always looking for the key.
You know, I didn't know commentating and trying to keep a straight face was going to be as hard with this crew, but it's fun. This is a ball of fun up here. But conditions couldn't be better. We got a little bit of a head tail here. Rob's coming back at 11.25. He's got a slight headwind. And, we've only seen a couple of, big scores, Dane being the biggest so far. And I'm excited to see if somebody can break the seal and get a full 3 or even beyond.
Break the seal. All right, then. So let's get after it. So we've got Robert Hazelwood. The time where he's from in England is about 25 past 8 in the evening. It's about 25 past noon right here in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. Here he comes, 11.25 meters, absolutely crushes number 1 and continues to rock its way round number 2. A little narrow on 3, however, but he gets back into it. and not looking too bad there. And Robert Hazelwood, great skiing.
Looked pretty calm. Looked pretty good, pretty confident.
Cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, we do. You see here on the replay, pretty good gait. Just a little on the back of the ski out of 1, but nothing that he isn't used to. Just absolutely backsides 2-ball. And I know he's he's been traveling quite a bit this year. A lot of the guys have been. A lot of the girls. There was a lot of events over in Europe, big Euro tour, and I know Rob has kind of had some time at home just to kind of get back to baseline. And I know it's been a hard season in that respect, but you know.
And actually, Robert actually spoke to that in the latest edition of the TWBC podcast that actually dropped last night. So make sure you go to Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts. And he actually addressed that issue of having, devoting a little bit of time beyond the skiing, beyond all of that mess that goes on in tournaments, and he appreciates that need and benefits as a result.
Yeah, and here we go, 10.75. He knows what he needs to do. A little slow out of 2, but he's hanging in there. He's going to need to get 5, and he got a big 5.
Oh, huge turn off number 5, and the beautiful looking run there from Robert Hazelwood. He is on fire.
That was pretty clean. He had a little bit of a slow 3 and 4, and he needed kind of a big 5, and he got it. And that was kind of his signature last year too when he needed it. Was that offside 1-3-5.
Fantastic skiing, and I can imagine that George and Flo in Lincoln in England are going absolutely berserk right now at the prospect of seeing Robert Hazelwood get into 10.25 meters and maybe putting up a score that takes the lead going forward. But he certainly got into one or two tricky situations with the run, and his experience certainly served him well here.
For sure. And part of that experience is figuring out how to reset and get the mind clear for this next pass, because he knows what he wants to do. But it starts with the right move at the start.
All right then, 10.25 it is. Fantastic skiing so far from Robert Hazelwood behind that Nautique towboat, which will accelerate up to 58 kilometers an hour or 36 miles an hour. The line length is 10.25 meters. That is 41 off. 34 feet of line.
It's an okay gate. Not the one he wanted. He's going to be settling for 2 at the best.
There we go. To the wakes, 2 buoys, ties the lead. Robert Hazelwood, he'll take that every day.
I think he will, considering this year hasn't been going how he wanted it to compared to last year. I think he's going to be stoked with that as an opening score for this event. Obviously, he wanted to see if he could catch the current leader, Dane Meckler, but he's going to have to settle with that. He was a little loose out of 1, and I think he's just getting his bearings this first round, Tony. He's going to come back maybe a little stronger next round. Just building, steady and slow.
All right, and it'll be interesting to take a look at the leaderboard, because several skiers have tied with 2 at 10.25 meters. We'll get the full list of them. 1 or 2 of them you would expect to be in that position at this time. 1 or 2 you wouldn't have expected to be in that position at this time. So some great skiing all the way around, and a good smattering of people along the shore side. A great crowd of people there. Let's have a look at the names. Meckler, Parish, Puzosi, Hazelwood. They're all tied. They're all there around the lead. Meckler is in the lead with just half a buoy more, but then you've got that tie for second place between Puzosi, Hazelwood, and Parish. And
Rob's the only right foot forward skier in that top 4 mix right now.
Okay, maybe I should bring out my ski and start swerving again.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Put the microphone down and pick the handle up, Tony.
Might have to. All right, then. So that is Robert Hazelwood with 2 at 10.25 meters. It's good enough to be part of a three-way tie for second. Dane Meckler still there in the lead with 2.5 for the lead at this time. And it's just very, very close here at this 5-star event. This is the Hilltop Pro, presented to you by Syndicate, and we are down to however many skiers. We've still got 4 skiers left. 5 including Benjamin.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I mean,
this is a deep field today.
All right, so our next skier to take to the water is going to be Benjamin Stadelbauer. All right.
Yeah. I don't know. I got a story. I don't know if I should tell it, but Benny obviously is a very talented guy, and he's riding a ski of his own creation in a sense as well.
Yeah.
With the new Syndicate Works 02.
And you know what? I've seen a lot of skiers within the Syndicate brand. I saw Parish. I saw Nick Adams. I've seen Benjamin Stadelbauer here, Will Asher. They're all riding different skis within that same brand, because the R&D process doesn't just go between fall and spring and then you've got the entire summer. It is a constantly evolving process within that brand.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with the Syndicate program, it's always been about trying to find the next best ski, or another breakthrough on the ski. And we're going to tune into Wade and see what he's got to say down here.
Absolutely.
Hey guys, here with handsome Rob Hazelwood, and fairly handsome effort, right? 2 at 10.2, so tied for the lead. How was it?
Yeah, second place with Dane with the 2.5, but I'm just so happy. After a little bit of a break, we've had like 3-4 weeks off. I had an okay European tour, but not the season's not quite gone as consistently as I would like it, but I wanted to come back, make my gates, and get through my 39, and I got to be happy with that. After that 1 ball at 41, I was like, oh boy, I don't want a 1. Managed to squeak outside a 2 ball, so yeah, I got to be happy with that.
Any changes maybe for second round, or sticking with plan?
Just kind of toughen up a little bit. Like, my first passes were horrendous. They're so nervous. I'm shaky. I'm like just getting used to kind of home again, and just having some confidence. I've got the score. I've got the baseline to start for me to go off, and hopefully we do a little better next round. But I'm happy with that start, definitely.
All right, good start for Rob. We're going to see him again this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, and there we see on the dock side there, that is Nate Smith out of McCordsville in Indiana. Skis there more often than not. And getting ready for his turn. Here comes Benjamin Stadelbauer now. He's a skier that's looking for consistency out there and has achieved it in a number of different tournaments. But he's just looking for that kind of breakthrough that will take him just a little, 1 or 2 steps above a few of the competitors and actually come away with a pro win.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Benny's been around for a while, and he's very talented in many ways. And one thing I will say about, as it relates to kind of being a ski designer, ski developer, we'll get to in a sec. We're going to go to the dock.
Let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Nate Smith, defending champion, wearing the yellow jersey. Any pre-ski thoughts today?
Just go out there and try and put up a big score. I'm in the middle of the pack here today with the way the seating works. So, there's been some big scores. Just go out and see what I can do, and we have another round later. So go ski.
All right, we're going to have fun watching. Back to you guys.
All right, then, continuing on.
Yeah, it's just people don't necessarily understand how much goes into ski development, and I think Benny's trying to find that balance between designing, helping develop skis, and figuring out the physical side of it, the training side of it, figuring out the technical side of it, and then having all those meet up, the nexus of all those being the result that you want, which is becoming a better skier. So he's on his own journey, and it's been really fun to watch. And he's coming in here at 38, obviously kind of the home tournament, Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, and I think he's pretty excited to be here.
And of course, I'd like to hear a little bit more about that typical journey for a skier, because, I mean, it is a long and evolving process. And I have a question for Marcus here in a moment, having seen, almost overloading off number 4 there, but a skier with the experience of Benjamin Stadelbauer is able to cope and get through that run. That was a little bit of a heart stopper, but managing to make it through that run. So, question I have for you, Marcus, I mean, it takes more than just having the physicality and the talent on top of the water. It also takes the ski, the design, the setup, and everything. But at some point, when someone hands you a ski from the factory in its R&D phase, and you give it to a skier and say, "Give that one a try," does the skier have to adapt more to the ski, or is there still a lot to play with the ski to adapt to the athlete?
That's a good question. I don't know if there's a right answer, but I do know that the better a skier is at being able to adapt to new skis, new sensations under their feet, usually the better tester they are, and also the better skier they can end up becoming. Because it's always about how do you cope with situations, how do you recover, how do you adapt to the scenario, whether it's a boat, a rope, a lake, a ski, a pair of gloves, whatever it is.
Yes.
Adaptation.
Yes, and I mean, it's not just the ski; it's the soft items as well. I mean, it's the vest, it's the gloves, and I saw Will yesterday actually trying on a new pair of gloves yesterday, day before, and I mean, a lot of skiers, I mean, especially those at the amateur level, wouldn't even contemplate doing that.
No, exactly. You stick with what you know. But here you see Benny; he's actually looking pretty good here at 39. He's going to need decent 5. He got it. That was better than 38.
Yeah, I mean, shaking the head there. I mean,
yeah, he's awake. He's ready. He's fired up.
Yeah, that was 39, right?
That was 39. That was 10.75.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a clean pass for Benny.
And look at how much how much speed he bled off into the gates. I mean, this is about as good as it gets. Look at
nice
that ski.
tight 1.
I even saw a little bit of fin there off of buoy number 1, but yet he was still able to control the tail of that ski and continue to roll. Look at that.
Well, he knows the ski. Again, he's worked hard on this thing, and you see him out of 4, just kind of a safety turn, digs the tail in the scrub speed, and he's going to have a chance here to go out there and see what he can do at 41.
And seems to have found that balance with a ski that likes to pivot on the back, and then when he throws a little bit more weight towards the front, it grabs and then it continues to rotate and get traction against the boat, right?
Yeah, and there's a lot of schools of thought as that goes, and there's not enough time here to get into the turning dynamics, but I'm looking for him to get a pretty progressive gait here. If he can keep a tight line out of the backside of 1, he has a chance to tie it or take the lead. But he's going to need a good gait.
Here he comes.
I don't know if that's going to be it, but he's decent out of 1.
I'll tell you what, he gets round 2 and he puts himself in a 4-way tie for second place with Parish, Puzosi, Robert Hazelwood, and himself.
As these skiers go on, it's better because Benny's a higher seed. So if he ties next round, they go back to this round. If they're tied again, they go back to their seeding, and he's a higher seed than all those other 2s. So he was tied out of 1, but he didn't quite have that gait he needed. And again, maybe he could have turned 2 if it would have been like a Hail Mary turn, but he would rather get the full score and have that good backup.
By the same measure, it means that that Benjamin Stadelbauer, I mean, if to eliminate him, he would need to be beat at least 3 times, for him to take him out of the equation. But right now, it's 2 at 10.25 meters. It keeps him there. It's sitting pretty right now in a 4-way tie for second place. But there's always that. What if something happens like this,
Well, take a look at the leaderboard. We've got, like you said, 1, 2, 3, 4 way tie for second, basically, at 2 at 41. Dane's got 2.5. See Benny coming by, giving the crowd a look.
Yes. And about the closest that they'll get to meeting Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah, exactly. That's he's definitely got the look going. But hey, it's working. He's got a pretty good strength to weight ratio. He's light, he's strong. I know he's been working out, working hard. It's fun to see.
And I mean, is that part of the adaptation from the ski that he was given? I mean, knowing that he needed to be in a certain shape and a certain weight for that ski to work.
Hard to say, but I know that it all works in concert for sure. So.
All right then, maybe he's found perfection. All right then, so we've got Nate Smith about to take to the water. All right, just enough time to tell you about our webcast sponsor. This is the Hilltop Pro by Syndicate, alongside Miles Sand and Gravel, Baxter Boat Lifts, Bickford Ford, Seattle Boat Company, and American Distributing. We thank those entities very, very much indeed for their support of this here webcast and event. Whoa, here we go. Bold move and strategies are afoot, because at 35 off, this is the opening pass for Nate Smith.
That is
So, currently in 6th spot in the Pro Tour rankings, essentially there because he elected not to travel to Europe this season, where there were plenty of opportunities to ascend up on the list. And with that, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, Tony. Thanks, Tony. I'm here with Ben Stadelbauer. And, hey, as you catch your breath, I was thinking, man, you skied great. I thought your 11 and your 10, 7 looked solid. So, yeah, no, you must be happy.
Yeah, no, I'm really happy. Thank you. Those words coming from you mean a lot. So you've done it. You've been there before. You know exactly how it is. It felt really nice. Solid, I would say, was how I felt. So, no, just happy with my first round.
So any thoughts? I like to ask this when you guys have multiple rounds. So will there be any changes or thoughts of?
I don't think so. We're skiing again today, so just ski again the same way I did. I think I'd be happy with that.
All right. Good deal. He's happy. Makes me happy. Back to you guys.
All right, then. And you notice the shape a little bit on his ski. It's a little wider up front, and it has its tip kind of cut off a little bit there.
Everybody always looks at the tips of skis. Have you ever seen the tip in the water and anybody ski away?
Not really. You got a point there.
It doesn't even matter. Honestly, it's just aesthetics. But you're right. It is a unique tip.
All right, then. Let's have a look and see what Nate Smith can pull out of the bag. He's gone through 35, and now this is 11.25 meters or 38 off, leaving him with 37 feet of rope to go around a course that's 37.5 feet wide, or 11.25 meters to go around a course that's 11.5 meters wide.
Yeah, one of the things Nate does really, really well that sometimes hard to see, but there's a saying in kind of the CrossFit world, time under tension, and in the slalom world, time under tension means the sooner you can get the rope tight on the backside of the buoy right there, the more time you have under the tension of the boat to actually put energy into the system and then swing to a high point on the other side. So if you can get a tight rope out of the backside of the buoy without spiking the load, you have a lot of time under tension. You don't need to pull as long. You don't need to pull as hard. And you can ride that outbound swing much more efficient.
So his extension into the buoy is more like a jab in boxing, when you with the speed bag, huh?
That's a result of, but that's a result of all the other stuff he does, in my opinion, up to that point.
All right, so we've got Jonathan Travers about to take to the water in just a few moments, and he's watching the current world champion and world record holder. This is Nate Smith, and we'll see what he's got in store for us with this next pass. And he is the current Hilltop Pro champion from 2021. He's defending that title this year. Here he comes, 10.75 meters from the opposite direction, because he started at 35 off 12 meters to open up his campaign. And look at this, 10.75, money in the proverbial bank.
Yeah, that's about as clean as you can run it right there. And again, going back to what we were talking about earlier with some other skiers, and having the confidence and the wisdom and the trust to know that you have something within your capabilities actually allows you to ski better. And that's why I'd say to a lot of amateurs is just look at these top level skiers, Nate included, and see how even when they make mistakes, they don't panic and change their game plan. They just quickly adapt, get back into body position, and trust that they can still make up time. And I think there's a lot more left on the table for a lot of amateur skiers out there if they can just find their center before they pull out for the gate so that they can just react instead of think their way through the course.
Yeah, because as is the case with one movie quote, you think dead.
Exactly.
But there you go. All right, then. That's another way of thinking about it. And we've got Nate Smith out there on the water. And, I mean, as good as he is out there on the slalom course, he's working on his next act. He's currently he's got a private pilot's license. He's working on his instrument rating and looking to become a commercial pilot one day. But let's have a look and see what he's got going on top of the water. Round buoy number 1, 10.25 meters. Needs a piece of 3. Oh, no! Stalls up on buoy number 2 for a 5-way tie for second place.
So that's uncharacteristic for Nate, and it's interesting because if you remember Cole McCormick at 10.75.39, you saw Cole come into 5 a little bit fast, his onside turn, and he kind of had a similar outcome where it's almost like this water is just a little harder than what these guys have been skiing on down in the south where it's warm. Not a great one, but for Nate, that's not a big deal. You see here at 2, when he goes to push, the ski just keeps moving instead of almost kind of pushing into the water, and the ski passes him by. He falls off the back of it, and he got a full 2, which is probably better than trying to go for it out of 2, but he obviously wants to get down the line. He's got a lot more left in the bag.
Well, certainly 2 at 10.25 meters is definitely better than a poke in the eye, I guess, with that performance. And the last 6 performances, only one of those last 6 performances have been less than 2 at 10.25 meters. So we're coming to the point now where truly the cream of the crop are rising to the top.
Yeah, for sure. These are the best of the best in the world. You see Nate's a world champion. Benny just out there before. Now we've got JT, who's kind of always been in the mix. He skied well early on in the season, skied well in Europe. So, yeah, we're going to expect to see big things out of these guys, and I don't think that lead is going to hold much longer.
All right, let's have a look. This is Jonathan Travers, JT.
JT's been riding that Works 01 way back since the World Championships last year, so almost a year now. He's been riding some form of that new Syndicate Works 01, and he's been making it look really good.
Let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Nate Smith, and Nate, I was sitting with some of the locals, and they were sort of tripping out that you started at 35 off, and they're like, "Oh my God, did you see what he started at?" And I thought that was kind of cool. But was there a strategy, or were you just sort of saving some energy for later?
I've started at 35 for the last month or more every set, so no real strategy, just what I've been doing every day back at home.
So tell us about the 41. I thought 1 was good, but the outcome wasn't so good for you, so tell us about it.
Yeah, I got broke over a little bit at 1, just trying to adapt to the ropes. The ropes are really, really stiff. They feel kind of like a cable, so it's hard to get swing for me, and I just need to work on, loading in the right spot with the rope, and I'll figure it out for next round.
All right. We'll see him late this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So not many skiers start at 35 off, straight off the dock. And actually, at one time, I went off the dock and started at 35 off in a Pro Tour event in England.
How'd that go?
Went very well. I ran the pass.
Where was that? Prince's?
No, Home Pierpont.
Okay, that's before my time.
Yes, indeed, up there in Nottingham. But I mean, it's a difficult pass, certainly, and certainly made even more difficult by the fact that it was the very first one. But anything is possible out there. Look at this. This is Jonathan Travers. He's going through 32. That was 35. He seems to have a really, really good grasp of things out there. And you know, for a skier that spends his time primarily in warm climbs and that kind of stuff, I mean, how difficult is it to actually acclimatize to something relatively cooler up here in the Northwest?
Yeah, again, that's a multi-level question, but I think the biggest thing, number one, as an athlete, especially in events like this, is just staying warm leading up to your ski ride, right? Because, yeah, it's going to feel different, but the better you are at adapting, obviously the better your outcomes are going to be. But if you go out there frozen already, cold, because you're from Florida and you didn't dress properly, then you're already at a disadvantage behind the 8-ball. So I'm glad I was able to give him my long sleeve flannel today so he could stay warm for the ski ride.
And what about ski setup? Because a lot of people that I know, you know, go from hot to cold, and the first thing that comes out of their bag is a set of calipers.
I don't know if I'm the right person to answer that question, Tony. I would say you got to just go out there and ride the ski.
Absolutely.
Unless it's drastically different, I don't think you need to make many adjustments. You just need to get out there and make the right moves.
All right, then, let's have a look and see. We've got Jonathan Travers approaching the course now, trying to maintain contact with the boat. That's why he bled off a bit of speed into the gate shot. Round buoy number 1 at 11.25 meters. Nicely done, round buoy number 2. Really hammers it behind the boat, and that sets that ski onto a good path so he can backside a lot of these buoys. Oh!
No.
Oh, my word.
Wow.
Didn't see that one coming.
I did not see that coming either. That was crazy.
Well, that puts him in a bind.
Yeah, that puts him behind the 8-ball for sure.
Well, let's have a look at this, and we'll see what came unglued here. But I mean, we're looking at this pass, and we're finding it hard to imagine that he didn't run it.
Yeah, I know. He was looking decent. This is 38. This is normal. He's not running as early as he would like, but he's doing pretty dang good. Comes out of 5, has his normal load, and he comes into 6, and just at the last minute, it looks like, it feels like the handle kind of gets pulled, and he's not ready for it.
Maybe you just gave the load up to the boat just a little too soon.
He might
after
have
the
come
second wake.
inside a little too soon into 6.
Yeah.
Yep. Again, different water temperature, different water consistency, different water viscosity, and next thing you know, you're on a different line without even knowing it. Again, nothing out of the ordinary here, looking pretty normal, and he might have come up just a little too much there, and just was going to come up narrow.
Inside 6, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. Wow.
And you know what I saw coming off buoy number 5? It's when his head went sideways and nothing else followed. You know, it's very, very similar to what one aerobatic pilot told me about his almost crash in one of those Red Bull Air races, where if you lean your head too much and you forget to fly the plane a little bit, then things start to happen drastically and not in a good way.
I could see that, but one thing that John's really good at is you talk about him getting that ski moving into direction, into center line. He's really good at moving dynamically in the direction that he wants to go. So in other words, leaving his feet slightly behind the rope, approaching that first wake, and moving his body ahead of his feet slightly. That's how he gets that effortless acceleration. And I just think that maybe, like you said, he might have done a little too much of that and then kind of given it up too early into 6.
And for a lot of skiers, especially our amateur skiers and those trying to ascend the ranks in slalom skiing, you know, the whole notion of having the feet behind the body, you know, coming into the wakes, it's a scary feeling to contemplate.
It's unsettling, but ideal if you do it right and you don't keep your feet behind the rope all the way to center line, then you're not going to fall and you're going to have the best sets of your life.
All right, then, here we go. Our 13-meter opener for Freddie Winter, coming to us out of the London Borough of Wandsworth. I'm sure that his family is watching as they're chowing down on some late-night grub at about 9 o'clock in the evening.
What do you reckon that would be right about now?
What grub?
What kind of grub are they?
I don't know what they're into, if I'm being honest. Certainly not a Sunday lunch.
Fish and chips, or
no, nothing like that.
Oh,
no.
That's just an American idea of.
No, that would destroy Hillary. That would.
Well, either way, that was a nice, clean opening pass.
Yes, indeed. And there we see his compatriot, Will Asher, who's podiumed pretty much every single competition this season on the Waterski Pro Tour, and that's why he's at the lead right now on 277 points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of reasons why he's at the lead, but he skied well, and that's the name of the game. Consistently well.
Indeed. All right there. So another reminder for you folks to check in with the TWBC YouTube channel. Hit the subscribe button, and at the same time, why not hit the bell icon so you are informed as to the next live Waterski broadcast. So there we go. There's Will Asher just tightening his gloves and getting everything situated before he goes out. Freddie Winter, this is a 35 off. Now, given how easily he ran 32 off, this is probably one of the last opportunities for him to maybe invoke the opt-up. Would there be a situation here where you would say to yourself, okay, I'm okay after the first two passes, but I need to ski with a little bit in reserve? How about an opt-up?
I mean, honestly, Tony, unless I'm mistaken, at this level, these skiers aren't looking necessarily for conservation of energy at this point. It's these first two rounds, they're trying to look for the best score. So I would say they'd be playing the wind if for anything else, that's the only reason they'd maybe be opting up. But in this case, you need more than 2.5 at 41 to take the lead, and a 32 start gives you a 41 headwind. So I don't know if he's going to be looking to do any kind of fancy rope work here.
All right, then. So, breaking news, it looks like Rob Hazelwood just got bored, and he's come over here and decided to join us.
Oh, my mic's off. Is it on? We're on?
It is on now.
I just missed you, Tony. You know, I just missed your wonderful voice in my ears.
Aww.
Aww.
Okay, so here we go.
I'm actually like, this is the best seat in the house, so I just want to watch it good.
Don't tell everyone, will you? All right, then. So here we go. This is Freddie Winter, 32-35 off under his belt, which is 13 and 12. 11.25 meters.
Let's see how he's doing. I saw his first few passes from the bank, but looked pretty smooth. A little bobble at one, but pretty smooth through here. Beautiful hook up out of 3.
Oh, nice.
It's like an easy breezy walk in the park.
Not bad.
Bit of a tail slide of 5, but so that's a pretty well run 38, wouldn't you, Marcus?
I'd say that was a pretty nice 38, especially given this is kind of first round here at Hilltop. Not the warmest conditions, but of course you guys are all British, so you're used to that.
Yeah, ish, kind of. The water at home is actually warmer than it is here, I think. We've had like a drought heat wave. Somehow, and yeah,
heat wave like 85 degrees.
Yeah.
And I mean, during the summer in England, it basically was in triple digits in Fahrenheit for 3 weeks, right?
No, for one day we had the highest temperatures ever recorded. I think it was 100.4 Fahrenheit or something.
That's pretty hot.
It was pretty hot. Yeah, but
Did
either
you
way,
guys melt.
Yes, literally. The memes were everywhere, all over online. But anyway, we are here, and it's not that hot. I think actually the lights do make this the hottest place on site, though.
I've been in the boat and coached when it was 112 in Louisiana.
That's a lot.
That's pretty hot, especially with the humidity.
What have we got here? We are 77 degrees in the lake, 67 in the air. Not the warmest in the world, but we're exciting. There's heat going on the water. Freddie Winter coming in on his 39. Let's see what he can put together. 39, 10.75 meters.
All right, gets the gate shot. Oh, a little bit back on his ski off number 1. Oh, look at this. He gets settled back in. Oh, good aggression there off that buoy number 3 and 4. There you go, and ran it like he knew what he was doing.
That was a pretty solid pass. Aggressive, but obviously a little bit of a tailwind, barely anything pumping down. But just kind of keeping himself very up course, and that's kind of the intensity that I think he can take to a 41.
Yeah, no panic mode.
No.
He just kind of slow and steady.
Yeah.
Kept to his keys.
Heavy gate though, hey? It seemed like he got
I think that's why he was a little loose out of 1.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's been in that situation so many times in the past. I mean, it was previously the world slalom champion. What was it in 2017? And in an atrocious sight back there for that year.
Sure.
But in absolutely glorious, perfect conditions, he is on his game. And I mean, he just absolutely crushes it.
If you're gonna have a one ball like that, you'd rather do it at 10.75 than 10.25. He's got to work those bugs out, and he's going to look for a clean start here at this pass.
I can confirm I did it the other way, and I'd much rather do it like this.
Yes.
All right, then. So, also a quick reminder to check in with the TWBC podcast. The latest edition involves me and Robert Hazelwood having a spicy discussion about the events that have occurred during the summer. And check that one out. Available on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and Google Podcasts, and everywhere that you listen to podcasts.
All right, 10.25. Can he take the lead? He's going to need a full 3. A beautiful one ball, a little bit of loose line.
He's got a chance.
Big 2. He's going to want to turn this 3. Oh, he's on this. Come on, Freddie.
Oh, come on.
Big
He's
4.
At least 5. Can he turn it?
Oh, come on.
Man. Oh. You see that 4 ball? He was in the game, and a 4, he was a little slow. Out of 4. So course record's what?
1 at 43.
So he's 2 buoys off that course record just there.
You know what? And it sounds a little psychotic of me, but that was very similar to Swiss Pro at the start of the year. Very good start to the pass. I mean, one solid hookup, a little bit of loose line, but it's 41. We'll let him off. And then an aggressive 2, and just pretty early manages the load well. And I don't think there was any problems at 3. This is where we all kind of knew that, oh boy, he's on for this.
Right here, though.
Yeah.
Right there, he got a little loose. He wasn't able to keep the rope tight and get the ski rotated, and that was enough, Rob.
Yeah, it looked like he kind of safetied it through 5 in a way. There's a lot of speed. There was a lot of speed coming into 5 there.
I think he got 50 points for a side slide at 5.
Yeah, quite impressive. Wrong spot. We've seen Freddie on a trick ski. We don't need to see that again.
We don't, certainly. But, I mean, we'd love to see more of a Freddie on the slalom ski. And I tell you what, with a score of, 5 at 10.25 meters.
Yeah, and a side slide.
I think it's probably safe to say that he might have just slammed his way through to the next round of the competition, unless there are 8 scores that better that one.
Oh, yeah, it looks like he started pushing, maybe hit a little movie bit on the lake, and
he was going to need the best 5 ball of his life to get to 6.
He just wasn't. He's saving that for the final.
Yep.
All right, so we have our Pro Tour leader, William Asher, out there in front by a solid, I can't do maths that quick, 130 points. So he is lavishing in that victory right now, getting his Syndicate Works 01. He's been ripping that thing all year. Big part of the development process, obviously. And, he's been skiing absolutely insane. Podiumed every single event he's shown up to this year and won plenty of them. So he's on form, obviously, in the home of Syndicate here, Hilltop, up in Seattle. So let's see what he can put together.
And just enough time to tell you about La Guapa, located in Tequesquitengo, which is a few hours south of Mexico City. Luxury villa resort, all-inclusive with water skiing. You can find out more by searching online for La Guapa, located in Tequesquitengo. And also Tuyu, they are the official skier of the day sponsor. Nutritional bars in a variety of different flavors available online and through most great local stores around the Sunshine State of Florida. That is Tuyu Nutritional Bars. All right then, so we come down to our final athlete in this first round. It is Will Asher.
Let's see, obviously come back. He had an insanely busy summer, a busy year. Ton of tournaments going on, a little bit heavy, had a 1 ball, little wake-up call. So it's good to see him back on the water and looking pretty smooth through the first pass. A few little hiccups, but we'll let him off for that first pass. Let's head to the dock with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Freddie Winter, and Freddie, must be a great feeling because all the skiers here know you're already in. You 5 and 41, that's enough. There ain't going to be 8 guys beat you this afternoon, so sort of kind of take a deep breath, but man, there was a little bit left, right?
There was, but I'm not going to cry about it. Like, it would have been nice, but at the same time, I late 38 ran it in the first round and came third or something. So I want to build up. It's been, I've not been at 41 that much. It's been a weird summer. I've been prioritizing having a nice time instead of getting too dialed into training and like sort of losing your mind a little bit there. So it's been fun. I'm really happy. I'm really, really happy.
No, good. I can tell. And will there be any sort of changes? I know you will ski again this afternoon, even though probably won't be required. But yeah, tell our audience.
I'm going to look and see what the final, if we have to start at 35 tomorrow, I'm not sure. But I mean, I think if so, I'm going to go and have a practice. The gates are a bit tricky. I was kind of struggling to get my point. I got it on that 41 and I got a good one. And from there, it just felt great. Alex is doing a really good job in the boat. Nice to see him in the boat. He's great. It's awesome out here.
No, good stuff. And yeah, cheers to Alec. It's cool to see him. Back to you guys.
All right, so we have Will Asher coming in 35. Let's see if we can just iron out a few of the kinks that we had on that 135 on his first pass. Looking a little bit better as he moves through this.
That looks smoother.
It looks much smoother. He looks very relaxed.
Yeah.
That back arm looks down. It looks calm. And it looks smooth.
Let's key in a little bit on his 135 because you do mention a little bit more of a relaxed style. Now, it doesn't get much better than this on 1, 3, and 5 when we'll have a look at the instant replay for one or two of the future passes coming along, and I will eye that up. And following on a little bit from what Freddie Winter said, the quote comes from a Sheryl Crow song, "A change will do you good," I would say.
That's very true.
No idea.
I don't know if she meant the same thing, but I can definitely tell you that change is always good if you can figure out how to embrace it and learn from it. So whether that's on the ski or in your life, that doesn't really matter.
We are getting deep in the commentary box. I like it. I'm leaving this box feeling mentally
invigorated.
Relaxed. It's what we like to see.
Relaxed or invigorated?
Invigorate, both.
It could just mean a new pair of shorts, hey, those lucky shorts maybe aren't so lucky, so it's time to try something new.
You know what's a good? I do what I did this summer, lose them. But they weren't really. I think they just ran out of luck, So we're in a freshie. We're in a fresh pair of boardies. So here we go. Will Asher coming in 38 off. Smooth second pass. Let's see if he can just up that intensity a little bit. Take it into his 38 off. And let's see what he can do. Beautiful hookup out of 1. Strong 2. Nice and calm as he moves through his offside. And look at that. That was by far the best pass of the lot. His offside looks very, very good. I think.
The 135 side, which I wanted to key on a little bit when we see it again with the instant replay. And I mean, his 135, his offside turns are about as good as they get. Let's have a look at this. The gate shot here. Yeah. He has right foot forward, which means that you'd expect that anyway. But just allows the ski to just come round, hooks up on the line, hooks up, goes.
His offside looks similar to what Andy Mapple used to do on his offside. Same cadence and the same weight distribution, and often the same result. There's not a huge rush like Rob was saying, but it's very consistent, especially here at 38 off. You see him come out of 5 with speed and time before 6.
And his handle management too is on next level. I mean, especially on his 2.4. If he comes up into a little bit of slack, no big deal. Just pull up on the handle, then just feed it out as you're going across the back of the boat.
I think as a righty, you only get 2 onside turns to practice. So usually right foot forward skiers don't have quite as good of an onside as lefties. But I think he might have the best in the game.
Yeah. Oh yeah. All right.
Arguably.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
10.75 now.
All right, 10.75, 39 off, coming in, getting a strong gate moving through. Beautiful hookup at a 1, yet again. Strong 2. He's on this, nice and early. Let's go, Will. Keep that intensity. Big hookup out of 4. Smooth 5, and that was a very, very dialed 39 off. Beautiful
that
pass there.
That looked really good.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah, I think that first pass obviously looked... I wouldn't say a little shaky, but not quite like classic Will, but he's really, every single pass has looked slightly better. And that was by far the best of the lot. I mean, smooth, effortless, but really just stable but aggressive.
And look at how much speed he bled off going into that gate shot. You know, he came out, he had a little bit of speed going in. No big deal, just rear up a little bit, allow the ski to come through, and Bob's your uncle.
Easier said than done, I would guess that one. I wouldn't maybe watch that and emulate, but he's always been very dynamic on his gate, Will, hasn't he? He's the only one that can kind of stand there and move around a little bit and get away with it. Maybe that's what we're all missing. But no, he's always had a very dynamic gate, but it sets up, a beautiful one, and I really do think he's obviously gone home working on that 1 through 5, and let's see what he can put together here on 41.
Wow. Okay, so 41 off. Well, if he wants to take the lead at this stage of the competition, he has to do one thing and one thing only. Run it.
So 2 will get him into the top 8, but I know he's going to want more than that. We've seen some beautiful starts today. Let's see if he can get it. He's got a lovely ripple of a head breeze, just going to keep that line nice and tight. Let's see him carry some speed on that gate. There we go, beautiful gate as he moves through. Good hook up out of 1, that's the move. Big 2, he's on this.
Looking for. He came inside on 3. It's going to be a scramble now. He's got 4. He's going to get 5 probably. And
he's doing it!
Yeah, look at this!
There we go.
Our first 41 of the tournament.
And it came down to the last skier in round 1.
He's done a lot of 5s this year in the first round. He's been coming out on fire. Very similar situation to Freddie, actually. Absolutely beautiful one. Hooks up early as can be. Super clean. And he's been taking some heavy 2s for some reason this season, but just manages to get light out of that. He's early, he's light. Like you said, got put a little inside. Gets the hold arm back up. But
managed it.
Yeah, gets a good pull back in. And it's very similar to Freddie. Handle comes up, little slide.
And most people would be down at that point.
That 5 ball was gold.
Yeah.
It's hard to turn it like that when you're that late and fast, and somehow he did. And again, he's riding that ski that he's really helped develop.
Yeah.
Syndicate Works 01, and he made it look good right there.
And he went through through round number 6, through the exit gates. No sign of celebration, no fist bump, nothing.
He's focused. Trying to keep his head on. He wants to go out there and see what he can do here.
It's one thing I think, like the Jewel came up, and that was a really cool tournament because it was obviously side by side, a lot of banter, a lot of stuff. A few people were getting banned. Obviously, a lot of the young guns were kind of like me. We're talking chat, but Will was just calm, cool, collected in his own lane. All right, so 1 is the course record. What's he going to do here? Let's see if he can turn it. Oh, handling the water. That's a half at 43. Give him a round of applause, guys. That was some insane skiing there.
That's a killer way to finish this first round of men's slalom here at the Hilltop Pro-Am. That was sensational skiing.
That is going to be
the last couple guys especially.
Wow.
That is going to be a lovely, relaxed walk down the bank for him. He knows he's in.
Yes, certainly. I mean, for him to be eliminated, 8 skiers have got to ski better than that.
Yeah, no, I think
it's
we
not
can.
gonna happen,
I think we can be rational about this one and see what's going on. But no, I mean, two of the last skiers off the dock really kind of showing why they are those top seeds in the Pro Tour leaderboard. I mean, getting deep 41 and Will getting through it. I mean, dealing with that speed into 5 like that. That's real experience stuff, and
that's what you call a pro move.
That's when when you've been around a while. They pick you up in the boat. Look at that.
He paid extra for that.
He must have paid extra. He's paid extra in time. No, so that's insane skiing. There we have the leaderboard. Will Asher in first place, half at 43.975. Freddie Winter in second, 5 at 41 or 10.25. Dane Meckler, 2.5 at 41 or 10.25.
5-way tie.
In third place in a 5-way tie. Chris Parish, me, Robert Puzosi, Benny Stadelbauer, and Nate Smith with 2 at 41, all in 4th to 8th place. So technically we're in. So if no one else that is below us in that list either gets a 2 or improves it, then we will be through. But I'll be very surprised if that happens.
Let's check in dockside.
Hey guys, I'm here with Will Asher, our leader, and Alec must have felt good, right? You skied behind him quite a bit at Travers.
Yeah, Alex feels awesome. He's one of the young up-and-coming drivers, and he's just passionate about it. And got to ski behind him a bunch. He just feels great. Yeah, very happy.
So speaking of great, that was a great score. Obviously, anytime you finish through on a 9 versus a 10 meter line, it's good. So you skied here probably more than anybody but a Skoog family member. So how was it?
Yeah, this place is just phenomenal. You know, Gordon and his whole team, Hilda, they just do a fantastic job. And, you know, this place is manicured, and that's pretty much how it looks is how it skis. It's perfect.
Well, John Travers said they must paint the grass because it's so perfect.
Yeah, exactly. I love it. You know, I aspire to have that somewhere. I mean, I can get it in my water skiing, but the grass, I don't know about that.
All right, we're going to let him change, and we'll see him out late this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade, and thanks a lot, Will, for those kind words, and great skiing there from Will. Just enough time to tell you about the USA Water Ski and Wake Sports Foundation working hard to preserve the heritage of tow water sports by maintaining the halls of fame for both the national sports and also for the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation, and they continue to provide scholarships to promising young athletes. That's the USA Water Ski and Wake Sports Foundation, and also Summit Orthopedic. If you've got a water skiing injury that you need to shake off, Summit will get you back at your peak again. That is Summit Orthopedic. All right then, folks, we're going to take about a 15-minute break before we resume action here at the 2022 Hilltop Pro, presented to you by Syndicate Skis, and we will be back with the Open Women's Round 2 in about 15 to 20 minutes. We'll be back.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better. I'm less sore. I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like, I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass? Why don't you just sign up for Float Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training. It's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
All right then, folks, welcome back to live action here at the 2022 Hilltop Pro, presented by Syndicate. So, the skiers that we have in round 2 of the women. We've got Jill Knutson starting off, followed by Elizabeth Montavon, then Paige Rini, Whitney McClintock, Regina Jaques, Ali Garcia, Jamie Bull, and Ali Nicholson. And speaking of Jill Knutson, our first skier out, she is on her way to the slalom course right now for her opening pass of 14.25 meters. Just rolls in the entrance gates. Now Jill Knutson certainly has a lot to make up on in regards to her top score, but she should feel at ease knowing that as there are 8 skiers in this women's event and 8 skiers go through to the next round, the final round, she should feel relieved in the knowledge that she won't be eliminated at this stage of the competition. As we look at the dockside, we see Ali Garcia. And right next to her is Elizabeth Montavon. Both of those getting ready to ski. I don't know if she winked at us right there. I'm not too sure, but there you go. That is Ali Garcia, who's been on the tear lately with recent results, including the first pro win, which took place over at the America's Cup Invitational Tournament as part of the National Waterski Championships in Mays, Kansas, just this past week. And so we continue right along. We've got Jill Knutson, 14.25 meter start. She runs that, and she will come back in at 30 meters or 32 off. All right, here we go. This is Jill Knutson. Not looking too bad on 30 meters, not looking too shabby. All right, so good skiing. As we work our way along, and joining me here at the announcing point is none other than the VP of HO Sports. It is Dave Wingerter. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. Enjoying the show.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it must fill you with immense pride to have all of these skiers, all the top big hitters in the women's and men's competition right here assembled at your backyard, essentially, huh?
Yeah, very fortunate to ski here, and this is where we ski every day. So, yeah, very cool. Enjoying it.
All right then. So Jill Knutson is someone that skis here on a fairly regular basis, and last of 3 Hilltop pros she's been a part of. I mean, you've seen her ski probably more often than just about anyone that goes out here. So how's she been skiing recently?
I think she's been skiing great. Yeah, I've been in the boat watching a little bit. She's skiing on one of our HO skis. We're really proud to have her on the team, and I think it's just a real testament to her love for skiing that she's out here doing it, because, you know, she's skied a long time as a pro athlete.
All right, good looking gate shot there. This is 12 meters, a pass that she should be able to get on top of. Oh, take a bit of a hit there off number 3. We'll have a look at the instant replay and show you what kind of impact that had on this particular run. Not a detrimental one by any stretch of the imagination.
No, she doesn't really get phased at 12 meters. You know, she's got that in her back pocket, and then 38's a tough one for her, but she does get through it and get through it clean, and so she's got it set up. We'll see if she can do it on the next pass.
All right, and the thing that I like about Jill Knutson is a handle control, especially going into her offside, which is her 135 side. It uses that to effectively turn the ski. And what else do you see there, Dave?
I think she's just really smooth. You know, she waits off the finish of the turn. She's strong behind the boat, like a pro skier always is. She's got a lot of confidence. She knows she's going to make it, and she just makes it look easy. I think that's the way you want to ski.
So, dockside there, we got Elizabeth Montavon taking a good stare out towards the silent course and try to get psyched up and ready to go. And still out there on the water is Jill Knutson, who has skied in a number of different tournaments over the years, right up until the early part of the 2000s and Pro Tour level. Oh, at 11.25 meters, she's still there.
She's fighting.
She's fighting to stay alive here. Round buoy number 4. Oh, and it's just inside buoy number 5, but she tried to keep herself in the game.
That's a good score. She was obviously didn't have the ideal one she wanted, but really proud of Jill. She's tough, and she really went for it, and man, she almost completed it. 4:38's a good score.
Yes, indeed. She scored 2 in the earlier round, so she's already improved upon her previous round score, and just kind of got on the tip of the ski a little bit and just couldn't keep the momentum going for much beyond number 4. But there you go. That's Jill Knutson, and for the first time in this second round, here's Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Elizabeth Montavon, and it's a lot warmer, right, than the first round, and you've had a round under your belt. You ready to go?
I am. I shed the sleeves. I'm looking to dial in my rhythm a little bit more. Luckily, all of us ladies are already through to the final, so this is just practice for us now.
Sun's out, guns out. All right, back to you guys.
All right, then. So our next skier to take to water will be Ali Garcia, who in the previous round came up with 2.5, I believe.
Allie's really been skiing well this year.
Yeah,
she's watched her in all the European events.
Yeah, she scored 3 at 11.25 meters in the previous round, but yeah, I mean, she went through a number of events.
It's really impressive. Young skier, going to Europe probably for the first time to ski in the pro events and skied really well.
And has really settled into to life being out there on tour. Didn't ski to her normally high standards in round number 1, but making this pass look relatively straightforward. And with that opener on 14.25 meters, let's go to Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Regina Jaques, and going through your warm-up, so let's get your thoughts on how the first round went.
I really liked my first round. Just had a little mental lapse, I guess, of holding onto the handle at a 6-ball. So hopefully my grip's recovered, and I will do that again the rest of the weekend. But it feels really great out there. This Hilltop's is skiing amazing. I mean, we just saw Will run 41, so I'm looking forward to it. I was actually thinking at six ball when I was going around six ball at 39 in the first round. I was like, I can't wait to get into 41 at this lake here, and then that was short-lived. So hopefully that won't happen again, and I can get a good start at 39 like I did last round, and get through the pass and see how 41 looks here.
Good deal. We're going to see it coming up soon. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So good, fine words there from Regina Jaques and Wade Cox there, who this year celebrates his 34th year of association with the Hajo Sports and the Syndicate brand.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that longevity, is hard to come by.
I'd say unrivaled, right?
Yeah, unrivaled. Yeah, that's a good word to use. So here we go. This is coming in on this pass of 13 meters or 32 off. This is Ali Garcia.
Does a really good job of her position off the buoy. It's really cool to watch from this angle. Hips are up, totally stacked, and just makes the pass simple when you do it like that.
And I think upon reflection, those initial two passes are actually better than the ones that she completed in round number one. And let's go back over to Wade again.
Hey guys, we're here with Jill Knutson, and as she's catching her breath, we'll catch up. Hey, that was a great score for you, though. Bit bigger than Furs, and then just this close to being in the 39, right?
Just a couple of buoys shy, and I must have forgot that there were 6 buoys instead of 4 buoy course, because we've been to a couple of 4 buoy courses in our day. But no, I'm the old lady of the group. I just do this for fun because this is my backyard. This is Hilltop Lake. This is where I've been since 1997, and this is when a pro tournament is here in your backyard. You just got to come and show up. So my goal was to not run 2 at 38 and give an old lady score. I wanted to at least get past that, so I'm pretty happy with my score. I know it's not much, but it was fun.
Well, that's the cool thing. If you ever come up to Hilltop, you just happen to run into ex-pros like this young lady here. Back to you guys.
All right, and there at the helm is Becky Lathrop, mashing the throttle down and getting ready to pull Ali Garcia into the course for the next run. She's gone through 28 and 32. This is now 35 off, or 12 meters. Getting in a little bit of difficulty here with this particular run, but just trying to keep a cool head and get through this run.
Overall, looked pretty easy. I mean, Ali, the tip comes up a little bit on the 135 side, but that's kind of her style. Just gets it back down, doesn't panic, works behind the boat, and pretty easy 12 meters.
Indeed, and I mean that stacked position through the entrance gates is a good portion of the reason why she got the early approach and the early start on this pass. Now, it probably didn't end off particularly early, especially given that snap off number 2, but for the most part she had that pass well under control.
Yeah, very easy. Hopefully coming into 38 here, she'll just stay over it a little bit more on the one ball and keep herself up course, and she shouldn't have any problems running. I know she runs it every day in practice.
All right, and that is a 6 buoy count, and there we go. Oh, isn't that cute?
That is cute. That's what it's all about.
Paige and Zane and Ali and Robert, just enjoying the outing out here, and being out here in the great outdoors. You're not sweating too much as you would be in Florida or anywhere else in the country, for that matter, in the South.
The weather's definitely better this year than last year. If you guys remember. Oh, here we go. Allie coming in at 39.
All right, actually
38. Excuse me.
38. Scored 3 in the previous round and will not be approaching that score this time around. And I mean, I don't know what it is. I mean, she scored 3, which and she would be first off the dock going into the last round. But She came round, the skier developed a good bit of angle, but unfortunately all of that water speed dropped away and she dug herself a big old hole and couldn't really get out of it.
Yeah, she looked like a good position, but you can tell she's a bit down course, a bit straight into one. Ski rotated well, but just didn't have the line, and that's how it goes.
28, Charlie 2.
Got to keep your direction off the wake.
Thank you.
All right, then. So getting the numbers there from Elizabeth Montavon, electing to go with Charlie 2 on the 0 off, and a 14.25 meter start, or 28 off. Beautiful conditions, absolutely crystal clear water, and you'll see that almost immediately as she makes a deep water start, it is a very, very fine tint of blue.
Yeah, it's a beautiful lake, good temp. I'd say like upper 70s on the water temp, maybe 80. So you jump in, you feel it, a little refreshing, but it feels good.
All right, so there we go.
I guess pretty well, 78.
78 degrees Fahrenheit, the lake temp right now, which is about 10 degrees more than the surrounding air temp. Now, here's a skier with a rather unusual style. I mean, all over the back of the ski, not using much of the tip, I would say, unless it's to pivot that turn. And let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Paige Rini, and she's literally moments away from going out and put up a big score this morning, though. Kind of a relaxed vibe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to go for it. My goal is to always run 39. That's been a goal for a long time, so hopefully I'll be able to do it today.
Have you made it?
What do you mean?
Have you made 39 in a tournament yet?
No, I haven't.
Well, we can't wait. So it'd be totally cool if you did it right here, right now.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
All right, we're cheering for her. Back to you guys.
And there you go, the lofty ambitions, and...
I tell you what, though, she skied well this morning.
Yeah.
Got a good 3. I mean, if you can get to the 3, you can run it. So she can do it.
Absolutely. And, I mean, the technique and a balance on that ski is certainly something to behold as well. And we'll get to see that in a few minutes, I would surmise. Elizabeth Montavon out there on the water. And there's Whitney there going through her stretches to get limbered up for her set out there on the water. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and he is Dave Wingerter. He is the VP of HO Sports and has broad responsibility, especially over the way that the Syndicate program is conducted, and it is certainly one of the finest ski brands out there.
Elizabeth's looking good here at 32. You can see when the rope gets shorter, the skier gets pulled more and more on the front of the ski, and so there you look like a little bit less tip out of the water. Starting to look better. I think she's got her ski set up for 38, 39. That's why it looks a little bit tip high at 28.
So whilst we go into that discussion in a little bit, let's check in with Wade.
So a girl slalom skier like Allie Nicholson, or a lady, I should say, or maybe a Marcus Brown, you need a hair tie. Right? That's an essential part of your kit, right?
Yeah, you guys were coming to find me. I was like, hang on, I got to find the hair tie because I guess I pulled off with my jacket earlier because it's a little chilly out. But, yeah, I found it all good, so no reason to stress, and looking forward to round 2 here.
So, any changes from the first round? You had sort of time to chew on it for a few hours?
Yeah, I talked to Zane. I got a couple things to kind of think about this round. I mean, overall, pretty happy with the round earlier, but hoping definitely to improve this round.
Well, good deal, and that's a big shout-out to big brother Zane, who helped us out at Nationals last week. Awesome. And hey, Mom and Dad, back to you guys.
All right, excellent stuff. And I think the next product on the Syndicate brand is hair ties.
Syndicate, I guess so. We better get on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can be a lot of R&D on that one.
All right, then, here we go. This here is Elizabeth Montavon. Now, because the line has gotten this short onto 12 meters, this is where some of that stance on the slalom ski comes into play.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think at the finish here, you can see the tip is staying down better than at 14 meters, and that's just the way the rope swing is. Pulls you more over the shovel at the finish. And like I said, I think she knows what she's doing. She's got her ski set up for the hard passes. She's not too worried about the opener.
Okay, a bit analogous to like Formula One, where you decide to go with a soft compound tire or go all the way to mediums or hards. So she goes with the more extreme to start off with. Because she knows that she only has to ski a certain way, and she will be there.
Yeah, she knows she's going to get through the early passes. She's not super worried about how it looks, but she needs the ski setup at 39 for sure.
Most certainly, because, at 39 and a half off, it could come down to just how well that you've got that thinner line, how much wing that you have on that ski to affect the pitch on the ski and what have you. It's just little things that
when you're at the limit, the little things really matter, for sure.
All right, so we've got right now Elizabeth Montavon out there on the slalom course. We've got Paige Rini on deck right now, getting ready for her turn. All right, so here it comes. She scored 4 buoys on this same line length in the first round, and this is Elizabeth Montavon. Oh, good
start.
Strike on number 1. Oh, look at that, number 2. She's there on number 3, taking some big hits. Oh, a little bit on the inside of buoy number 4. She's still there on, and just that infuriating little mistake that she made off the wakes into number 3 and number 4. Had she held a better head, she could have run that pass.
I think she had a really good start, had a little trouble into 4, almost pulled it off. I know she'd be disappointed, but, she looks good. She's skiing well, and, she's going to get to ski on Sunday, so she'll figure it out then, I hope.
And just look, the number 1 that she got was just absolutely sensational. And, the second one looked pretty darn good as well. Now, number 3, things started to unravel here. And then she just had to jump on the tip of the ski to get her balance back and to rest that speed. And she knew she had an opportunity to run that pass. And that expression just basically said it all. Just looking at this from the boat, what do you see here, Freddie?
Yeah, a really good start. Hi, everyone, by the way. A really good start. Little loaded, but you can see, her strength comes into play. She's out of the turn pretty deep and, getting that stack going. But, yeah, she starts kind of moving into buoy 4. You'll see here she just throws the feet really quick, moves way too fast, and that just puts her off balance and she can't control the ski on the way back in.
And Elizabeth Montavon, who we've seen online extensively in recent times on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, and everything that's documented a lot of our ascendancy up to the ranks, and won her first pro title at Miami last season. Has to make do with 4 buoys this time around, 11.25 meters. Now let's have a look at Paige Rini, who comes to us out of Canada, but skis over at Matt Rini's place in the Winter Garden.
She's got a great onside turn, doesn't she, Freddie? It's super quick.
Super quick. I was really impressed with her. I didn't watch her from the webcast in the first round, but I watched her just sort of walking down the bank having a look, and she looked great. I think that sometimes you'll see, like, the nose of her ski will come up and she'll kind of push too much on the tail on her onside, but it looks like it's really staying down. The offside's always good, so... Yeah, 3 at 39. I think that's an equal PB that she got in the first round. So
it's got to be close to the PB for her, and it looks like she can do more. Sometimes you're at the limit, you're maxed out to get to 3, but it didn't look like that today.
No, it didn't, and her 38 was really, really good. She ran at one of the Masters qualifiers at Hancock. She ran 3, and that was a PB. It was really funny. She came in having run a PB, and she's like, man, I'm not going to Masters, and I was like, enjoy the PB though, right? So,
exactly. Never satisfied slalom skier.
Never can be. It's not possible as a slalom skier.
It's like having an ambition to go into space, but you have to first become an astronaut.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, but she'll be there. Consistently getting 3s, like, that'll put you, in some really good spots, actually, especially in the preliminary round. It's really nice to go out there first round. She's got equal to her PB and she can go and improve it. There's a nice little head tailwind. It's really set up for a good score going away from the dock. So we'll see how she does. She's going to have to run the 38 tailwind. but she's got a couple more passes before that.
All right, here we go. This is Paige Rini. Ooh, look at that off number 1. Good knee compression off each turn, and that's what's allowing her to keep that ski rotating away from the boat and taking that angle well into the edge change.
You know, the nice thing about getting a PB in the first round is, as a skier, you can trust your moves. You don't have to worry like, oh, I got to work on this thing. I got to really focus on this move. You just do what you did before because you know you just PB'd. So it gives up.
Okay, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Elizabeth Montavon, and kind of a unique scenario that you girls are already into the finals. So, you know, anything to take away from it that it's going to be different for tomorrow now?
I think that was a pretty good start at a 38, honestly. Not too much to complain about. I just needed to carry that rhythm through the rest of the pass. It's been, touch and go all summer with recovering from injuries and then getting hurt again and then recovering again. So 38 rhythm, it's coming together. You just don't want to be saying that during an event, but this is the way the chips fell.
She's going to do it tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So we just confirmed that Paige went in at 32 and came back at 35. Both passes she's run. Now it is 11.25 meters off 38 off. She scored 3 in the previous round. Let's see if she can get a little bit further down the course, if not run it. So here we go.
But she ran 3 at 39, right, Tony? So I think that she has to run this and then she'll have a chance.
3 at 39.
That's not a good buoy 1. Let's see how 2 is. 2 is really good. I like her offside right now. A little bit of tip rise, and she's on the tail through into 4, but that offside is just crushing. Doing really, really well.
Oh, look at that. Oh, my word.
I actually thought it was a really nice 38. I mean, not ideal 1, but something I did notice with Paige is her vision off the 135 is interesting. She keeps her head facing down the lake. She lets the ski come through and finish. And I think that move is really what helped her get through that pass.
Just a wonderful, wonderful score there and wonderful technique. And just able to manage the speed and manage the load behind the boat. And she got herself into a couple of tricky situations, like the tail end of number 5. But you know what? She got back on it and went straight cross course and was able to get round all 6 buoys.
Commentary. I've never done that before.
Ali Nicholson, top of the
really good
Waterski
day.
Pro Tour leaderboard, having gone to Europe. She's competed in every single event this year, actually. I think she's the only one that's competed in every single tour event this year on the men or the women's side.
Music today.
All right, then, as we pick up on that little bit of conversation there along the dock side, here we go. This is Paige Rini. She got 3 at 10.75 meters in the round previous to this one.
She just dropped the shoulder, but the way her ski is turning out of her offside is just incredible, because that wasn't her best one, but I was super impressed with the first sort of 7/8 of buoy 2.
Very close to the first round. Like, good one. I wouldn't say great, but like you said, Fred, 2 balls looking awesome today. Tips engaged, full rotation.
She just got
in good shape. Yeah.
Little bit of just a little disconnected. You can see that hip just move further and further away from the handle. If she had just managed to get the hip a little bit closer, she'd have been over to 3, actually in really good shape.
Yeah, it almost got her. 2 was almost better than she thought she was going to be, it looked like.
And she might have benefited from the enhanced grip offered by Pro Gear gloves, the original created by Clint Stadelbauer and managed by Alicia Bagnoli. Buy them at skiprogear.com.
Disappointing a little bit from Paige, because I really was so impressed with the start of that turn. Yeah, just couldn't quite finish it off. But she would, like we were saying, she could have been in that shout, getting over to 3 into her onside turn. Could have really looked to be moving over to buoy 4, but as it is 1.5, and dual scores into 39, she'll be happy. And she really does look solid, and she'll be happy to go into the final like that. So here's Ali. Dave, one of your skiers.
Yeah, Allie's skiing great this year. She's #1 Pro Waterski Tour. Pretty awesome.
Crushing. So she's won the last 2 tour events, her first 2 wins. She did every single tournament in Europe after having 2 podiums at Swiss and Lake 38.
And let's check in dockside with Wade.
Hey guys, here in the cabana with Jamie Bull and a 2-time defending champ with the yellow jersey. Just kind of chilling out, having a kind of casual Saturday afternoon ski ride, right?
Yeah, trying to keep it calm, and then I'm not up next, so gotta get over to the dock and then get after it.
She's up next. See ya.
All right then. So we're just about to bring Ali Nicholson into the course. So we just heard a little bit there from Jamie Bull, the current world champ, riding on her own signature ski with the motto from a highly revered organization in the United Kingdom called the SAS. That motto is, "Who dares wins."
Who dares wins.
Yeah, we might have borrowed that. Sounds pretty cool.
It certainly does.
And I think it's true of shoreline skiing. Who dares wins. You're going to have to go for it.
If you sit on your heels, you're not going anywhere. That's for sure.
Exactly.
So, Dave, you must have been a little bit stressed as you know, as head of HO when Ali, in like the second tournament of the whole of the 5-stop European Tour, when she snapped her ski in half. You must have been freaking out, but then pretty cool. She managed to get on a ski that she borrowed and from someone in Greece, I think, and then just went and won 2 pro tournaments. You got to be pretty happy about that.
She made it easy for me. Yeah, she skied through the triangle. Unfortunately, broke her ski. It's like a freak thing, and then we were panicking, but she jumped on a new one and won events, so it made it easy on me.
Yes, absolutely, and the reason why she was able to recover and to continue on skiing for the events like the Caiaphas Battle was because of the huge amount of dealers across the world that actually have the HO skis and the Syndicate brand. She was able to go to Greece and actually have the Greek dealership for HO skis provide her with a replacement ski, and then she continued skiing on with that one.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. HO, we're fortunate to have a great dealer network, and especially in Greece with George and the guys there, and yeah, it couldn't have worked out any better. Obviously worked out well for Ali, and then she didn't let it bother her. Sometimes you break a ski, gets in your head. She put it behind her and won events. Really, really stoked for her.
Even in she did it in the first round, right? And I mean, Tony, did you see the handle?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it was shredded.
Yeah.
It went right through the handle. It, like, you know, that ski didn't have a chance. So, and then she went right back out and came second in that event. Ran 38. I think every round afterwards. It was incredibly impressive.
Yeah. Ali can run 38. She knows how to do it.
All right, and watching her is Zane Nicholson. Just seeing some comments that he put on the live chat here for the webcast that you'll be able to be a part of by clicking on the TWBC subscribe button. Here we go. Look at that round buoy number 4. She's still in full-on attack mode. Round number 5 gets round number 6.
Oh man!
My point exactly. Like, she can run 38.
She can run 38. Well, she can
didn't make one good turn, and she ran 38.
That's right. And I think Marcus was saying, you know, about being sort of, you know, professional skier. Like, you know, that was amazing. She didn't make too many great turns. One was good. After that, it was all dodgy, and
she
tough. Made her way out of it. Yeah.
After number 6, get the gate view. All right then. So looking at Ali Nicholson. But looking at her buoy number 4, still a little bit down course, but I tell you what, she has tenacity out there.
Oh, she ski fully facing down the lake and bouncing around all over the place. But
let's have a look at this end gate, though.
And she's not even looking, and watch.
Ooh.
She got it. I'd say that's in. That's on the easy side. That's on the good side. But yeah, I mean, I think she wasn't even looking. If you look at, she wasn't even thinking about where she was going.
Frustrated with herself, and she skied just inside it, right over it. So
Yeah.
I think that's a good gate.
We saw Charlie Ross last year at the Worlds. He finished at 38 and went out on the wrong side of the exit gate, just sort of not really paying attention. I mean, you do have to really pay attention right to the end, but she'll be happy. She's 39.
39 and a half off, 10.75 meters. She is on to the next run. Let's see what she can do. Rolls that ski in. Buoy and that is going to be half a buoy effort there for Ali Nicholson.
Not her best gait. And actually, we'll see on the replay, let's see how close the nose of the ski was to the handle. She nearly had a repeat of what happened at San Gervasio there. Pretty close.
Luckily, the factory's close. So.
Yeah, that's right.
You're right, it was close.
Yeah. Not so far away. But
All right. Yep, that's going to be half a buoy effort there for Ali Nicholson on 10.75 meters. We thank once again Dave Wingerter for making an appearance here at the announcing point, and wish you the best of luck because you'll be skiing fairly soon.
Yeah, I'm going to go give it a go. So thanks, guys. Enjoyed it, and yeah, be fun.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Rip it up.
Rip it. All right then.
So I guess that means that Paige moves ahead of Ali for tomorrow, so that puts her as a higher seed. There's not a perfect tie, which the organisers here were worried about. There's some sort of a special prize for sort of having a crash or something if you break a tie. I don't know, but anyway,
something like that, yeah.
So Paige is a higher seed than Ali for tomorrow, which is kind of an interesting wrinkle.
Yep, a wrinkle in time. All right then, so now we're going to continue on with our next competitor, the current world champion and the defending Hilltop Pro champion for the last 2 seasons. This here is Jamie Bull.
And it was here in 2020. It was the first pro tournament post-COVID, mid-August it was, around this time, that she ran her first ever 39. I was here competing, and she ran, I think, 4 or 5 in the first round, and I think maybe it was the second round she ran her first ever 10.75, which was a huge moment. And since then, she's sort of made that pass, something that she's not running once in a while, but really quite frequently. Followed it up, that's what I said to her when she won the Worlds last year. She it was maybe 13 or 14 months since she'd run her first ever 10.75, her first 39, and then, not so long later, she's running it to win the World Championships and getting 2 at 41, which pretty special skiing, pretty special. And the way that she's gone from being, someone that's run it once to someone that consistently runs it, and you actually kind of bet for her to run it now. It's pretty special and is a testament to the amount of work that she puts in.
All right, and just enough time to tell you about 2U. They offer nutritional bars in a variety of different flavors. They're available online and at great local stores around the Sunshine State of Florida. That is 2U bars. All right, and obviously check out bplayfuel.com and download the apps that are available through Google Play and from the Apple Store. Go to bplayfuel.com and download the apps. So, right here, right now, this is Jamie Bull, looking in very good control on 12 meters and on the back of the ski. Still looking to get angle across the course, and great looking effort there. Just seems so smooth on the opening 2 runs, and leaving her with plenty of energy in reserve.
Yeah, she's incredibly strong and she's incredibly technically proficient. She knows how to stand on a slalom ski, as Marcus was saying earlier, and that just means, it means she's going to be consistently, near the top end of women's water skiing. She ran 4 earlier. I thought she might have gone a bit further, and I think, I'd say there's a really good chance she will here. She ran probably the best 10.75 I've ever seen her do, and really, maybe the best I've ever seen from any of the women in the first round at San Gervasio. It was really incredible. So she'll be looking to dial back into that. She'll be there in one more pass. Dave mentioned a minute ago, there's Ali knows how to run 38. Well, Jamie, it's almost unfathomable to think that she would miss it, and it's really become a warm-up pass for her. And that's really where, when you can almost bet your life on someone running 38, you know that they're going to be, really deep at 39.
All right, then. Coming into the course, this is going to be 11.25 meters. It is 38 off. This is Jamie Bull. Entrance, buoy number 1. Rocking away with the angle off number 2.
So easy.
Yeah. Whoa! Whoa.
Yeah, well, it's terrible commentary there from me, but
well, that's fine. She's got it.
I mean, yeah, 1, 2, and 3 just looked like it was the easiest pass in the whole world, and then over to buoy 4, and I think she just grabbed a bit early, got a little on the tail, and then but you know, her offside is so good. She balances her, you know, over her feet so well into her offside that she could just, you know, despite getting out of shape out of 4, she knew she could come into 5 and just trust that turn, get that turn in, and run the pass.
Trust in the process.
That's really good.
Yeah,
this was a great turn. I think 3 was probably my favourite turn of the whole pass, actually. And then, yeah, I wonder what happened here.
Got off that line just a split second too soon, I believe.
Yeah, just moved back a little bit, kind of grabbed a hold of the handle, and still, you know, waiting for 6. That says that she did a really good job the first half of the pass, but she'll want to be, you know, getting her balance a little bit better over her feet through the turn on this 10.75 pass in order to run it.
All right, then we await our next skier to take to the water. It's Whitney Rini and Jamie Bull, her compatriot from Canada, on the water. So Jamie Bull, 4 buoys at the 10.75 in the round previous to this, and here we go.
6 to take the lead.
Rocking and rolling. Entrance gates number 1.
Good one.
Look at her go.
Oh, it's not it. Oh, amazing 3. Let's see. Come on, get a good 4. And she's over to 5, and I think she's probably going to run this really late. Will she get around it? No.
5 buoys. It's better than a previous round score.
Ties with Whitney, actually.
Indeed it does.
So that means that Whitney, in order to stay ahead of her in terms of the seeding, she needs to get 4 1/4.
Yeah, something like that.
If they tie, if they tie with 5 and 4, then it will go back to seeding, and Jamie will be seeded high, so that'll put her higher up the order tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. All the implications of the scores that are being produced, combined with the scores to come. You know, it's certainly rakes on the mind a little bit going forwards, but
unbelievable 3 that was.
Yeah, it
incredible.
was. And I mean, Jamie Bull has been largely absent on the Waterski Pro Tour for a lot of the summer, save for a couple of tournaments at the beginning of the season and the World Games, and spent a lot of time away from the circuit to fully embrace and enjoy the summer. I mean, after all, I mean, she'd been working extremely hard at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette to graduate from her engineering degree.
But I think she's won on the tour. She's won every event she's entered. I think she didn't do Swiss, didn't do Lake 38. She went to she did Botas. She won Botas. That she then won San Gervasio, and then she won Caiaphas before coming back for the World Games. So she's 3 for 3 in terms of the tournaments that she's entered.
Yeah,
which is quite good. That's the way to do it.
Absolutely
efficient.
Yeah, very, very efficient. Not too many, but efficiently done, and the ones that she was present at. Speaking of which, Whitney Rini coming to us out of Canada, and a member of that highly storied McClintock family, and multiple-time world champion, 9-time world champion, as a matter of fact, and a part of the setup at New Dimensions that helps a broad number of skiers such as Freddie Krueger and Whitney McClintock among their clientele, and also T-Gas and Licia Bagnoli. And you can find out more by searching for New Dimensions. They are located right outside the Millennium Mall in Orlando, Florida. That is New Dimensions.
We saw that pro standing of 5th there for Regina, but I mean, that's slightly deceiving. She is another one who has entered 2 tournaments and won both of them. So, you know, she's got the points from Swiss and Lake 38, but they were low point tournaments, just given the level of the cash prize there. So, you know, this being one of the biggest of the whole year, there's huge points here, and that, you know, if she can get the win, she is in the lead after the first round, she will rocket right up those standings.
Indeed. Here we go. This is Whitney Rini. won her first World Slalom Championship title in 2009.
Age 19.
Yeah, absolutely.
Incredible. And I think she won tricks that year as well.
And overall as well.
And maybe the Canadians won as a team?
Absolutely, I was there.
Pretty serious.
All right, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Jamie Bull, and we were. And did the light have anything to do? Prefer something to be out and have like super crisp light?
Yeah, I mean the light's definitely a little bit flat. It's not too bad. Like I have depth perception. The birds are starting to kind of come out now and start dive bombing a little bit. But no, the lake feels great. Everything feels great. Start was good. Just started everything a little bit too far down course. So everything felt good once I was in the course, but turned one ball a little bit further into the pass than I wanted to.
Well, what really matters tomorrow is tomorrow, right?
Exactly. So hopefully saving lots in the tank for tomorrow and hoping it'll be a good day.
Good stuff. Enjoy the rest of your day, Jamie. See you tomorrow.
So the next thing we should be looking out for is a squadron of Canada geese coming into the lakeside, I guess.
It is funny. She mentioned the birds. I remember last year it was a lot colder, but it was the same weekend, and there was just tons of birds just flying around in front of us when we were doing when we were skiing. They are not there this year. I noticed that, but maybe they're coming out now in the afternoon.
Right, you are. Here we go. This is Whitney Rini. Entrance gate number 1. In good shape there. This is 11.25 meters. Certainly a pretty difficult pass for anyone to run, but she does it so well.
That's really, really easy. Yeah, that's the best one so far. I mean, Jamie did 5/6 of her 38 were really, really good, but the boy 4 was not so good. This was no dramas the whole way down.
And here we go with Whitney Rini. Just looking at this run there, good extension off buoy number 1, and she really truly actively moves on that slalom ski, and 9 times out of 10 it really works out for her. She just whips the ski round, waits up on the handle, and then just catapults herself from one side to the other. Not very fluid in terms of motion, but in terms of effectiveness, it's right up there.
Yeah, and I think my favorite thing about her skiing, her offside is incredible. You can see how flat the ski is to the water in terms of the nose being, pretty down and the tail not being sort of, pushed all the way into the water. So she can get kind of balanced, and then she moves her vision across really early, and then the nose just comes through, the tail slides over because it's not too buried in the water, and she just gets that great offside turn that we see. And that's where, when that starts coming in, she really starts getting down to the sharp end of 39 and 41, and I think she's skiing really, really well. She looks really, really balanced.
Right, and here's a look at our leaderboard, taking into consideration the scores that we've gotten in this round, combined with the scores that were present in the first round. Whitney McClintock, our penultimate skier in this second round. Oh, look at this round, buoy number 1. She's there on number 2. Oh, take a big hit there on number 2, but she's still there. She has that knack.
Oh, we do have a perfect tie. That is a perfect tie between Jamie and Whitney, 5 and 4.
Which means that because Jamie has a better Pro Tour standing, that means that she has the upper hand.
So it's not crucial particularly. It just means that Jamie will go out tomorrow knowing what Whitney's done, which is quite interesting. Great one. Over to watch. She just falls back and the ski slides out in front of her. Little bit of a sort of whiplash there maybe out of 2, but I still thought she was kind of in it. 3 was decent. Over to 4, and it wasn't to be.
Yeah, just took a little bit too much out of that number 4 towards the end, kind of rushing that. And that results in the score of 4 at 10.75 meters. I mean, couldn't you imagine like a few years ago having this level of competition all in one place where 4 at 10.75 meters wasn't enough to put you on the top of the podium, but you're having to fight for second and even third spot with that score?
Well, Whitney, I'm going to say she won the World Championships. Well, you remember better than me, Tony.
Yeah.
With 1 at 39, 1 at 10.75.
Yeah, exactly, in 2009.
In 2009. And And at the same World Championships, the winning score for the men was 3 at 10.25. So the men haven't moved on that much since that point. But the women, I mean, there's no chance that you'd ever have a winning score of 1 at 10.75 in a World Championships. I mean, we were in Malaysia 3 years ago, and it was appallingly bad, very, very tricky. And still the scores are better than that. So the women's skiing is just, thanks to Regina, thanks to Whitney, have just got better and better. They've really, like you said, I mean, you don't get on the podium with mid 39, frankly, right now.
All right, and with Regina's opening pass, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm catching my man Marcus Brown on the other end. We used to ski together for years and years, and we worked together at Syndicate, and now this is our second event in a row where I'm holding the mic and you're shooting photos. Pretty neat deal, huh?
Yeah, well, it's pretty surreal. I mean, honestly, I'm not really doing video last weekend or this weekend. I'm more just, it's a comfort thing for me to carry the camera around. But you're kind of the reason that I got on Team Syndicate back in the day. You're my hero growing up. Seeing Bob walking around, seeing CP still competing, seeing the webcast guys crushing and bringing the sport to the world audience, and you're a part of that. I guess I get to be a part of that in a little bit of a sense. So that's all pretty surreal. Pretty exciting to be here, and I cannot wait to see what the rest of the season holds. But first, I can't wait to see what tomorrow holds for the folks that qualify.
Yeah, well, good stuff. Enjoy your time, MB. Back to you guys.
All right, then, and thanks a lot there to Wade and to Marcus Brown, who's part of that whole flow point method setup. He and Jenny Labar have created that so that you have all you need to ski your best. Online coaching and nutritional support. Go to flowpointmethod.com, flowpointmethod.com. Here we go, Regina Jaques, 12 meters.
Clockwork, just turning incredibly well. Incredibly well the whole way down. I mean, she's powerful, but she's technically, she's got that. She's found a way to turn that ski no matter what happens, onside, offside, and that's why she's so good. And it's great. The last two skiers, it's a story we know, but both come back from huge adversity in the last year or so. Regina this time last year was not skiing. She was injured. She'd gone through a very serious surgery on her knee, and then Whitney we saw have a horrendous crash at the Worlds, and it's great to see them. They're not the youngest. Whitney's about the same age as me. Regina's a little bit older. Not the youngest people in the field, and still just crushing really amongst the very best that we've seen, but also still the very best.
Yes, and Regina Jaques, thanks in no small part to Dr. Kane, who performed the surgery on her ACL and has helped her with the rehab from that point onwards. Normally the prognosis for an ACL injury is pretty much set in stone. It's like 12 months from the time that you injure to the time where you can start to fully recover. Regina Jaques ended last season, injured her ACL, tore it in May, and was able to ski on it and to a podium finish at the World Championships less than 5 months later.
And then go and win the Masters about a year on.
Absolutely.
Incredible. Oh, deep at 2. Uncharacteristically deep. I mean, you wouldn't often see that at 38 with Regina, but she's obviously still in it. You never ever bet against Regina running 38, but that was a bit of a strange one. I mean, I'm still going to say that Whitney had the best 38 of the day, but I also think that Regina will probably run 39, and that will be the best pass of the day. So let's see how we go.
So the current World Games champion, multiple-time world champion in slalom, multiple world championship in overall, and I tell you what, she's still very much a game. Even off balance there on number 2, she still let the ski come round. She just has that mind and that determination to keep on going forward,
Well, I think that you mentioned the World Games there, Tony. I mean, anecdotally, I heard it was the worst conditions that anyone's ever skied in. So strange that it was there, but we're talking about her injury. She went out in these conditions that no one apparently has ever skied in, even worse than Malaysia, even worse than France, and went and won, against stiff competition. Jamie was there, who's been just skiing incredibly. So that is incredibly impressive because as soon as it gets rolly and dirty and the water's all kind of scary, you can get defensive. But she went for it. She won the World Games even through that, and that's it's amazing.
Incredible.
Yeah.
All right, then. As we continue to roll right along, just a quick coming into the course. And this is part of the reason why the gate pull out, and I'll key in on that in the moment.
Well, that's not so good.
Here we go.
Big 2 coming up. It's pretty good.
Round number 3. Oh, look at this. This is 10.75. Round number 4. Oh, rearing up on the back of the ski. She's good to go round. Oh, look at this. She is solidly determined to get round 6 and through the exit gates to better a score from the previous round. And that is a 6-buoy count at 10.75 meters. Fantastic skiing.
Yeah, well, I'm glad she's smiling, and she deserves to, because she had the worst start of Jamie, of Whitney, and her. She had the worst buoy 1, but she's got that big onside turn at buoy 2, and she definitely used it. Still, 3 wasn't so good, but she just kept on going. And I think the thing is too, she's run more 39s than anyone else has by quite a distance, I think. And she just sort of been there, done that, and. There was that video from Stillwater Pro-Am 2 years ago, which was the worst 39 you could possibly see. But it's so impressive when you see someone run a 39 badly, because it just means that they're just so confident, comfortable, and they're not sort of, to run a bad 39, it means you have to be really good.
She's run 39.5 off more times than we've had hot lunches.
That's almost certainly the case.
Yes. All right, then. So we're at 70 degrees Fahrenheit, which is the equivalent to 21 degrees Celsius. The water temperature is still holding at 78 degrees Fahrenheit. Those weather stats there providing us with a little bit of a deeper picture of what is occurring here. And what is occurring right now is that Regina Jaques is coming into the course. She has the lead.
She's top seed for tomorrow, 100%.
Absolutely.
What are you going to do here?
10.25 meters. Boom! Hits that number 1. Will not make it outside number 2. But at that point, she knows she's got the lead. Fantastic skiing. She'll have number 1 seed. She'll be the last person off the dock in round 3, which is the final. Just take a look at this.
Gets over there, and then, just sort of moves back on the ski. Kind of, I would say maybe could have been potentially
just stacks a little lower coming through the gate.
Yeah, she could have been a little bit slow with the handle potentially, but I mean, it's 10.25, and Regina's not the tallest person out there. She's got to be about 5'4", which for a slalom skier is pretty short, and for her to be running these scores consistently every single day, every single time we see her ski, it's pretty amazing.
All right, fantastic skiing there as we continue right along. This is the Syndicate Hilltop Pro. We thank you for tuning in, and here is our leaderboard. Regina Jaques, your leader, still your leader with 1 at 10.25 meters, the only person to go through 10.75 meters. Two-way tie with Whitney McClintock and Jamie Ball, but the tiebreaker there is the current Pro Tour standings, which means that Jamie Ball will be skiing second to last out. Whitney McClintock, therefore, skiing third to last out. And before them, we would have Paige Rini, Ali Nicholson, Elizabeth Montavon, Jill Knutson, and Ali Garcia. So all of those through to round number 3. And quick time just to mention our webcast sponsors with a big shout out to Rodney. This is the Hilltop Syndicate Pro, brought to you by Miles Sand and Gravel, Basta Boat Lift, Bigfoot Ford, Seattle Boat Company, and American Distribution. So, great skiing. We're going to go into round 2 of the men's competition. Just before we get to that, quick note of the Travis Grand Prix that will be taking place on October 7th and 8th. Broadcast by TWBC. Get your entry in quick for this event, which combines slalom, go-karting, and shooting. And also check out La Guapa, located in Tequesquitengo, which is a couple of hours south of Mexico City. So if you fancied an all-inclusive luxury villa resort experience, along with water skiing, check out La Guapa. All right. We will take a short break, step aside to allow us to do that, and then we will return with the round 2 of the men's competition in the 2022 Hilltop Pro, presented by Syndicate.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better. I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Well, hello, good afternoon, and welcome. We're into round 2 of the men's competition here at the 2022 Hilltop Pro presented by Syndicate. Let's have a quick look at the running order, shall we, for the men's competition. And it's going to show our men's competitors with Stephen Island taking onto the water first, then Brandon Shipper, Dave Wingerter, Jonathan Travers, Brenton Triplett, Nick Adams, Adam Caldwell, Adam Cord, Cole McCormick, Martin Bartowski, Stephen Neveu, and Chris Parish. And the remaining skiers after that from skier 13 onwards consists of Robert Puzosi, Robert Hazelwood, Benjamin Stadelbauer, Nate Smith, Dane Meckler, Freddie Winter, and Will Asher. And on the water first and making his approach in towards the slalom course is Stephen Island. All right, here we go. This is Stevie Island. 13-meter start. Now, things start to get a little bit complicated here because we have that many skiers in men's and only 8 will make it through to the third round. So, great athleticism there from Stephen Island as we look out at the end of the dock and see Brandon Shipper. Just enough time to tell you about the realty services of Drew Ross. Drew Ross Realty. He's a realtor, so if you're looking to purchase lakefront property in Central Florida, check with Drew Ross. Check with Drew Ross. Go online and go to Instagram and type in Drew Ross Realtor. Also, as we continue to wait for Stephen Island to come into course, quick reminder about B Play Fuel. B Play Fuel. Go to bplayfuel.com and click on the links to download your appropriate app, appropriate to your phone, on either Google Play or the Apple Store. bplayfuel.com. Stephen Island, entrance gates number 1. 12 meters. Seems to have a fairly good handle on things. Now, a skier who has had excursions into 41 off so far this season, but hasn't skied that many pro events during the course of the summer. We'll see how he makes out here. He knows that he's got to leave it all out there in order to make it through to the next round of the competition, because we only take 8 of the 19 competitors that we have on the list through to the next round, the top 8. So if he wants to be in that number. We'll see what he can do to affect that kind of change. So in the previous round there for Brandon Shipper. Brandon Shipper's best score in the previous round was 2 1/2 on 11.25 meters. He's run through the first two passes of 13 and 12. Now 11.25 meters beckons. It's 38 feet off the standard 75-foot line. So here we go, Stephen Island. Here we go. Entrance gates number 1. A little slow off that turn, but managing to make an impact on 11.25 meters. He's definitely better than he was on the round previous to this one, round 5, and he is certainly on his way to the next run of 10.75 meters. Now, essentially what he has to do is quite simple. He's got to run through 39.5 off and get about halfway down 41 off to make it through possibly to the next round of the competition. Sounds oh so simple, does it? Well, there's a lot more that is working underneath the surface to make that change happen. He's run through 11.25 meters. That was the pass that stopped his progress cold in the round before. But now let's see what kind of changes he can make in order to affect a 6 buoy count at 10.75 meters or 39.5 off. So leaving the skier with 35.5 feet of line to go round a slalom course that is 37.5 feet wide. So having to make up the equivalent of 2 school rulers for every single turn that he attempts out there on the slalom course. 2 feet of deficit he has to make up. Starting with the first 2 buoys. He's there. He's round number 2. Round number 3, a little bit delayed down course. He's round number 4. He's still going. And at 10.75 meters, does he make it round buoy number 6? Yes! There you go. Stephen Island. Stephen Island all the way through his first 39.5 off pass completion in a pro event. Game on. And it certainly just didn't make it look easy. I tell you that. Certainly got down course a little bit off number 3. There is a score review, however, that's been released at the top of the screen here, but we'll find. Ooh, and that could be the reason why. Looking at the instant replay to see if he managed to make his way around buoy number 6. Waiting on the final decision from the judges. Is it going to be 5? All right, so 6 buoys confirmed there. He has the pass. Now it is going to be 41 off, 10.25 meters. This is very rare air here, given the type of competition that he's involved in. Pro-level competition, 5-star event here at the Hilltop Pro for 2022. 41 off, 10.25 meters. If he can make a break on number 2 and get beyond that some ways, then he could find himself into his first final. There we go. There's round buoy number 1. He's round number 2. He's making a play for number 3. Does he get outside 3 into the wakes? Yes, he does. Yes, he is excited, and so he should be. Stephen Island with a 3 buoy count at 10.25 meters, and that might actually end up being his personal best. Great skiing from Stephen Island. handle up high, but then he just absolutely buried himself off buoy number 1 and got round number 2, buried himself even deeper off number 2 to number 3, and then he realized at that point number 3 could well be enough to send him through to the next round should circumstances dictate. And wow, 3 buoy count there for 10.25 meters, and there's at least one person on that shoreline who's extremely happy for that score. So there we go. Fantastic skiing there for Stephen Island. 3 at 10.25 meters. That puts him up against, on top of a number of great skiers on this list. Looking at this instant replay once again, round buoy 1. I don't know if there's a score review taking place, but I tell you what, fair play to the man. So we believe that it's 3 buoys. All right, sir. Confirmation on 3 buoys at 10.25 meters. From 2.5 at 11.25 meters to 3 at 10.25. A more than 2 pass improvement on his previous round. Let that sink in. All right now. Okay, so how do we follow that? Stephen Island there with 3 at 10.25 meters. Our next competitor to take to water is going to be Brandon Schipper.
Yeah, man, hey, after this first pass. So that's P.
All right, here we go. This is Brandon Schipper coming in on the opening pass. This is 13 meters. Entrance gate number 1. Good stack position into number 2. Little open into number 3. But it's something that he can fight his way out of. And as he gets round number 6 on the opening pass, let's check in with Wade's World.
So things that went down. You had a 9 buoy improvement from this morning, and you just tied your PB, and it's 6 buoys better than it was a year ago. That's incredible, man.
I appreciate it. Thanks, man. I'm pretty psyched, honestly. I mean, obviously, missing my at 38 was a bummer, and having to go first off the dock is always tough. But 39 was a wild 39, and getting the 3, hopefully it holds.
Yeah, that is setting the pace, to say the least. I mean, I remember I did it once or twice later in my career. Chris Rossi, the same when we put this huge score up, and then it's kind of fun, isn't it, right?
Well, now I'm just going to be sitting here counting skiers, I guess. I don't know. It's going to be like a math equation.
No, it's pretty much what it is. We get to see how good his math is. But, hey, great skiing, Stevie. Awesome, man. Good for you. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Continuing right along, we've got Dave Wingerter at dockside, and we'll get ready for his turn, and just trying to eye in on the course and stay focused. So, skier on the water is Brandon Schipper. Coming to us originally from the Midwest, but a ski. Oh no! And he goes down early on 12 meters, and Brandon Schipper getting on the tip of the ski, and that cartwheels him into the water. So it is going to be a 2.5 buoy score. 2.5 on 12 meters. In this round of skiing, so unfortunately that eliminates Brandon Schipper from future contention in the pro section of the event. So Brandon Schipper coming up a little bit short, and obvious performance as we get ready to bring Dave Wingerter into the course. And all right then, so as Dave Wingerter takes to the course, I'm joined by my two bestest friends. We've got Regina Jaques and we got Marcus Brown. So Marcus, a little bit of a surprise turn of events there with Stephen Ireland getting halfway down 10.25 meters.
That's really special for Stephen. I think it's going to be a moment he's going to remember for a long time. And he put the pressure. There was a 5-way tie at 2 at 41 off for those top 8 spots. And now those guys are going to have to do something to make a move. Wow. We see Dave here, opening pass. Just a little jittery there out of 1 and 2, but he's starting to calm it down.
Yep, he calms it down, and all well and good. And you know, those first passes can be really unnerving, and you're trying to get a feel for the water. You try not to overdo things out there, and sometimes a little bit of the concentration focus goes completely out the window.
So I got a question about the finals. Do we know how they're going to decide that tie? Is it going to go back to backup score?
I think it is going to go up to backup score, which means that so far as this tie is concerned, it's going to ultimately come down to how much these competitors that are currently tied score in the second round. Okay, and quick announcement for the skiers who haven't signed the bibs yet, please do so. We got the ceremonial bibs near the
really
dockside.
nice.
Yeah, they are. They're very, very nice.
No, your asking was nice.
My asking was nice.
Yeah, that was nice.
But aren't the bibs nice already?
They are.
They are. They're very nice. Okay, so, and Regina, how you doing, sweetheart?
I'm good. I'm really good. So here we go. Dave coming in at 35, and I think he also had a little bit more nerves because, Stevie Island just went out and set a crazy score and kind of changed the game here for the rest of the event.
Yeah, Dave's, again, home site. We talked about this earlier today about whether or not that helps people or hurts people. I think it depends on the person, but Dave's very familiar with the site. He's integral in making this event happen. And so I think, he's just excited to be out there on the water, kind of in his own zone, trying to
here's a
find the flow.
Well, here's a question. Considering who's actually on the Syndicate team, what ski does he ski on? Does he ski on a Will Asher designed ski, or a CP designed ski, or a Benjamin Stadelbauer ski? He's got so many ski designs and concepts to choose from.
He's probably on the Dave ski, I would imagine,
Exactly.
His version. Yeah. He's got the best spot. He's got, all the knowledge of everybody's, and then he can go into his own.
Mm-hmm. I think right now he's riding that 01, so the one that Will's riding, John's riding.
The Works 01, the brand new ski that will be available at your nearest HO sports dealer in a short while.
All right. 38 off. What did he do? 2.5 first round?
Yep.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
2.5, yep.
So here we go. This now is 38 off, 11.25 meters. Had a shaky start at 32 off, but now we're on the violet loop. 11.25 meters, 38 off. Good start. Good leverage.
Really good leverage.
Oh, my.
Just falling back a little bit, but, staying with it, so...
Almost rocked his head clean off round buoy number 2, but managing to recover and get round all 6 buoys at the 38 off for 11.25 meters.
Yeah, that's not the pass that he wanted. You'll see here on the replay, like Regina was saying, he's fallen off the back of the ski a little bit. But there is an element of the pass before your hardest pass, trying to wake yourself up. He got woken up.
He woke up.
Yeah, he went full on bobblehead on number 2.
And 4. But stayed with it. He's always in a good position going into his edge change on his next edge change.
Yep. He did not have the 5-ball he needed, but he still somehow got a ski around 6, and I think he's taking a deep breath. Wow, look at that. Taking a deep breath or two. He's trying to get reset down there and get his mind right for this 39. He knows he needs to put out a big score. I don't know what his PB is, Tony. Do you know what his PB is?
I'm actually not too sure, but I can access his scoring record for the last 12 months if that gives us any kind of indication.
I'm going to say it's 4, 3.5 or 4.
Yeah, I would go along with that. I would go along with that. Absolutely. So about 4 buoys here on 10.75 meters will be pretty much a par of the course for him. Let's see if he can get to that point. He's going to need the entire pass, though.
Uh-oh.
And with that kind of start, he ain't going to get anywhere close.
Well, that's going to end his weekend probably. He's not super stoked on that, but that is improvement over his first round. So he's got to somewhat be okay with it. Regina, what do you think happened here on the gate?
You know, he just ended up getting a little slow out at the gate. So then he just ended up having to go so hard into one, just ended up with too much speed. That's why you see that tail or that tip rise on him. So right here, you just see how slow he is. He just has to go way too hard. And then with that increased speed, he loses the line, and then that tip comes up.
All right, and with that, as Dave Wingerter exits stage left, we go to Wade's World.
So, Cole McCormick, so did you have a shout with any of your team at home? I know your dad, your mom, I mean, you got some Hall of Famers there.
Yeah, I had a chat with Crystal Point just to try to get my head on straight. I mean, obviously that round didn't go exactly as I planned, so came up with a game plan for round 2, and hopefully it'll go quite a bit better in that round. That last round was not good.
Well, that's why we love TWBC, because his coach, Crystal Point, at home watching. So, yeah, hope it works out for you, dude. Back to you guys. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Wade, and thanks a lot, Cole. And we're with Jonathan Travers right now, who's got his work cut out for him. He's got a lot of catching up to do, but I tell you what, he's been in this position before, and he has come through.
Yeah, it's early start for us to see, Jonathan out so early in the pack, not really knowing even what the cut is. But like you said, he's still got to perform, and he knew that even if he had gotten into 41, he still was going to have to perform this round too.
I think this is a good spot for him right now, because after that first round, he's not fired up about how he skied. He's ready to go out and change
Get
things.
some buoys.
Yeah. So if he had to wait around until his seating, I think might have been worse. Now it's let's get out there, let's get it done, see what we can do.
So do we know where we're at for the top 8, what the cut is?
2 is going to be a tie as of now.
So everybody that has
like a 5-way tie for 4 spots.
So let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. Asher, Winter, Island, Meckler, Parish, Puzosi, Hazelwood, Stadelbauer. So right down to Benjamin Stadelbauer is about, what is it? It's about 7 skiers right about that time.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you have a pretty darn good idea of what it's going to take to actually make it through to the next round of the competition. And certainly Stephen Island with his score of 3 at 10.25 meters.
Just changed the whole game.
Yeah, absolutely. Just completely, utterly threw that prognostication into a tailspin. Here we go. This is Jonathan Travers. This is 12 meters. All right, smooth as you like.
Yep.
All right, good effort.
Getting comfortable.
And I mean, the way that he fell and he exited on 11.25 meters was just one of those just unusual anomalies, really. So I don't think he would be terribly concerned about making too many changes on the strength of what he did in the previous round. But
no, I don't think so either. I don't think he's even really thinking about that. That pass is done. That set's done and over with. And, just like he didn't hurt himself with a fall like that, hitting the buoy or having any ankle problems or anything coming from it. So, that set's done, and here he is and knows he's going to have to get through the next couple passes.
He did say that it was a little little rough on his ankle, but you know, I saw that fall wasn't very expected, so you can see how a quick fall like that can do something. But he's looking pretty calm and collected out there.
Right, you are. All right, then. So on the dock side, we've got Brenton Triplett. Could he conjure up a performance that will shock the world? All right, so Jonathan Travers. Let's see if he can get back into some form of normality, at least for him, from his perspective, and make it all the way through on 11.25 meters. The violet loop. Entrance number 1. Round number 2, continuing, getting into a good flowing position. This is where things went sideways for him in the previous round. Not this round. Good effort there from JT and Marcus. Anything you see out there?
Yeah, that's not how he wants to ski it. You see here in the replay, you'll probably see how almost every turn he's getting a little bit on the back of the ski at the finish. The line's just a little loose. He's having to wait for it. So I think his timing's off slightly, and maybe he's just still a little bit tentative after that first round. You see almost every turn he's doing that. So at 39, I'm going to expect to see him sharpen, tighten things up, and look for a little bit more of the line at the backside of the buoy instead of letting the ski run quite so much. There's a lot of different ways to do that, but I think he just knows how to make the adjustment. So he's already working on it.
Maybe he's trying to go to guns a little bit too soon, right after the buoy, and rearing up, and the ski just like pointing towards the next buoy, Regina.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely that was too hard of a pass for 38. So, you know, like Marcus was saying, he was over skiing it, and he knows the positions that he's going to have to make, basically tighten up those turns and make it to where he's more efficient behind the boat so that he can create that space early into the buoys, especially once we shorten the line now to that 39 pass. But he knows it. He's been out there forever. You know, he's got the years and experience behind him. So
no, that was a little bit too much. Yeah,
just a little bit too much turn, and just tried to get on it just way too soon. But well, Jonathan Travers will want to try and forget the experience on top of the water in a hurry.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate fall.
That's hard because that's your onside turn. You're lefty. Usually he's really consistent. You watch the replay here. I don't really see a whole lot wrong.
No.
I just think he just didn't find his balance through the finish of the turn, and the ski kind of augured in. But
yeah, that's unfortunate. I know he's frustrated and not the scores he was hoping for today.
Water skiing's tough. It's tough.
Yep.
You can see right there how tough it is.
All right, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, so Brandon, maybe could have skied better this weekend, but hey, how was your weekend? And yeah, tell us about Seattle.
Seattle is sick. I'm coming back for sure. But yeah, I like, coming to these pro tournaments is all fun. Like, get the vibes of the pro tourney while you can do it, might as well do it. So that's why I'm here. I like it.
That's a good deal. He's a young man to look out for, especially in the ramping event. Back to you guys.
All right, then. I think he's still looking around for the ramp.
I agree. Did you see on his first pass when he pulled out for the gate? I was like, whoa, that's like as aggressive as pulling out for a 600.
All right, then. Here we go. This is Brenton Triplett at 13 meters.
Looking pretty smooth.
Yeah, no worries there about that whatsoever.
Yeah, he's excited to be here, and he was getting a little nervous, I think, for the second round, and not sure, what he was going to be capable of. I was like, well, just go ski and have fun. That's what you're here for. So, getting all those nerves out probably these next couple passes.
What do you do, Regina, when you're in that situation where you didn't do what you wanted to the first round? It's a 2-round or 3-round tournament. How do you talk yourself back to where you know you need to be for that second round?
Yeah, it's actually hard. Sometimes you can't get out of your own way, especially in this world of water skiing. It is tough. It's a one shot that you get, and if you can't get out of your own head, it's going to be the game over. So, sometimes it is good to just try to step away and get out of it and just go do something else completely not related so that you don't just hyper-focus on it. I think that's a lot of our problems is we just hyper-focus and get stuck on it.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more.
All right, and those are the remaining skiers to go off the starting list. So here we go. This is Brenton Triplett. Here we go. 12 meters, rolls in.
Ooh.
Buoy number 1.
That was a slow one.
But I'll tell you what, he loves that ski. Really pivots well for him. When he wants something to get him across from one side to the other in rapid fashion, watch out.
Still pretty good. Looked pretty clean. He wasn't out of position, but that's obviously there's a couple things like that one ball where it's not really what he wanted to do. So I know he's looking to clean that up going into the purple loop.
Yeah, and he will. He just needs to kind of not be so abrupt with all of his moves, I think, especially into his edge changes.
I like that word, abrupt. I do, honestly. I do use it quite a bit. Sometimes I forget to, but abrupt.
Forget to?
Yes, indeed. All right, then. So let's continue on. Brenton Triplett, he's through 32 and 35. Now, at this stage of the game, he knows full well what he has to do. He needs to basically ski as far as he can and then some.
Yeah, that's right. He knows he needs to get through 39. And he needs to get a really good shot at 41. He's a lefty. If he got a great start at 41, who knows what could happen? The sky's the limit with this guy.
And I mean, you only have to look so far as Stephen Island is concerned to get confirmation of how viable that strategy is. Let's have a look and see what Brenton Triplett's coming up with. He comes to us out of Burton in Michigan. His best score of the season is 2 at 10.25 meters. So essentially,
it's doable for him.
It's doable.
It's in his reach.
Ooh. And he buries the tip of that ski, and yet it still has the uncanny knack of still staying on top of the surface of the water.
Yeah, well, like we talked about earlier, that ski above others tends to want to rotate quite nicely. But sometimes the problem is, like you see on these 1 and 3 turns, if you fall off the back of the ski or if you come into the buoy with a little too much lean, you're overcommitted, then you don't really have a platform to catch you through the finish of the turn. So he's having a tough time not falling off the back of the ski there. And at 39, it's going to eat him alive unless he finds a little bit more balance through transition on his outbound move to apex.
And also take into account how long that ski is. Do you know how long that ski is?
No.
Yes, I do. It's 63.5 inches long. And you size up on the basis of width, not length.
Yep.
So it's kind of like a battleship a little bit, I mean, when you want to build a bigger battleship, you don't build it out on the length, you build it out on the width.
That's a nice, I like that analogy.
I know, that was a good analogy.
I didn't know that about battleships.
Mm-hmm. 65.5, yeah, not 63.5.
I was going to say, that is tiny.
Yeah. Even 63.5 is tiny. 65.5 is tiny.
All right, 39. He's going to need a good start here.
Oh,
he's
wow.
Not bad, but he's falling off the back again. It's going to catch up to him if he doesn't clean it up at 3. He's got a better 3.
That tip stayed down so nice. Come on.
There we go. He's on his way.
Oh, come on.
He needs to get around 6.
Wow. Oh, what a fight. That was great. Oh.
That was pretty cool to watch.
That was really very good to watch.
Wow.
Just look at this, just rolls into that turn. And this was not easy. It very rarely is at 10.75 meters, 39.5 off. But I tell you what, he had the start. He certainly had it.
No, he really did. That was a good gate and 1.
I think 3, he might have got a little behind there. It was slow to come through. He pulled a little long, but he still managed it okay. And then at 5, he was
Just
pretty
needed
stretched
that
out.
tail to slide around a little bit more, and he would have been able to be in it. But great skiing. I mean,
He fell in that Regina Jaques
I know
hole,
that's
6-ball.
bad buoy right there.
Really good skiing, though. 2.5
know.
buoys off his PB.
Nice. All right. So
Yeah, you got to be happy with that at a pro event when you're that close to your PB. You know, it's gut wrenching because you didn't make the cut, but at the same time, how close you were to being at your PB and being able to be on the dock with, you know, the likes of these guys,
Yep.
JT, and, you know, Nick Adams is right after you, and you got Nate Smith and Freddie Winter and Will.
Yeah.
You got all the gang, you know. So what a great experience for him.
absolutely, Brenton Triplett coming through with 5.5 at 10.75. It's his best score of the weekend, but eliminates him from future contention. Here we go. Nick Adams coming into the course right now. In the previous round to this, he scored 4.5 at 10.75 meters. So he's someone who's looking for some significant change and improvement.
Yeah, if you remember his first round, Tony, he was a little bit, not lazy, but he was a little bit too chill on those first couple passes. You know, even the 38 off. He was kind of letting it run late. And then by 39, he actually tightened things up and cleaned it up. And he almost finished it off.
Let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, so thanks, guys. We're here with Handsome Rob. And he's got to learn how to write his name. He's going to write it a whole bunch for the next couple decades. So you having fun?
So much fun. No, it's cool. It's cool. Babe, we got to get him. And yeah, no, it's exciting.
And these are like bloody nice bibs, eh?
Yeah, they're so good. They're so cool. Yeah, no, great bibs. Great event. Cool color as well. I like it. Someone working hard on that.
You can tell we've been out in the sun too long already, but no, this is fun. Back to you guys.
All right, then, continue right along.
I wouldn't go that we've been in the sun too long because the sun just popped out for the part of the day. So
Maybe. And
I'll embrace the sun.
And I heard a little cheeky chuckle from you whenever you mentioned Handsome Rob.
I think I was chuckling before that. Oh, I'm sorry. Blushing.
You're making Rob feel funny over there. All right, we got Noodle coming in, 35 off.
Here we go. This is Nick Adams out of Australia, the Thunder from Down Under. Looking good. Staying pretty tall on that ski.
Yeah, very tall. That was a nice pass. Again, not up course like we'd like to see him, but no real mistakes, no bobbles, no anything, no funny business.
And I mean, he's an experienced athlete. I mean, he's been skiing for Lord knows how many years, and well experienced skiing in some of the biggest arenas. Obviously, the biggest of them all is the Moomba Masters in downtown Melbourne, Australia. You know, which isn't exactly known for its pristine conditions, but you know, yeah, absolutely. I mean, but. You know, in that situation, you need to be able to learn how to ride that ski and ride it effectively in all kinds of weathers, you know, because Melbourne is the city that prides itself on having 4 seasons in one day.
That's for sure. I know I've been there when it's gone from summer to winter overnight, and that's pretty crazy to see the river change and the site change. So he definitely has the ability to adapt and adjust on the fly. Again, he knows what he needs. He needs a piece of 3 at 41 to have a chance to make it to tomorrow. Well, he needs a full 2 to have a chance, but he needs a piece of 3 to seal the deal. So he knows what he needs.
And it's totally in his reach. You know, he's just got to get through the next couple passes here, we're already at 41. So
no, this is 38.
I was like, wow, how did we get there already?
Yeah. Here we go. He's looking better than he was at 35.
He's looking better than his first set. That's a good thing. He's probably getting comfortable here. You know, I don't know. Did he come straight over? Did he?
I don't
or has
know.
He been
He's been here for a few days.
He was in the U.S. last week, I think.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Because he's all into those Seattle sporting franchises, you know. One day he's wearing something from the Supersonics, and the other day he's wearing something from the Seattle Seahawks in the heritage days of the 80s.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I'm not too sure if it's a good thing considering where my NFL supporting proclivities go to.
Oh, so this is like a personal thing for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Where are you, Saints?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, we're going to have a conversation offline about that. But
Yes, I agree.
Noodle making it look good. He knows he's coming back at 39. He's going to have to run it, whether he's got the 12th man behind him or not. So...
All right, then, and here's Adam Caldwell along the shore side and at the dock getting ready for his turn. And, yeah, we certainly look forward to seeing him give it his all out there.
So good. Awesome, and that sucks. Oh, it was so good. I was like, oh, this is going to get it. I won, too. I came around 2, I'm like, it's going to happen, and 3 happened. I'm like, just don't mess the rest of the buoys up. Yeah.
Conditions are perfect.
Cool to see the camaraderie there.
Oh, yeah, I know. Those guys are fired up. That's what it takes. That's what it's all about.
All right, then. Here comes Nick Adams. This is at 10.75 Peters and pass. He knows he needs to run. Look at him round.
Stay patient.
Keeping it patient. Keeping it. Oh, and getting round buoy number 4 and just unable to continue it to continue running on that pass. So it's going to be 3 1/2 at 10.75 meters for Nick Adams. And he got a halfway decent start.
I thought that was a pretty good start.
A little bit of a hesitation off buoy number 2, Regina.
Yeah, and then, because of that, I think he just ended up going too hard to 3. I wasn't really impressed. I think 3 ball was where a lot of his problems started to rise from. You see, it was hard to see from that angle, but at 3, the line was very loose going into the turn and at the apex of the turn. So then he ends up losing his balance and has to rock so much just to even get the ski to get back under him and get the angle to go to 4 ball. So I think that 3 is kind of right where we see a lot of
he
the
was
issues.
Stretched out for sure.
Unfortunate, I know he can run 39 all the time, so it's just gut-wrenching to see when they miss it here.
Yeah.
All right, and Alex King at the helm of that Nautic towboat, bringing in our next skier. It is going to be the one, the only, Adam Caldwell. Comes to us out of Charleston in South Carolina. And the main engineering brains, one of the main engineering brains behind the Denali slalom ski. Let's have a look on 13 meters. Opens up well for 4 and 5. And as he gets around number 6 into the wakes, let's check in with Wade.
Thank you. Hey guys, here with Brent Triplett, and man, you had it going on, right? 10-7 was working. What happened there, sort of 5 to 6?
Oh man, I think I got a little lazy at 5, and then I was going into 6 ball, and I'm like, I'm gonna have a mountain. I'm gonna mountain this I could take, and I was thinking about it a little too soon. And the moment I saw the handle, I just watched it go away, and it was. But hey, I did a lot of good work up there. Had a great start. Super happy with how that felt. Just wish I could have got out the gates, but that's all right.
So, one question: you coming back to the Pacific Northwest?
Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
All right, we're going to see him again next year. Back to you guys.
Excellent stuff there as we continue to roll right along. We've got Adam Caldwell out in the water. I've got Regina Jaques to my right and left on the screen, and I've got to my left and right on your screen is Marcus Brown.
I was just watching old Collegiate Nationals videos, and your voice was still littering the airwaves back then, 20 years ago, which is really cool. I don't know if littering was the word, but
I don't like the use of the word littering.
That's a good.
Makes me sound like hot garbage.
Here we go.
Wow,
Caldwell,
that was an
35
aggressive
off.
gate.
Yeah, he's running a very narrow gate, and he's making it work.
And I mean, if you're running a narrow gate, you do have to go hard. There's no.
Yeah.
You just. But I mean, if it works, it works. I mean, I tried that kind of gate for a little bit, and it just never worked for me. It's but you know what? He's strong and can manage it. So.
Yeah, it's different strokes for different folks, but I know he's figured out how to make it work.
I do like the fact, it's great to see these two, they're on the dock together right back to back. And doing their own ski company. It's great to see, just see other brands. It's, I know I'm all about good, but I do like seeing that we have the other skis in play. We have the competition that's what our sport needs. Is we can't just single out to one thing. So I do like the fact that they've been able to do that and are successful with it. I'm happy for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been cool to see for sure.
But the one question I have for you, Regina, is have you tried the adapted one-handed gate shot?
Oh, I'll do it in a pinch. When I'm late at my gate, I'll have to. And it won't be an adapted one. It's full force.
I'd like to see Regina do a one-handed gate someday. Be cool.
All right, then. So here we go. This is Adam Caldwell now. He's 2 passes to the good. Now, it's gone through 13 and 12. This is now 11.25 minutes. He's round buoy number 1. Gets the good gate shot. Now, whoa! Oh, my word. Oh.
That was unexpected.
That's not what we expected from Adam. That was
and I see a rush of skiers going to the nearest screen to watch the instant replay on this one, because without a shadow of a doubt, that is in line for crash of the day, of which there is a $500 bounty on offer. For sure.
You see this narrow gate, and it may be what catches up to him a little bit every once in a while on this 2-4, but he gets a decent start here, I thought.
Yeah, I honestly, I didn't see that one even coming.
Just a little loose when he goes to load. Geez. He just gets pulled forward.
Oh, my gosh.
Fortunately, his ski releases, the boot comes off. Hopefully he's okay.
Well, so just looking at this again, this all but eliminates Adam Caldwell from future contention in the championship round.
Jeez. But for being, you just wouldn't expect him to get so broken forward like that with him being so strong either. But I'm glad he released, because that could have been ugly. It was ugly to begin with, but it would have been worse for him if that binding never came off.
Well, we're seeing it from this from an augmented angle as well, from the starting dock.
We're just getting all
when
angles
you load out, he loads out of 2, but he's already got a lot of lean, so he goes to load there, and because he's got so much roll angle, the ski gets draggy and starts to suck behind him. There's no way you can save that. But what's really unfortunate is this guy has the potential to make the cut, to be in the top 8, and this sport's so cutthroat that he's unfortunately not there this weekend.
Yeah, the finals is getting interesting. We've eliminated JT, now Adam Caldwell. We've eliminated some of the big players, Nick Adams. These are the guys that they put pressure on it at the beginning, and they're gone. So it's going to be a very interesting finals now.
And only 1 out of the 7 skiers that we've taken so far has put himself into contention for a place in the last 8, and that is the very first skier off the dock, and that is Stephen Ireland, who is currently lying in 3rd place right now when you take into consideration his score in the second round against those that were completed in round 1 between Will Asher and Freddie Winter.
And what a funny leaderboard when you see Nate Smith's not even on. He's 9th.
9th. It's crazy.
Which means he's got some work to do as well. Let's have a look and see. This is Adam Cord, the other half of the Denali brand.
Again, strong skier. He knows how to use his body and get stacked and get aligned, and it's cool to see him ski his home site. I'm excited to see him potentially get down the line at 39, because I know that's what his goal is, and he's capable of it. So
there we go. There's Alex King.
How about Alex King?
Yeah. I thought it was a jump driver.
I thought he was 12 years old. Next thing I turned around, he's like graduated college and he's driving pro events and stuff.
Yep, and he skied. You find the drivers that when they've done the line, they've been down that path, they've run the 38s, they ran the 39s. They have that instinct ability to know of when to pick up the skier and where the skier is at. So he's doing a fantastic job. We've gotten already 1 skier through 41, a couple deep down it. So he's doing a great job.
Yep. That's something you can't really teach necessarily. The person has to kind of figure it out on their own. And he's obviously figured it out.
And in certain scenarios, and actually spoke to one of the female skiers in regards to this. You put yourself in an environment where you're able to ski. You're able to ski with certain people. Well, it takes one person to drive a boat, right? So that person can stay in there for a while and for a bunch of skiers. And sometimes one or two of those skiers in that group don't get enough opportunity, enough experience to drive the boat, even though they're willing and able and really want to.
Yeah. I agree. That's the blessing and the curse.
That was a
weird 3-ball.
Yeah. Oh.
All right, he made
double
up for his 6.
landing 6-ball.
Yeah.
6 is 6.
Yep. No.
All right, let's check in with Wade.
Sorry, hey guys, we weren't quite prepared, but you're prepared to go out there, huh? Had a good morning and ready for the afternoon?
Had a great morning. Just doing little calculations and just kind of seeing what I have to do possibly. And man, it looks perfect out there. What you got? Alex, perfect water, Hilltop. Here we go.
Yeah. No, we're having fun. Had some light moments watching some of the replay, but isn't that the cool thing about the TWBC? You can come over and actually watch your own replay, right?
Yeah, you can watch that, and you can see what some skiers are doing too. You can watch some of these guys and really learn from it, or you can go watch yourself as well. It's awesome.
Yep. No, we're having fun. We're going to see him out there in the water soon. Back to you guys.
CP.
Yeah.
Such a cool cat. Just over there, just chilling, waiting for round 2. Patiently.
Pickle power at its best.
Pickle power.
I hope he laid off the coffee.
Me too. Oh man, he doesn't need it. He's fired up.
He is fired up.
That coffee could be strong up here in the northeast.
Yeah, Starbucks. Seattle's best. 38 off.
All right, Adam Cord.
I'm rather partial to a little bit of Dutch Brothers myself, but there you go. Here we go. We've got Adam Cord. Round 2 and 3, 4, 5. A little bit exposed to number 6, but making it through. That is 11.25 meters.
Yeah, that wasn't as clean as I think he ran it earlier today. But again, sometimes that sets you up for your best 39s. Not running the pass before perfect.
And do we know what his best score is in a tournament?
He's run 39, I think.
He has. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what he got at 41. I think he might have got I believe a 1, maybe 2. I can't remember.
Look how good that ski turn 2 ball. That was awesome.
Again, super strong skier. He's always pretty aligned. You see right there, even though the ski whips around, he's ready for the load. Patient there at 5.
So as we get ever closer towards the end of this list, the calculations are continuing to be made right now as to what a few of our skiers have to do for absolute certainty to make it through to the next round of the competition, taking into account possible backups, possible secondary scores and seeding and whatever else happens in this situation. There's Robert Puzosi there. He'll be ready to go out in a few skiers' time. He's one of those skiers that tied, I believe, with 2 at 10.25 meters. And we have got Adam Cord. Let's see if he can put himself into the equation.
He needs this whole pass right here.
He does. Look at that. First couple of buoys is good.
Oh, come on.
Almost broken over off number 3, but he's still there. Here he comes. And yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, he saved it.
That was fancy footwork out the exit gates. That was an impressive recovery, though.
But the whole pass was really a nice 39 off.
Yeah.
I mean, a couple of hiccups here and there, but altogether, he made it look like a fairly easy 39.
Pretty tight out of 1.
An excellent ski.
Just great. That 2 foresight on his is on
Solid.
point. That tip stays down and it just keeps holding through. Almost keeps gaining angle on the way back.
Just like a motorcycle, just grab onto the bars and hold on.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome skiing. I'm happy for him, especially at your home site.
I know. He's in the hunt now.
And look at this.
Gosh.
Ooh,
Might need some ibuprofen after that one.
Oh, wow.
He actually slalomed around.
He had to slalom to get in the exit gates.
There we go.
That's tricky right there.
Actually gave us a little bit of a wink at the end of that pass. Very, very similar to what Patrick Roy used to do, glove stave for the Quebec Nordiques back in the day.
All right, so he wants a piece of 3 if he wants a sure bet into the finals.
Here we go.
All right, it's all about the gate and 1.
Gets the... Oh, and he tries to get a piece of 2 and, so close yet so far.
Yeah, I don't
Great
think...
skiing, though.
I think he was a little narrow on this gate. He didn't have the momentum he needed to swing up beside the boat into 1 like he wanted to. And he was getting pulled right there before he was ready to move back in.
Such a fine line, the 41 off. That gate has to be just so perfect, it seems like.
You know a thing or two about that.
Yeah.
But he got into 41 off, 10.25 meters, and not an awful lot of skiers can put that against their name on a scorecard.
No, that's a killer score, especially at your home site. He's got to be stoked on that. Obviously, you always want more as a slalom skier.
Yeah.
But he's got to be pretty excited about that, getting through 39 here in his home lake.
Yeah,
Cole McCormick.
Just like the proverbial Oliver Twist, always wanting more.
That's human nature.
Yes.
You always want more.
All right, then. So there's Cole McCormick getting ready on that LaPointe Slansky, and Adam Cord waving back towards the boat. And the remaining skiers on our start list consist of Martin Bartowski, then Stephen Neveu, Chris Parish, Robert Puzosi, Robert Hazelwood, Benjamin Stadelbauer, Nate Smith, Dane Meckler, Freddie Winter, and Will Asher. I mean,
We still got a full afternoon.
yeah, exactly.
I'm going to need a coffee.
Chris would probably get us one.
CP.
Yeah, I'm sure he has a couple
Coffee,
spares.
stat.
Pickle coffee.
Pickled coffee.
Well,
don't give him too many ideas.
We're still in the bunch of skiers who didn't get through 39 the first round. So this is interesting because
Well, then they all can.
And they all can.
It was just, just a little fluke. So this could still change that leaderboard.
that leaderboard could be pretty. We could be in for a pretty big runoff.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Making things exciting at Hilltop is what we're doing here.
Yes, indeed, indeed. And there's a quick look at the list again. Multiple way tie for fifth. That takes us to eighth spot. And on that list consists also of Nate Smith, who's in a tied situation as well, I believe. This is Cole McCormick.
Pretty nice opener.
I like.
Yeah.
Like it.
What's great about Cole, what I really enjoy watching when I watch Cole ski, is how he rides the ski through the finish, especially on 135, but even his offside, and then how he stays balanced on the ski when the load comes. And what he really does well is he transfers the load from the rope into acceleration towards the wake without overloading his body. And you can tell because he stays up course almost every pass.
And there is Martin Bartowski on the dockside and just pacing up and down and just trying to see and to figure out his game plan going forward when his turn comes for him to leave the dock and head his way back into the slalom course for the second round. And I tell you what, I mean, you can just cut the atmosphere around here with a knife.
Pretty tense.
That tense.
That tense. Kind of quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Game day's about to come,
Yeah.
so we've got to make it.
Got to make it.
You guys want a cookie?
I like cookies.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. Cole coming in at 35.
All right, here we go. This is 12 meters. Should have a pretty good handle on that.
Pretty clean.
Good effort. 12 meters, and now we're going to go over and check in with Wade's World.
So part of being a world champion water skier is signing bibs, and is there a certain tactic that you have going, Will?
Yes, this is years of strategy. You got to pull it tight, and then you just got to try and scratch the Sharpie over it in something legible. But you know, when Gordon asks you to sign the bibs, you sign the bibs.
And when you're Will Asher, you learn how to sign your name because you're going to have to sign it a whole bunch. So, and we're going to see him out there in the water again soon too. So, back to you guys.
I'm glad Will's learned how to sign his name over his lifetime.
Yeah.
It is hard on those bibs.
On the bibs, it is really hard, actually.
The Sharpie hangs up every once in a while if you're not careful. You got to have a soft touch.
Yeah. And to make it legible.
That's
always been my problem.
Yeah.
I've never really had to sign that many bibs, but you two, between the two of you, gloat over that fact.
I have no comment.
All right, here we go. 38 off. Cole McCormick. He's still hungry. He didn't like that first round. He did not get through 39. He knows he's got to get through this and set the tone for the next couple passes after.
Look at this. Nice edge change into number 2.
Uh-oh. He's a little loose out of 2.
Yeah. He's been kind of loose out of 2 for the whole set, but it wasn't really catching up to him. But now that he's getting the line short, it is.
So he's going to have to figure out a little better rhythm at 39, Regina. Otherwise, I think he's going to have trouble.
Yeah, and it's going to be on the 2-4 side.
Yep.
So you can kind of see it almost could be from the gate a little bit, but he hooks up at a 1.35. Really nice. It's just the going into 2-4.
Being left foot forward, that certainly helps. Very, very active with the edge change and bringing the ski hard round to generate angle across course here.
Yeah, it's tricky though. To generate angle, you got to generate speed first, and a lot of times if you get the ski round too far, you build a bunch of load, but you don't really go anywhere.
Fantastic effort there on 11.25 meters. Now he's going to get ready for 10.75 meters. Now, one skier, many, many years ago, actually in 2009, described the precision that's necessary to actually take a gate shot at 39.5 off or anything shorter. And he told me that the width of tolerance is about the width of a garden hose.
Jamie Beauchesne?
No, you did.
Oh, I did.
That was a great gate and one, though.
Cole's riding the garden hose right now because he's looking cleaner than 38.
Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Come on.
Whoa. What a recovery.
Yeah.
Hello.
That is experience. Even though he doesn't have the years, he's got the wisdom. I don't know how, but that was an unbelievable recovery out of 4.
And, you know, I was actually going to say, you know, at his earlier passes, I was like, the one thing about Cole, like, he's figuring out, you know, he's getting the years behind him and under his belt, and he's getting into his style, and it's really good. But the one thing that he can do is pull the tools out of the toolbox when he needs it. He can recover really well compared to some of the other guys where they get in trouble. It's game over.
Yep.
He just kind of figures out how to get to the next buoy and get the ski back under him. And
I couldn't agree more. You're not going to see it here, but, well, yeah. Look at this. Falls off the back like we were talking about, almost out the front.
Out the front.
And then saved
Bam,
it.
Back in it.
And then
normal.
No big deal at 5. Pretty crazy. So that was redemption from the first round.
And I saw a few of the skiers that are actually watching the screen right now, and their eyes just like lit up as he came off number 4 into number 5 in reaction to that. You know, so I mean,
I think the hardest thing now is to get your heart rate back down and to get refocused on 41.
Yeah, I agree. So, you know, this year he's already gotten to 4 at 41. So, you know, he knows that he's got to get 2 to at least be into that runoff. Of course, he's probably not wanting to put himself in that position, so he's going to want to get to 3. But it all comes down to right here at this gate 1.
That's going to be tough to get to 3,
Yep.
but he's got a good 2. Here we go.
Look at this.
That 3 ball.
Wow.
Great skiing.
Well, he's a little bummed, but I think he's also really happy because that gets him into the finals, I believe.
Yep, and that puts him into the 3rd spot.
Yeah, most certainly does. That puts him ahead of Dane Meckler. Dane Meckler scored a 2.5. And let's not forget Stephen Ireland as well. I mean, he's in the frame as well. He scored a 3. So that means that Dane Meckler currently is in 5th with 2.5, I believe, either 4th or 5th. And that actually moves down.
That was great skiing for Cole.
Really good.
That moves down all of those scores that are tied for 2 down another spot. Now, whether that all of those spots equate to the remaining ones to count up to 8, we've yet to find out. But just look at this.
Just a great 1. Finished solid. I wasn't sure if he was going to commit too much out of 2, but
I know. Good 3.
gosh,
Look at that.
3 just.
I know.
I thought he was going to get back in it.
I did too. That's impressive skiing by Cole. When he needed it, he got it. That's experience right there.
Let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Adam Cord, who this morning you were so close to running that 10-7 pass, and you pulled it off this afternoon, right?
Yeah. I've been starting to run it more and more in practice and starting to feel more confident. And then this morning I had an okay start and just couldn't quite get all the way through it. And then this time had a cleaner start today, this last round. And I'm not going to say it was the cleanest pass ever, but got out the exit gates, so happy with that.
And a PB at your home pro event, not bad, right?
Yeah. I can't ask for much more than that. No, it's great.
All right, enjoy your day, man. Great skiing. Back to you guys.
All right, great skiing there. A tournament PB.
Is that 2? Is that 2 for this round? Adam Cord and Stevie Island?
Yeah, absolutely. You can't beat
That's
that
impressive.
with a stick.
That's crazy.
And
the lake is on fire.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just take a look. Just take a look at those names and look at the order of some of the other names that are towards the bottom. Nate Smith all the way down at the bottom there, with his score from the previous round. But I kind of suspect he ain't going to stay there for much longer.
Yeah.
No.
I would agree with you, Tony.
So here we go. We have got Martin Bartowski coming to us out of the Eastern European nation of Slovakia.
That was a very American pronunciation.
Yes. I tried to adapt. Here we go. Martin Bartowski, 13 meters.
Pretty smooth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looks pretty impressive out there. I mean, what more can you say about a 13-meter pass that hasn't already been said about Martin Bartowski?
I know Regina said he's one of the shorter guys. He might be one of the smallest guys, though.
That too. Yeah.
Like just
I agree.
overall weight. I don't know what he weighs, but he's not.
Which took us
maybe 150.
Yeah, he's quite light.
Yeah, which took a severe hit because he was hit 2 times with COVID in the last year or so. And I mean that basically stripped him of a great amount of weight, and he's been trying to recover since. But
I will say that might be a advantage to some degree, because when you look at water, we ride on water. Water's a certain density, and if you're lighter, you don't get as much drag, you don't get as much load on your body.
You can't
and you can
load
get to the
too
same
hard.
place.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a lot of benefits for being light.
Body does much more weight this round. That was really nice.
All right. So there you see.
But then you have the flip side of, if you do crash, you have to have enough strength in you to protect yourself. So it's a very fine line as far as strength and weight ratio and what is too heavy, what is too light, especially in this.
You don't want to be fragile.
Right. You can't be. I mean, you won't last.
Here we go, Martin Bartowski. This is a 12-meter start. Hooks up into the handle. A little bit of an elbow slam there on buoy number 4, but managing to get things going right along in the good direction. And let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, we're here with Cole McCormick, who probably is going to make it in. 4:41, man, that's a big score. So I know you got to wait a little bit. Got to feel really good about your skiing, though.
Oh, anytime you can tie your PB, you got to be pretty happy with that. But yeah, that's. I mean, if that doesn't get me in, hats off to everyone else, because like I had to try my hardest to get through that 39. Man, I about lost at the 5-ball, but I mean, once I got to 41, it was like a big stress reliever, especially after the first round.
No, I was actually watching the replay of your 39 with Will and John up there, and yeah, you took a little bit of a hit there, but yeah, you settled down nicely for the 41.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I just I'm losing a little bit of rhythm out there on my earlier passes just because I have so much time to play with because it feels so easy here. And then at 41, I have to go all out, so it's not a factor. But yeah, I'm glad I put a good score out there.
All right, so we're pretty sure he's going to be skiing tomorrow, but we're going to wait anyway. Back to you guys.
Certainly done more than enough to put his name into contention as being one of those skiing tomorrow. Martin Bartowski, a big stall on number 1. Keeping the flow going on buoy number 3, a little bit loose into number 4.
That woke him up. That pass woke him up right there.
I believe it did.
He was kind of coasting the first 2. He had a little bobble at the start there. He's going to be ready for 10.7.
Oh, absolutely. 10.75 meters beckons, and Regina. Decent start on the entrance gates, and just trying to hold his balance up as much as possible going into each turn and not trying to overdo things here.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Marcus. The first 2 passes were kind of textbook. If you're sitting at home and you just kind of want to go back and see how to run 32 and 35, he did great for that. And I think he just was a little bit relaxed and not, taking it up that extra, 5-10% that you needed to be at 38. So better to happen at 38 than going into 39. And I agree with Marcus. I think he'll be ready to take down the 39. He knows he has to, otherwise he's not going to be skiing tomorrow, and that's not his goal. He wants to be in the field for tomorrow.
All right. All right, just a little bit of time to tell you about Wake House, the online water sports pro shop. Find the products to suit your water sports needs by going to wakehouse.com. That is wakehouse.com. And we've got Martin Bartowski approaching the course now. This is going to be 10.75 meters, a must-run pass from here on out.
That was a big gate. He's a little loose at 2. He pulled long into 3. Yeah. Wow. But he's not panicking. Okay, here we go. Well, another 39.
Just like that.
Wow.
I was getting a little stressed for him at the beginning of that pass, but he wasn't. He just kept staying with it and got down the line. So great way to show that, that's kind of the game here, is not to overcorrect and stay patient through it, because he didn't have necessarily the start that he needed to, but he got through it by the end of the day.
Yeah, he didn't panic, like you said. He didn't have the great start, but he just kind of trusted his experience, hung in there, didn't overload the line at all on any weight crossing.
Fantastic skiing from Martin Bartowski. Now, before we go into 10.25 meters for his next run, I want to ask you a few questions in regards to this, Regina. You have enough experience in this event. You've world championships, world records, and that kind of stuff. So a lot of what you do is almost purely instinctual. So when you are a little down course and you're sliding down the course around number 1, are you tempted to bring that ski hard round instinctively first of all, or do you say, okay, let the ski do its work and then just pound it behind the boat?
Well, sometimes I feel like in water skiing, our natural instinct is the exact opposite of what's actually going to work. But unfortunate gate there for Martin. Just didn't have the setup, I think, when he pulled out for the gate to be able to get a swing into 1.
No, he did not get the line into 1 he needed. You saw him came off the handle, actually came to the inside, and he started getting pulled right away. My opinion is he didn't quite have enough speed on his gate.
Right.
He was a little narrow. He didn't even get going until the middle of the first whitewater. And at 41, if you're a right foot forward skier,
You
that's
just got
really,
sucked right in.
really hard to get out of one. So,
All right, then. We'll return right after these.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
All right, then, returning to live action. Thank you very much for sticking with us here at the 2022 Hilltop Pro, presented by Syndicate. And with a big shout-out to our good friend Rodney here along the shore side. A big thanks to Syndicate, Miles Sand and Gravel, Basta Boat Lifts, Bickford Ford, Seattle Boat Company, and American Distributing. Now, let's re-rack on one of the instant replays, shall we, Regina?
Yeah, I'd like to go back to what we just watched before we went on to the commercial break.
Okay, let's go
Cole
for that.
McCormick.
Cole McCormick, there we go. Inspired choice. All right, then, let's have a look at this this attempt here at 10.25 meters. Tell you what.
Knew he had to get to 2 to tie.
Yes.
And just committed.
Just full-blown 100% here. Oh, look at that hit there on number 3, round number 4. And a combination of just frustration and euphoria all in one, wasn't it?
Welcome to water skiing.
Absolutely.
That's about as real as it gets right there.
Indeed, indeed. And Marcus Brown is right here as well, representing the flow point method. Now, tell the good folks, flow point method.
Yeah.
Okay. So why should they subscribe?
Well, they should, at least if you're interested, you should reach out, send us a DM, send us an email. If you're on site, go check us out. We have a little setup under the Syndicate tent over here by the starting dock, and ask us questions. But basically what we're trying to do is help give people tools that give them more ability to reach their potential. We're basically just trying to help people on their journey to be better skiers. Sometimes you need a new ski, sometimes you need a new outlook or a new program to sink your teeth into to actually reach that next level that you're trying to get to.
And it's a totally holistic approach, isn't it? It's not just bits and pieces taken from various sources.
No,
it's
Jenny's got 20 plus years of experience in the performance, health and wellness thing. She was a CrossFit athlete at the elite level. Obviously my skiing, so it's fitness, nutrition, mindset, kind of all of it, the technical side of water skiing. And we also do camps and clinics, so you can check out the website for that as well.
Has the whole package.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm rather tempted myself. So here we go. We've got Stephen Neveu coming into the course. The big towering figure that he is out of the state of Alberta in Canada, or the province of Alberta in Canada.
Well, now he's Texas.
He's Texas, yes, the Lone Star State. Works in the petrochemical industry, I believe. So not looking too bad on the opening pass. That would be 32 off, and as tall a skier as he is, he should be able to get through that run. Now, Marcus, between the two of you, I mean, you're probably between the two of you. You're not the tallest of skiers when it comes down to the ssilent event, and I mean,
I'm the shortest.
And I mean, you'd be dwarfed by the likes of Stephen Neveu or even Chris Parish. So what advantages would you say there are between being as tall as Chris Parish, who's by the starting dock, and maybe being as short as you guys?
Well, I mean, while Stephen was running his first pass, 32 off, I was actually thinking, gosh, he looks just like Parish does when Parish is out there. They're just so tall, you know, they make the course look small. And so that is the advantage. Their length, their reach is so much more than what I have or what Marcus would have. But, it's not just about that. I think that being short has its advantages just as it has its disadvantages. I think when they get in trouble, they're very vulnerable. If it's perfect, it's great. And then if there's a little bit of a hitch, it's hard to keep and regain your balance. When you're shorter, center of mass is a little lower. We can get around and scrap a lot more than somebody that's tall. So I think there's advantages to it, and then there's disadvantages to both.
And that was actually the premise of the next question, but you already answered it, so thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
Indeed, Regina. Kind of read my mind a little bit there. What about you? Because I mean, you along with Terry Winter and worked a little bit with the great Mike Siderhow to come through with a video series a long time ago that went very deep into the compressed style, which kind of works a little bit more for the shorter athlete. Expand upon that.
Well, yeah. So that was the old days. Obviously, we've come a long way since then. The main takeaways from what we were doing back with West Coast was just understanding the physics of skiing, forces, where your center of mass is, when it needs to be in certain spots, and actually how to accelerate the ski. But to Regina's point, I do agree that there's advantages and disadvantages to being short. You can scrap more when you're short. Your center of gravity is lower. You're less tippy, and you can make up time when you need to. But again, if you're tall and the course skis narrower, you're less likely to make mistakes. So advantages to being tall, advantages to being short.
Yeah.
You kind of have to go with what you have.
It's not like I can change it. So I'm just going to go with my advantages that it gives me and roll with it.
All right, then. Here we go. This is Stephen Neveu. 11.25 meters. Seems to be on a pretty good tack here.
Pretty smooth.
Not looking... Oh, very nice number 4 there. A little bit of a slide down course, but he still kept his water speed up and continued to roll outside. And that's actually the premise of the next question that I'd have for you, Marcus. I hate to pepper you with all of these questions type deal, but
fire away, Tony. That's why I'm sitting here.
But I'm just trying to maybe relay some of what you guys out there were probably asking yourself, and seeing water skiing for the first time. Water speed. I mean, you want to try and have a certain amount of speed to keep you on top of the water, but I mean there comes a fine line where you don't have enough or you have too much. In this day and age, the skis are designed to react a certain way to certain situations. Would you say the skis now are better suited to carrying more speed and being able to turn?
Yes and no. It depends. But there's two things. If you look at average speed through the course, whoever has the higher average speed skis a farther path. And if you ski a farther path, you end up having more space before the buoy. But if you ski too long of a path and you have too high of an average speed, you will run into a situation where you're still too high on the boat. When you want to start dropping back behind the boat, that's when you run into slack. So there's a limit on the high side and a limit on the low side, and the goal is to find that perfect average speed where you don't have to speed up or slow down too much, and you're in perfect rhythm with the boat. And that's what Steven's going to need here at 39.
All right, here he comes, 39 and a half.
Great start.
Nicely done.
Wow. Look at
That's
that.
a great 39.
Absolutely. That would... You couldn't really have scripted that any better, really. That 39 and a half off Regina.
No, and that's got to make him feel really, mindset-wise good to go into this next pass. When you run that 39 like that, it was almost effortless for him. So he's not really having to think, okay, I got to get my heart rate back down. I've exhausted myself to get through that pass. Now I get to just focus on, getting out there and getting to a piece of 3-ball so I can make sure that I'm skiing tomorrow. But like Marcus was saying, about water speed, here he did it really well. The water speed, you can almost tell too by, how the skier's line is. He skied an early line. He had the perfect amount of water speed. And then a lot of times you'll see people that are basically getting pulled down the lake by the boat. They're falling behind and they're too slow. And that's what I think a lot of people end up doing. They just wait for the boat to get them where they need to go. And so they run a short line. They're always on a late line, almost to say. But that was textbook there for that 39 off.
All right, let's see what his approach is at 41 off. He needs to get more than 2 to put himself in a position where he could be a part of the equation for the top 8 spots. Let's have a look. 2 1/4 needed. Here he comes.
He's back through the gate. That's going to be tough, but he's actually on a line. If he hangs on to 2, he's going to get a piece of 3.
He did.
He's going to get a full 3.
Gets the 3. All right.
He is fired up.
Yeah, indeed, and who wouldn't be? There we go. That is a Stephen Neveu. I'm putting a tick next to his name. I'm going to put that alongside Cole McCormick and maybe Stephen Island at this point.
Watch right there. He gets back just a little bit.
Almost got sucked in.
Yeah, and he's
Saved
able to
it.
save it.
He's strong. He's tall
Watch.
and he's strong. Look at that 2-ball. I mean, that is some core strength right there to be able to get that back under him.
Yeah.
And out to 3-ball at 41 off.
And even hang on to that, like we talked about. Center
No
gravity.
problem.
Yeah.
And actually having the confidence to do that based upon his experience, because, I mean, a lot of people would execute that kind of turn on number 2, would come up short and inside of buoy number 3, you know.
Well, you have to know that you can hang on to it and not die or get pulled out of position. And he was at the limit right here, hanging on, kind of got crushed, but he just chilled, got the speed he needed around 3, and he's probably going to be sitting pretty good for the finals.
Yes. I like that. So, let's have a look at the situation there. We've got Chris Parish about to take to the water. He's currently in a multiple way tie for 7th right now.
I wouldn't have thought Dane Meckler would be getting pushed down that far, but he could very well be on a bubble at this point.
We could have a situation where maybe 3 might be a runoff if things keep going this way. So we're going to have to wait and see.
And that probably wouldn't please Stephen Highland too much, because he's had to work his way back from being almost
sit
completely
down
out
for
of
over
the
a
game.
couple hours.
Yeah,
Gotta go
exactly.
cold turkey at 39.
Mm-hmm. So he might want to have his ski, his jacket, his gloves, and all that stuff on close standby, just in case the
Alex,
situation
eight
arises
pickle two, baby.
where a
Apple
multiple
two.
way tie for 3 exists. Now,
32.
32 off start. Our next competitor, it's going to be Chris Parish.
Yeah.
He's fired up, too. You can hear him out there in the water.
He's chirping hard. He's loving this. In the moment.
Now, I wonder what our good friend Bob Marley would say at this point.
Oh, he had all kinds of stuff to say. 2 seconds ago, he would have been saying trophy.
All right, Alex.
But I don't know what he'd be saying now. Him and Steven, they made up. They're good friends.
Good. All right, then. Here
Friends. They weren't ever before?
Well,
Got ugly?
No, it didn't get ugly. It just, Bob he makes fun of all of us, so it's great.
Here we go. Here comes Chris Parish. Multiple-time world record holder. He's won a number of Pro Tour event titles. His experience dates back to the late 90s.
First time he went up against the pros that I saw was actually not pros, U.S. Open. No, it was Open Men at Nationals in '96.
Yeah.
He didn't ski boys 3. He skied Open that year at Destin.
Oh, my gosh.
And it was like a 3-round runoff with Jeff Rogers, and they just tied.
All right, let's check in with Wade, shall we?
Yeah.
Hey guys, here with Stephen Neveu, who just swam in after a really good run. Big 2-ball at 41, but you hung on. That's what you needed, and you got to do a little sitting and waiting, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's there's still like last time. There's lots of guys that can do that for sure. So we'll just sit around and wait. But yeah, the 41 start was feeling really good. I actually wanted to turn that 2-ball this time, so maybe put a little too much pressure on myself on that one, and was just a little too late into 3. I wasn't comfortable in making the turn there, and I knew a full 3 puts a little bit more pressure than 2.5. So we'll see. We'll wait.
Yeah, no, that's sort of it, the waiting game. So anyway, we're going to wait with him. Back to you guys. No, well.
All right, then. Good comments there from Stephen Neveu as Robert Puzosi waits his turn now as we continue to work our way down this list. The necessity of having to get at least halfway down 10.25 meters becomes ever present as we have a look at Chris Parish.
What I like about seeing Parish out here, he is a mile slower than everybody we've seen so far. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
You just see how he's slow and steady and doesn't make any big moves.
All right, then. With that, let's get back with Wade.
So, Tony, we're seeing the scores go up already, and I think we're going to see them go up even more. They made a movie about it. If you build it, they will come. And we can see the sun setting over the west. The lake runs almost due north-south. We've got a very soft, summerly southern breeze, and it's, 85 degrees. So, yeah, that's why the scores are going to continue to rise, and I think we're going to see some really big stuff here real shortly. Back to you guys.
I rather like Kevin Costner's character in Yellowstone, though, if I'm being honest.
You like that over Field of Dreams?
Yes, I do.
Okay, well, either way, we have a dogfight on our hands, Tony. This is crazy. We got a bunch of stacks at 2 at 41, and 6th, 7th, and 8th right now have 2 at 41. 7th, 8th.
Yeah,
Sorry.
a lot of drama.
So 2.5. If you get 3, you're going to be feeling okay, but still.
But it could still end up being in a runoff.
Yeah.
Depending on what everybody's doing after Chris. So, Chris, I think, is feeling comfortable. He knows, okay, hey, I at least have a chance, even if I don't get to better my 2, because he could go back in the runoff and probably feels comfortable. I mean, he looks like he's skiing great, so he probably feels comfortable that in a runoff he could take somebody down. But you don't really want to be in that position either.
No, of course not.
You know why he looks slower, right? The boat's going 34 for him.
Oh, that's true. He's in that new age bracket.
Yeah, new age bracket.
Master men.
No, but seriously, he's just so. He's not really going 34.
Just
No,
watch
we're joking. We are
just watch
joking.
all the comments.
It's 36 miles per hour. But he just makes it look clean and easy.
How much does he weigh, by the way?
I don't know. I don't like to speculate on people's weights.
I don't know, but
That's a dangerous territory.
That is.
I know, but
I
mean, he's tall, and I mean, he's got to weigh a little bit more than your average person who's like about 5-6 inches shorter than he is. So he's got that additional weight working behind him. He probably weighs as much as I do, and yet
I would say no.
No.
I think, Chris is actually at a weight in his lifetime of skiing that's working the most efficient for him. I've seen him leaner with more muscle on him, where his arms were just gigantic and he just looked in great shape, but he was too heavy. He had too much muscle on him. I've seen him too skinny. This is the best weight ratio that I've seen him. He's fit. You can tell he's fit, but he's just a good size, yeah. I think, especially for the skiing.
He's going to need to get all 6 at this to put the pressure on. He's a little back into 2, so this is going to be a fight. He's a little slow out of 3, digs into 4, needs a big 4. He's got pretty good 4. Decent 5. He's going to sneak around 6. Can he get out the exit gates?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Wow.
Great skiing.
Look at that little baby fist pump.
Yes.
Oh, there it is again.
Ha, 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 ha.
Good to see. It's good to see Chris out there and skiing so good, back-to-back 39s.
Yeah, in one day, that's pretty dang good. He's looking confident. Even though it's not as clean as he wanted to run it, he's got to be stoked with his moves right now. He's got to be able to trust and have confidence in what he's doing.
That movement off number 1, oh my word, people would kill for that.
I'd say that's a great start. If he can just calm down, get the heart rate down, and refocus for 41, he's going to have a great shot.
Just looking in fantastic shape all the way through. So at this stage of the game, it's probably going to take something at the very least of about 2.25, maybe 2.5. But obviously, the further and further it gets down, 10.25 meters or 41 off, the better chance he will have of actually securing one of those 8 valuable spots to go through to the third and final round, which is the final.
He's hungry, and I know that he's skiing lights out right now, but he's also got a lot of experience, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. If he gets a great gate here, it's anybody's ball game.
Nice. Come on, stay with it. Oh.
Not the one ball he wanted.
Not the start.
No.
Well, he's in the potential for a runoff then, correct?
For sure.
And then if you're getting a piece of 3 now, you're in? Is that what we have?
Okay, we're going to All right, so a lot of moving parts going around. So, I mean, it's far from being cut and dry right now in terms of placements and what people will have to.
So he ran 2 at 41 twice today, and he's sitting on the bubble, and he has to have 2 people do less than him from the rest of the pack here that were in the ties with him,
Yep.
the 2 at 41. So we're talking Nate, Benny Stadelbauer, and Rob Hazelwood and Robert Puzosi. So a lot of moving parts, like you said, but great skiing, 2 at 41, and then just to be maybe not skiing tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's weird to say, like, he could be, I mean, he's a veteran.
Right.
He could like be fathers to some of these kids out here. I hate to say it, but damn, that is crazy. Puts it in perspective.
Yeah, and did it twice. You know,
Yeah.
that's great skiing. I'm excited for him.
All right, then, as we continue to work along, we've got the Hobe Lake Ski Club, located close to Jupiter in South Florida. They claim they can counsel winter. And find out if they can by getting in touch with Ed Hickey at the Hobe Lake Ski Club. Find out more about them by doing a search under Hobe Lake Ski Club.
There we go. We got Benny coming down to the dock. He's one of those guys wrapped up in that tie.
I think he just woke up from another nap.
He did. Benny's well rested today. Just ramping up for another ski ride.
Indeed, indeed. So just enough time to tell you about Waters wetsuits, designed and created by Brandon Waters. Jumpsuits for the more discerning water ski jumper. They've come through with some great recent styles. And you can find out more by going to waterswetsuits.com. waterswetsuits.com. So some pensive moments. Oh, okay. Bold strategy, bold move here. It's going to be a 35 off start, 12 meters for Robert Puzosi.
35 start.
All right. Mm-hmm.
He wants to get busy right now.
All right, so what happens with a 35 off start compared to 32 off, Regina? Have you had the need to do that?
You know, I haven't. I mean, usually, you know, I'm kind of fortunate. I can go 28 or 32 if I need to. But, you know, I think at this point in time with what he's thinking is more, he knows oh, my goodness. That's not what we were expecting.
No, not at all. Not at all. So Robert Puzosi, now what that does, so far as Chris Parish is concerned, he has to wait for one more foot to drop.
Couple more. Wow, that's going to be super bad, super sad for Robert, because yeah, you see him just fall in right there, no line. 35 is a weird rhythm to start at that pass becomes very difficult.
Okay, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with CP, and as he's catching his breath, man, there was a lot of excitement out there. And then you got your sort of legendary ski builder Bob LaPointe, shaping your ski, and yeah, it's going good, right?
It's incredible. That was my 7th set on this new ski, and it is awesome. Man, my one bow at 39 was like lights out, and I had so much space in the 2 down the path. I was like, okay, you know, don't blow it and back off too much, but you've got space, stay with it, and knock that pass down.
No, good. And your other boss, Dave Wingerter, said, hey, man, he's looking confident, right? And then what I thought was immediately I saw the way he turned 4 and 5 after that big start with confidence. No, that was great to see, man. Super good.
Yeah, it's all about confidence with athletes, either the low confidence or the high confidence. When you get your confidence going, it's a big mental game, and yeah, you can just start to throw down with your ski and become one with the water.
So I know we maybe wanted a little bit more that round, but you've got a backup score, and we obviously just saw Robert go down, and you said, you know, he's been battling some back issues, so that could be what's in play there, but it sort of puts you right back on the bubble again, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I really hope Robert's okay, and yeah, it's going to be close. Maybe I'll get in, maybe a runoff, so I'm just going to dry off, maybe take some Advil, drink some water. And Bob LaPointe said no more coffee today. So no coffee, and we'll see what happens.
All right, well, that was great watching you, man. Anybody see you want to say hi to again?
Yeah, just the big supporters back home. Big shout out to these guys at HO. And we've worked so hard on this new ski. My wife, Kayla, my parents, my dog, Cash. And, yeah, thank you, Wade. Appreciate it.
All right, it's been a good afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, and whilst Chris Parish searches for Advil, I suspect Regina might have something a little stronger than that, but there you go. All right, then, we've got the full-on leaderboard there. There's your top 8, and then the 3 skiers on the outside looking in, and that kind of gives you an idea of what's going on right now. Here we go. We have got Robert Hazelwood, a 12-meter start. 13-meter start, I beg your pardon.
32 off. 13. It's been really fun to watch Robert over the last couple of years really take off and have such a successful year after year in the slalom field. He's just taken off and he's kept it and maintained it and kept growing each year. So it's been great to see that.
It's been fun to get to work with Rob with some FPM stuff. But I do have a question for you, Regina, about the decision to kind of like steer towards slalom. Like, is that hard as a 3-eventer to kind of like sometimes have to focus more on one event?
Yeah, it is. It gets
like, how do you make that decision?
Very overwhelming and frustrating, and there's so much time and energy that has to go into all 3 events when you're trying to keep up, and there's always one that seems to be struggling or dragging behind, and it kind of usually comes down to there's a lot more slalom tournaments that are going on. And so you focus a lot more in slalom. So you kind of hone into, once you get in season, more of what's the next event coming up. And you kind of end up focusing so much more on slalom. You've seen that with Whitney. You've seen that with myself. You've seen that with Robert. And so then the other 2 start to kind of fall behind. But it just kind of depends. Now they're starting to do a lot more overall tournaments, and that generation I think will be able to kind of keep up their 3 events. But once you get to focus on one, you kind of start to really excel and take off. It's kind of hard to be okay. I can leave those 2 behind because this one is just so much. I get so much out of it. I get so many events. I get so many tournaments. I get to travel around, and it seems like every weekend you're almost at another event for slalom. So. It's kind of an easier one to kind of lean over to and really focus on. And you've seen that even with Rob.
Yeah. It's fun to see you with Rob, a lot of these 3 eventers zero in on slalom and actually succeed phenomenally. So,
yeah, it's a fun journey.
And on top of that, I mean, so far as you're concerned, Regina, you kind of have to pick and choose a little bit what events that you go to, because probably in the ideal situation, you could take a few months off from work, go to Italy, go to Greece, go to Norway, and all of those places. You're probably salivating at the thought of doing.
Yeah, I just have to. Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe one day.
Yeah, you just have to. You just have to clear it with the boss. Oh, that's right. You are the boss.
Yep, but that also comes with that's my responsibility. But yeah, I mean, maybe one day we'll get bigger. We just need to get some employees to actually, we need some more pharmacy technicians. So put your interview in and come on in. Put your resume over to us.
All right, we've got Rob coming in.
38 off. So here we go. It should be a pretty easy pass for him, but we've had some little crazy upsets this week, or just today, I guess.
Yeah. Nice start. Deep 2. That's going to wake him up.
Yeah. I actually had that same 2-ball at my 38 on my second round.
He's back in it. That was a little that's a little shot of adrenaline. Again, I do think sometimes that can be helpful. You'd rather be able to have control of how you get the adrenaline shot, maybe be able to use your brain instead of put your body through
body going through all the adrenaline rush.
Yeah, exactly.
Because then you also have to calm it down. That's kind of you don't really necessarily want that. But, in situations like this, it has been a long day, and it's something that you do actually can feed off of as long as you can just bring everything back down and kind of refocus.
Rob's really good. He dug a hole at 2, and he's really good about letting the boat pull him back over his feet instead of continuing to push the ski away from him and fall away from the boat. I think some of you guys and girls that are the best in the world, a lot can be learned from that.
All right, let's take a look along the shoreline, and apparently because of the struggles that Robert Puzosi has had with his back, he just received a treatment along the shore side. And one of the neat things that I found out about here at Hilltop is among its membership, and I mean this was present among the skiers yesterday. There were at least 6 doctors that were on site that specialize in a variety of fields, anything from ENT to cardiology.
Oh,
Covered.
Wow. That was a big gate.
That was a strong gate.
I don't know what he's doing, but he's back on line right here. Pulled a little long into 4, but he handled it. And Rob is...
Just wait till he gets out the gates to say that.
Oh, he's going to shake that one off.
But that was an aggressive gate. That was very aggressive. So now he'll be able to get refocused, come back in, knows he needs to get a piece of 3 to not be in a runoff, Otherwise, because he also knows the likes behind him, Benny, Nate, those are the 2 that he's kind of having to focus on that could either beat him out or end up in a runoff. So he knows he's got to get a better gate than he had there at 39. And
even with that gate, he still was able to ride the ski through the backside of 1 and keep the rope tight.
Yeah, he did. I was actually surprised with how clean one ball actually ended up being, because I thought he was just way too aggressive for that gate. It almost looked like he just fell behind the boat. But
well, he knows what he needs. He knows what he wants. This ever important start, 41 off. See teammate Benny right there getting ready.
All right, here we go.
We got a battle.
Most certainly, if he as deep as he can get down on 41 off 10.25 meters will enhance his chances of making it into the top 8. Here he comes, 10.25 meters. Let's see what he's got.
Wow.
Look at that. He's round number 3 to the wings. Yeah, there you go. And that equals his best score of the season.
that's great. Great skiing. Great to see the excitement.
That's the grit you were talking about. Sometimes you just got to hang on for the ride, and he was able to, even with not the greatest gate and 1, he was able to somehow manage that 2-ball.
Just absolutely pummeled that one.
You see right here, when he gets extended and he rotates.
You saw his eyes get huge at 2-ball. He knew he was in trouble at 2. You saw his eyes just go so big.
I just saw.
So we'll go through a lot of ibuprofen. I do call that skier Skittles.
Yeah. he has gummy bears that are actually ibuprofen. I think that's how he does it. It's like chewables.
Okay, I'm going to make a note of that. # ski Skittles.
Wow.
Make it trend.
That was a load.
He was not going to let go.
He knew he needed a piece of 3. He didn't want to go ski again today.
Yeah. He wasn't ready to be done.
Oh, look at that energy and excitement. That's just so cool to see.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, absolutely. And whilst all of that was taking place with the instant replay, I just saw Will Asher across the way looking at the imagery and just grinning from ear to ear.
Oh, that's cool to see. Cousins and team members. It's you guys, I'm saying Marcus, you guys, a lot of HO skiers.
Let's check in with Wade, shall we?
Yes, here with Nate Smith, our defending champ, rocking the yellow jersey. So you were just saying you weren't worthy of an interview from your morning round. So what's going to go different than this afternoon?
I don't know. Hopefully just try to execute the things that I know how to do and try and put up a little bit bigger of a score. I just had a weird start at 41, and I don't know. Just go out and do the same thing, see what happens.
And the weather is spectacular, right?
Yeah, I mean, the clouds burned off a bit. I wouldn't call it hot, but it's comfortable. It's very warm now.
No, we're having fun. We're going to see him out there soon. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So a brief look at that leaderboard makes certainly makes for sobering reading so far as the last few skiers are concerned. I mean, we just saw Robert Hazelwood get 3 at 10.25 meters, and that would almost certainly put him through into the next round of the competition. And those that are remaining on 2 at 10.25 meters are basically hanging on by a thread. One of those skiers is Benjamin Stadelbauer. Let's see what moves he can make.
We have Benny coming in at 32 off, and kind of in that position. I see Chris Parish is sitting on the shore. He's trying to stay warm and focused, trying to see what this kind of all depends right here, what Benny and Nate do next.
Absolutely. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. Handsome Rob Hazelwood, and yeah, man, big smile, right? Went well.
Yeah, massive smile. Anytime for me. I mean, this season I've only had like 1-3 in recent times, so it's been nice to go out there, chuck a 3 out there. I felt good. Obviously, 2 was large, probably larger than it needed to be, but I just knew I needed to hook up, be safe. In that position, you can't, as long as your grip holds, everything's good. My hips were through the roof, so my grip held. I was out to 3, and I was like, oh man, I'm kind of early and wide, but I was just kind of already gone. I was happy. I believe I'm in with 3. Because Stephen has the lower backup score, and but I'm happy. I'm just happy to ski like that, and yeah, I can't complain.
All right, well, I think he's going to get to ski tomorrow. So anyway, we're going to sit and wait with him. Back to you guys.
All right, Regina, do you want to tell him or shall I?
You can tell him.
Okay, 3 is good.
Rob, you are skiing tomorrow.
Get your gummy bears. You're going to need it.
Yeah, definitely. 800 milligrams ibuprofen.
He's like a little cartoon character when you wind him up after a good ski ride.
Yeah,
he's got all these sounds that come out, octaves change. Just excited.
A lot of energy.
All right, Benny, 35 off. He's riding his Works 02, staying calm. He could just still be napping over here in the grass and actually dreaming this. I don't know, but he's been calm, cool, collected all day, and that pass looked pretty much what I would expect for 35 off.
Fantastic skiing there from Benjamin Stadelbauer, who's been in this position a number of times in recent tournaments, getting deep in. Getting through 39.5 off, getting about 1, 2, maybe 3 buoys at 10.25 minutes. He's had that level of consistency. What he needs is a top podium finish, because that's been lacking in the last few seasons. And before we continue that discussion, let's go over to Wade.
Hey guys, we're going to have a word with Robert Puzosi after he changes. I've had back issues myself, and so we want to chat with him and see if we can learn something from this. So anyway, back to you guys.
All right. So, and I do actually remember that one of the reasons that Wade eventually retired from pro tournaments was because of nagging back injuries. I think something to do with fractured vertebrae, stress fractures, that kind of stuff. So it's a pretty serious situation there in regards to that. Let's have a look at Benjamin Stadelbauer, 11.25 meters.
Looking pretty clean at 38. Again, that 4-ball, wow.
I know, he's
just
skiing on fire right now.
His way all the way to 5. That was pretty insane.
And I mean, I've always held the contention that whenever I see Benjamin Stadelbauer ski with his style and technique, he's about the closest skier that I've seen to replicate in the late great Andy Mappel.
In some senses, yes. Yeah.
That is quite the compliment.
And you know what? He's got a lot of respect, and I know he's had his eye on Andy and studied Andy quite a bit, so it's probably showing, and that's what you're seeing.
Bleeding off some speed coming into the turn, which back in the day was one of those Mappel trademarks before the entrance gates, and then he just allows the ski to just fully rotate off number 1, hooks up to the handle, and goes across course.
That was a great 38.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Watch this 4-ball.
Ooh.
Just perfect. So easy. That was an easy pass.
If he
For
keeps
how
this,
much energy he's saved all day napping, he's still not using any out there.
he hasn't done anything yet. He's run 38. When's he going to start trying?
I don't know, but you know what? Benjamin's naps aren't going to take themselves.
True. He's got to do. Somebody's got to do it.
Somebody has to take a nap, I guess,
Yep.
during the day.
I think he's napping for his brother too, because his brother's working overtime and he's over here just. He's got to run this 39.5 off. He knows what he's got to do, but it's got to be all 6 here.
It was a great start. His 2.4 is really on point right now.
He's found a rhythm.
Oh, no.
Oh, and down at 39.5 off. That is 3 1/2, I believe. 3 1/2.
4 and
4.5.
4.5, I beg your pardon. 4 1/2, I beg your pardon.
He was looking so good.
I know. That's
It's like-
such a bummer to see because he
I think he just
really was skiing great.
one little bobble, but he was so early up until that 4 to 5, and he just got pulled to the inside. But
Now
look
he's
at that
not
start.
completely out of the picture, though. But, I mean, he just needs to get back and get warmed up.
Yeah, there may be a runoff. Look at this. Oh, man. Do you see that? He was looking really good, and when he came through the wakes from 4 to 5, I didn't catch it completely, but I believe he just got pulled inside. We'll see here again on the replay. Really balanced on that gate. Clean out of 1. He's got his mass in the right spot to get that acceleration without load. Comes out of 2, same thing. Didn't need to pull that long. Nice and clean out of 3. Fell back a little bit, but nothing really serious. Turn 4, pretty good. A little slow as a safety turn, and he just came inside and couldn't get the ski to come back underneath him.
And a weird fall, too.
Weird. Yeah. That's unfortunate because he was looking on point that round.
I was excited to see what he would do at 41, actually. He was looking so clean and effortless.
Rhythm was looking right.
And here's a skier who surprisingly came through with 2 at 41 off earlier on today.
I would probably put, a lot of money down that that's not going to happen again. You don't see Nate miss 41 off a couple times.
Yeah, certainly when he has the bit in his teeth there and has that target to go for. So Parish, if we could get a look at that leaderboard as we get ready for our next to pass. There he is, currently in 8th spot, and he is in that 8th spot ahead of Benjamin Stadelbauer because of the superior backup score, ahead of Stadelbauer and Puzosi at this point.
So Nate needs to run 2 1/4.
Yeah, 2 1/4 to move Parish out.
Yep.
And then if they
tie,
there's a runoff for it.
Yes.
Wow.
So very interesting. You run 2 at 41 twice. And you're out.
And for Nate, running more than 2 at 41 is usually pretty standard, but this is...
But we weren't expecting that to happen this morning. But, he's gotten a lot of different situations under his belt over the years, so he knows what to do, and as he said on his interview, I'm just gonna do what I do what I know how. So I'm sure we'll see the 41 at least get deep down, and if not be run, which will be really cool to know in the one day 41 run by 2 different skiers potentially, so because Will's already ran it today.
Ooh, wow. Little overloaded there on number 5, but managing to get around number 6 as a consequence. There we go. That is Nate Smith. And looking fairly strong off the opening 2 passes, but complacency can't be crept into the equation.
Oi, have some childhood freedoms. Cheer up.
Little cheeky comments there from Mr. Hazelwood.
He's a cheeky laddie.
It's 38 looked really good. The only thing I saw that was uncharacteristic was that 5-ball turn. Otherwise, looked really clean.
Yeah.
In the right spot on the ski almost at all times.
Just looking at the situation here with Nate Smith, 32 off. He started with, that was 35 coming back.
No, that was 38.
Yeah, it was 38 coming back. I beg your
He's
pardon.
been
So
starting at 35 for a couple events now.
Mm-hmm. All right, he needs to run this 39.5 off, 10.75. He's on the bubble. He's got to beat Parish or tie for a chance, which is 2 at 41.
All right, here he comes. Hooks up.
Little hiccup at 2 and 3, but still.
Just another walk in the park.
Yeah.
Still
Not merely
for him.
content just to run the pass, just to get round number 2 and round number 3, but wanting to run the entire pass and now getting ready for the next run. And let's not gloss over the fact that was 39.5 off, wasn't it?
Yeah, it made it look like 38.
So
Great space into one.
Getting a good hook up off number 1 and just looking a little flat-footed into number 2, but that's basically his style anyway.
Yeah, you see it gets the tip down, gets acceleration in the center line almost every time, no matter what happens at the buoy. The name of the game is who has the biggest accelerator pedal and who can recover the quickest. And
so
Nate's some of the best of both.
A skier who is often imitated but never duplicated. That's Nate Smith.
Well said.
I try. So there we go. We got Dane Meckler on the dockside right now, who's had some pretty intense scores himself. We remember all the way to last season at the World Championships where he was in a runoff situation and needed more than.
He needs 2 1/4 here.
All right.
For a spot in the finals.
41 off.
All handle up high.
Still a.
All right, he's got that. Now he's ready to
He's
show
back
everybody
in
what
it.
he can do.
Oh.
Ooh, he gets round number 5. Unfortunately, unable to hook up for number 6. But that score of 4 1/2 at 10.25 meters may not be enough for the lead, but does put him in contention in this competition, and is enough to see him through to the next round. However, there is a review on that score.
Well, he safety turned 2, and he still got to 5.
I know. I was just thinking the same thing. I was like, I mean, an okay start. He was just making sure that he was.
I think it was inside 5 on that one. It looked like
that might be what the score being
or
under
he dropped the handle
for.
a little bit before the buoy.
handle.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have a look at it. We've got plenty of camera angles to work from. There's the 1, and there's the 2. Just needed a piece of 3 to advance, which he did. And then got down course and pretty heavy, and got round number 4. Now let's see if that ski makes it round buoy number 5. Kind of hard from that angle to tell, but whatever that score was, sees him through to the next round of the competition. Now we're down.
Survives to tomorrow.
Yes, indeed.
He'll be in a weird spot. I know he usually likes to be top seed, likes to know what he's got to do. So that's not where he usually would want to be, but at the same time, too, it's important to make it to tomorrow and make it to the finals. So now we have Dane Meckler, 32 off. Like we said, he's had such a great last couple seasons. He's riding on the good skis, a good team member, and really cool to see him at the Worlds and the run 41.
That was really cool. I want to say something about Dane, but also I want to say congrats to CP, even though he's the first man out. Really cool to see him this kind of late in the season, this late in his career, with vibrance, with excitement, with passion, and he's out there running 241 back-to-back rounds. That's pretty amazing.
I agree. It is so amazing to see that and be able to have that much energy still and be that passionate still about getting on the water and being in a tournament. And, you know, he was up here talking about how he still had nerves and he was nervous. And, you know, that's how you know you still love it and you're still wanting to do it. He still has all those feelings coming to him. And that's just amazing to see and amazing.
He loves it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that. It's definitely hats off to CP. Great day. You know, not going to be tomorrow, but still amazing skiing.
Yep, he's got to be excited about that.
All right, so just making some calculations here, but I tell you what, I mean, going back to the very first skier, who would have thought that Stephen Ireland, with 2.5 buoys, 11.25 meters coming into this round, will come back, score 3 at 10.25 meters, and put himself in contention?
That's kind of got to be the story of the day, I think. For
Definitely. I agree.
For men's slalom. See, Dane, this is just, he doesn't really need to ski, but he's just out there getting another round and put on a show, put on actually a clinic, I guess.
Yeah, for people at home watching.
Yeah.
And then, you know, we do have a shoreline here. There's a lot of kids that are cheering, you know, every time the skiers get down. So it's great that they're skiing the second round.
All right, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, well, thanks, Tony. We've got Ben Stadelbauer here, and man, you had some good stuff going, and sort of let's talk about that. Great starts, 38-39 today.
Yeah, no, I definitely felt really good in the second round. I mean, it was feeling good this morning, but it was feeling even better this afternoon. All my passes leading up to 39 and even the beginning of 39 felt as good as I ever felt, I would say. So I'm really happy with that. It's a bit of a bummer of the way it ended. A bit too quick. I was really in, and then I was out, but that's skiing for you, so I'll go back and learn from that experience.
So can you isolate what happened, or do we really know?
Yeah, just commit more out of back of 4, I think. And I think that for once I really had good space into 4, you know, maybe more than usually. And so, yeah, I could have just moved through with more confidence at the back of 4 ball. I think that would have helped me today.
All right, well, you're going to learn something with Spray Sea at Cali Pro-Am next week? Yeah, all right. Back to you guys.
All right, that's good stuff from Benny. He's a humble champion there, just going back to the drawing board. Close, but not quite close enough.
Yep, and I mean, in that situation, that's kind of all that you really can do. Go back, learn from it, and come back stronger and better.
Yep. But there's a cool story I was going to tell about Dane. A while ago when I coached him, I'm not going to say how many years ago, he was a kid. And it was cool because he had support from his parents. He was passionate. He was hungry. He had great technique. He had great drive. But also, he didn't come from a place where it was easy to ski. It was Ohio. And often to get coaching, they would drive 15-plus hours to go to Florida to get coaching on the weekends. Just a one-way 15-hour drive and then back on Sunday night or Monday. So to see him now, working man, real job, but he's one of the best skiers in the world. Obviously, last year he had a phenomenal performance at Worlds, and he's out here skiing very consistently. Had a 4 at 41, at least one of them over in France earlier this summer. And he's just, to see that story arc of this kid, this guy's life is really cool to see him out here, and how all the hard work paid off and how the passion is still driving him through the slalom course.
Yep, and he loves the sport. You know, he just, he truly loves the sport of water skiing, and always passionate and ready to attack it and get on the course. You know, he'll like you said, you know, he grew up driving 15 hours on a weekend just to go ski for the weekend. You know, I think he still would do that if that's what it took for him to go ski.
Yeah, he's got that much drive still.
He also attended the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, Raging Cajuns, where he dated Janina Bonneman, and in a few weeks they'll be married.
Look at this start, by the way.
This is 39.
Oh, okay. I was wondering why we saw 40.
That 4 ball. That was clean. That was easy.
Fantastic effort there. 39.5 off.
That was a great 39.
Yeah. Yes, it was. And once again, the foot comes out to the binding again, and explain the reason why that happens there, Marcus.
Well, I don't know why it happens, probably because his back kicker's so tight, but I'll tell you what's cool about that and what's great about the pulling out at the end of the lake is one of the best opportunities for skiers to learn how to ride their ski. You see right there, he knows how to ride his ski because he pulls his back foot out and he's perfectly stacked over his front foot. And that's exactly how he skis this pass. You can see it every moment when the boat can see him, when there's load, like right there, he's stacked over his front foot almost every time.
Stays over his front foot into the edge change and just executes it.
I love that edge change into buoy number 4. Almost as soon as he came across the hump of the wake, that ski just changed edge. It still gained width. It still kept the line tight.
Yeah, the most important thing usually is to try to keep your ski and your handle traveling a similar path so you don't get overextended too soon and you ski to a high point. But he's got a phenomenal ability to ride that transition really well and stay balanced.
And what's amazing, we haven't even said or mentioned his height. He's the shortest one on the field there. And, to run a 39 that was just as great as Nate Smith's, that's something. That's something to be said.
He's not one of the tallest slalom skiers by any stretch of the imagination.
Man, I thought that was going to be a great one. Oh, see?
Wow. He had a great one.
I thought that was going to be the one to go down that pass. I really did.
He knew it right there. Look at the look. He knew he had the start. The start looked like 39, and then at 2, he had a little bit of a hitch. Otherwise, he would have been on his way.
And that should keep him in around about mid-order when we take some of the previous scores and the current scores in this round.
He came out of it and hooked up so nice.
Big slide on number 2.
So I think he was also thinking about seeding for tomorrow at this point.
For sure.
He knew he was in, but wanted to be a little bit higher up on the starting list for tomorrow because I think now he's first out.
Well, he's got two scores of 2.5 in this competition. And, so, he'll be among the first competitors to hit the water come tomorrow morning. So sometimes that's a little bit of an advantage because you get to set the pace, and if your score's high enough and it puts enough heat on the remaining skiers, then that could be the deciding factor going forwards.
For sure.
Yep.
And we never talked about it really, but he's running that T-Factor, that rubber boot, and I do think there's some value in a rubber boot for performance purposes. Obviously, safety is a separate factor, but he and Nate and a few other skiers are running a rubber boot. I think Nick Parsons is running a rubber boot now, and there's an interesting shift a little bit back towards having some real feel of rubber on your skin. And I think there's some performance benefits for that.
Yeah, and he just switched to that as well this season.
Yep.
Let's check in with Wade.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Will Asher, our top seed, and, man, epic conditions here, right? Ideal.
Yeah, it's perfect. We've probably picked up about 10 degrees since round 1, and you can just tell the scores are just getting better and better. So I'm excited to go out there and run a few passes and have some fun.
So anyone you want to say hi to?
Yeah, family, friends. Yeah. Hey, everybody.
Yeah, good deal. All right, we're going to see him next. Back to you guys.
All right, continuing right along. We've got Freddie Winter on the water right now, looking to basically solidify his spot through to the final round of the competition. He scored a 5 in the previous round, 5 at 10.25 meters. So he's well qualified through to next round, as we figured he would be after throwing such a big score up there.
And in a good spot, he's well far down in the pack. He'll know what to do for the podium, know what, has just will after him. And, I think that's a good spot to be in.
Have you ever seen Freddie go for it?
Yeah.
I feel like he always goes for it.
Yeah,
He's not going to not go for it.
Do we think this round's going to be any different? I think he's got a hall pass. It's like everybody's watching. Conditions are great.
Well,
he wants to run 41.
Well, there is that.
Yeah, he does.
There is that $500 bounty on offer for the gnarliest
and
crash.
I think it's already to Adam Caldwell at the moment. So
yep.
Yeah, but Freddie's got this round and next round. So.
Yep, he's got a few more tries.
I think he was in all the highlight videos, just at the commercial breaks. So.
Yeah, like back-to-back-to-back highlight.
Freddie crashing.
All right, then, continuing right along. Just a little bit of time to remind you about USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation. They continue to work hard to preserve the heritage of tow water sports by maintaining the halls of fame for both USA Waterski and also for the IWWF, and they continue to provide scholarships to young promising athletes. That is USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation. What about the Travis Grand Prix on October the 7th and 8th, broadcast by TWBC? Get your entry in quick for this unique event, which features shooting, go-karting, and slalom. And Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community with 5 lakes, 42 exclusive, 4-acre home sites located to Palm City. It's where you want to live, Pentalago.
All right, 35 off, Freddie Winter. Making it look like he's just out walking the dog. No big deal.
Yeah, he's skiing really good. It's awesome. I like when they do the dockside, too, seeing who's next. So that battle between Freddie and Will that's just gone on their whole career. So it's cool to see. You know.
Speaking of that, where's T-Gas?
He would have been here, but he is back home with his family, dealing with some family issues at home. So, we're all missing him and thinking of him. And he'll be back, but, got some struggles going on at home with the family. So just everybody have their thoughts out for him. And hopefully we'll see him come California Pro-Am.
Hope so. Yeah, it's fun to see him. He's still a veteran, and he's still doing it at a high level.
Yeah.
Pushing the envelope.
And we hope to see him ski in the European Championships as well, which will take place in the first part of September. And coverage of that event is being provided exclusively live on TWBC.
That's going to be fantastic to watch.
All right, then. We have got...
Good shot of Alex coming around the island here at Hilltop, getting Freddie Winter set up for another walking the dog pass at 38 off.
Purple loop. Purple leash.
All right, not looking too bad. 11.25 meters.
See that ski rotate nice and clean. The rope's always tight at the backside of the buoy. That was a pretty good pass
Easy
for Freddie.
pass. Yep.
Yeah, wow.
Nicely done, I would say, from one end to the next as he shortens down to 10.75 meters. Just giving me sufficient time to mention about Summit Orthopedic. If you've got a ski injury you need a shake off, Summit can get you back to your peak again. Summit Orthopedic. And also La Guapa, located in Tequesquitengo, which is a few hours south of Mexico City. It's an all-inclusive water skiing and luxury villa resort. So if you're looking to take a vacation after the long, hot summer, then check out La Guapa in Tequesquitengo in Mexico.
There you go. I like the orthopedic sponsor.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like everybody needs one. Personal. You need some on speed dial, in this sport.
Now, actually, that kind of reminds me a little bit because, last year was probably a season that you pretty much wanted to forget with the ACL injury and that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, that would be nice.
Tell us who was actually involved in getting you back up to speed. It was Dr. Kane, wasn't it?
Yep, I was very fortunate. I had one of the best in the world, Dr. Lyle Kane with Andrew Sports Orthopedics, or Andrew Sports Medicine. And they were on top of it. I got injured. I was with them and in surgery 3 days later. So just so fast with the whole process and just took me under his wing and took care of me and still does to this point in time. And, I always challenge him. I'm sure I'm a pain to him because I'm always texting, well, what about if I do this? But another walk in the park pass there for 39. I don't know. Are they shortening the rope out there?
I think they forgot to shorten the rope.
Yeah, it just looks like that, doesn't it? Anything that looks easy and good. Whether you're playing tennis or whether you're shooting free throws or that kind of stuff, they make it look easy. But the reason why it looks easy is because they've dedicated hours and hours of practice to their craft.
Yeah, and like Regina said, there's a little bit of tip rise there out of one, but it's not necessarily always it's not always bad. You see 4, there was quite a bit of it. He got behind, but I had some good conversations with this guy over the last couple of years about some of the dynamics through the turn, and I feel like he's starting to kind of find his footing, especially as the rope gets shorter. Be able to kind of keep the rope tight on the backside of that buoy.
All right, so Freddie Winter.
Here we go, 41. So, first round he scored 5. He's going to be, in a good spot as far as his seeding goes for tomorrow, being second to last. But I know he wants to run it.
He's going to want to run this.
He always wants to run it.
Oh.
Who doesn't?
Exactly.
He does not have the start, though. He's going to need a big 2. He got it.
He got the big 2.
Didn't get the 3, but he's going to need a big 4. He got it. Here we go.
Oh! Ow!
And
he's annoyed with that one.
Yes, he is.
For not having a start at all to get to 5 ball.
He didn't turn 1 or 3.
Or 3.
No.
And then 5, I thought he was actually going to turn it, but then this whole binding system released, so I'm glad he's okay. But, yeah, if that would have stayed on, I think his tail would have kept up with it.
Yep.
He would have been at 6 ball. A great set, though.
Yeah, that was a really strong total round. You saw 1 and 3.
Day.
Look at that elbow.
Oh, look at that.
Him and Hazelwood might have the biggest turns of the day. Wow.
I don't even know where he's at right now.
No.
He's there.
Big day. That's a big day of skiing right there for him. 5 the first round.
Watch this, Regina. At 1 ball, he never gets the tip out of the water, so it does that. Did you see that?
Yeah.
When the rope gets short, I'm of the opinion that you want that tip a little bit out of the water, especially on the soft side. And at 3, he gets pulled over the front right there. Again, the tip.
Same situation.
Same thing.
It's just getting stuck.
Whereas at 39, he was a little bit more pushing the ski in front and pushing it through, and he was a little bit cleaner.
And it's funny, just how you're saying that, how 135, it was always stuck. 2-4, there was just enough tip out that it was, it's almost like the tip is too wet on that 135.
Exactly.
And 2-4, it's able to stay up just enough where it's able to initiate finishing that turn.
Yep, exactly.
Let's check in with Wade.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Dane Meckler, a finalist tomorrow. So you didn't get as far down 41 as I know you wanted today, but most important thing, you get to ski tomorrow, right?
Yeah, exactly. You can't win today, so the key to today is just getting in. So happy to be in the top 8, and actually I think that, that last skate at 41, I really liked where I was and swung really good to 1, and we'll clean up 2 a little bit tomorrow and hopefully get for a little bit further down. So.
No, I was sort of seeing the same. I saw your tempo out of 1, and I saw your space in a 2. And yeah, clean that up out of 2, then you're going to get way deeper, right?
Yeah, it feels really good out there. So this is my second set here ever, so just still kind of trying to feel everything out, and I think I have a really good idea for tomorrow. So hopefully we'll, get a good score. So, yeah.
Anyone you want to say hi to?
Definitely Janina back home watching. So appreciate that support. So.
Little Germany, back to you guys.
All right, so here we go.
It's the favorite skier of the day.
Yes, the last one.
So it's pretty cool. Will came in and he was top seed with the ranking list. And then to keep that top seed by having to run 41 up, tough build. And to keep that top seed. And, this just goes to show how great he's skiing. He's been on the podium at every event he's entered. That's something to say. So hats off, he's skiing great.
Yeah. I've been harping on CP and how rad it is that he's 43 and still here. Will,
he hasn't gone away either. He's a rusty penny.
Will's still doing it too. Will's like 40, I think, isn't he? And he's still doing it. We don't need to talk about you because you're turning into a veteran and you're still crushing. So I don't know, maybe 30's a new or 40's a new 30, but.
Yep, they do say that now,
yeah.
So that's what I go with.
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
It's good.
Your younger heart, though.
But yeah, Will's as sharp as he's ever been, I think, right now.
I do. I agree too. It's something's clicked this season with him, and it's just you can see he's also off the water, just in a realm that he's just in a good spot. He's just in tune with in his life and his world, and it's reflecting on the water too. He's really taking off and just having an unbelievable season.
I think he's in a good spot, like you said. Kind of like mentally, emotionally, spiritually. He's having fun skiing against and learning from guys like Nate and Freddie and you on the women's side, and he's less concerned about trying to dominate, and he's more concerned about just perfecting his craft of trying to be a better skier.
Yeah, and that's just so great to see, and he's been around, for so long. We were just going on about CP, but Will's been that steady guy that's always been there and learned so much, through the likes of Andy. He's English and had Andy under his wing so much that he learned so much knowledge that he has about skis. It's actually he's great to ski with because you just get to learn so much just about not necessarily technique or this. It's about the ski and the things that can always be better underneath your feet on the ski. So he's one of the best to ski with in the world.
And he's not shy as well to express his opinions about the sport when prompted. In a podcast episode that we did after Swiss Pro in May, he in no uncertain terms he decried the whole process of the three tournaments that represented the Masters qualifiers this season. And
are we talking about Will Asher?
Yes,
okay.
exactly.
I was just making sure.
Yes.
Just verifying.
He just seems like a man of few words.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do talk to him on occasion, and sometimes there is a recording device nearby.
Yeah. Well, what's cool to see for me too is this evolution of ski design with Will as kind of the master shaper. He's learned from Andy, he's learned from Bob Lapointe, he's learned from Chris Lapointe, he's learned from Dave and some of the other guys on the team, and he's just always asking questions. And now this is the Works 01, his ski that he helped design. This is the 4th version. That's how many versions he's been through to get to this ski that he's riding now, that we're bringing to market, and he's making it look pretty good today.
And I think that's what, one of the best things about, where he's at right now is this fruition that's come to, ever since he was a little kid, you could catch him on the side sanded on a ski. He's always been just about that, about bevels, about the ski, about, and if he needed to shave off some bevel or not, he's always been about that. So to have a ski company that's, helped him create his design, that's amazing. That's something that he's wanted to do since he was a kid.
Yeah, and I saw him ski when he was a kid in the United Kingdom in Britain when I was still competing at a high level, and comparing him to his elder brother Tom. Will was the more precocious one. He was the one that was the joking one. And wanted to have fun and didn't really pay too much mind to what he was doing on the water. Now he's one of the most focused and most revered athletes within the sport of the tournament Waterski slalom. And it's evolved over so many years, and he's built up this experience and this wealth of knowledge, to where he is today.
What's cool too is he's beginning to open up and share it with people as well, and kind of that culmination of what you just talked about. He's now turning back and kind of extending.
Now.
Yep. So, if you were at home, we kind of had a little glitch in the system. But Will did run that 39 beautifully.
Quite clean. Yep.
So, hopefully we'll be able to see a replay, but he's in the water down on no replay. Just know he crushed that pass. and
Crushed
he's
it.
going to go into 41 here, and we'll be able to see Will at the 41, see if he can repeat this morning's round of running it.
All right, then. So, I mean, he's been extremely competitive over the years. I mean, not necessarily known for running 41 off on a consistent basis per se. Is normally been there and thereabouts around the score that's needed to actually win the competition. But let's have a look and see what he can do at 41 off 10.25 meters. If he can do this 2 rounds in a row.
Nice one.
A really nice one.
Good, too. Stay calm. Uh-oh. A little slow out of 4, but he needs a big 5, and he got it.
He did that in the previous round as well, and he recovered the same
awesome
way.
skiing.
Wow.
That is like a carbon copy of round 1.
He's having fun.
Yeah.
He looks serious, but I think he's having fun inside. He's a little kid right now out there having fun.
That was incredible to do that twice in one day. Great skiing. I mean, that ski's working unbelievably for him, and happy to see that for him.
Yeah, he's making it look really good, and obviously he's making the right moves, but you see
Look
here
at
on
this
the replay.
gate in 1. This is a fast play.
Just staying over the tip of his ski.
His classic 2-ball.
Yeah, nice slide down course, but just look at his position. It is just absolutely rock solid.
Very much so. And you saw that lean. That does not.
So, but yeah, great skiing by Will. I mean, unreal with the run in the 41. Not just, I mean, you ran it 1 round, then you backed it up on the same day.
I was going to say, going out second round to kind of feel things out, you don't necessarily want to like digress before going into tomorrow. So it's kind of like you're putting yourself out there.
Yeah.
So you had to go out and kind of like lay it all out again. Here we go, 43 off.
9.75 meters.
Loaded so
Very
hard.
loaded hard, but I think you kind of have to.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Great skiing by Will. 1 at 43 again. Basically a carbon copy of round 1.
And I mean, for all of the accolades, for all of the wins and related stuff that goes
Great
along
skiing.
with Will Asher, I still find it hard to believe that, you know, in all the times that I've seen him, that he's run back-to-back 41 off passes and gotten scores into 10s and 9.75. Let's check in with Wade.
I feel like he's skiing better than he ever has.
Hey, guys, here with Freddie Winter. And, Freddie, it's always good to make a Sunday, right?
It is, yeah. I woke up today and I'm like, well, let's see how we go. I have like I say, it's been a funny summer, and I've enjoyed it. Like, it's been probably the most fun I've had skiing in a very, very long time. I've had just a great summer, so I mean, I think I can come out here and sort of, you know, almost relax and say, well, whatever happens, I'm a happy guy, so it's all right. But yeah, I mean, God, it's skiing well. Will's just skied out of his skin. I was happy with how I skied. Less happy now after Will just kicked my butt, but you know, it's good. I mean, it's good. We're having a good time in finals tomorrow.
Right on. We're going to see him tomorrow afternoon. Hope you guys are tuning in. Back to you guys.
And he should be second to last off the dot, because take a look at the leaderboard. Okay, so Will Asher, 1 at 9.75. The lead score, Freddie Winter, 5 at 10.25. Nate Smith with 4 1/4 at the same line length. And the remaining scores all at the same line length consist of Cole McCormick with 4, Rob Hazelwood with 3, Stephen Neveu with 3, Stephen Island with 3, Dane Meckler with 2.5. And those represent the top 8. And let's check in with Wade one more time.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Will Asher, and, man, back-to-back 41s. Like, you finally got this place figured out, or what?
I don't know. I got something figured out the last couple of weeks. Yeah, it feels good. I mean, much today. It's just, you know, it's fun, and it's definitely nice to go out there and do it back-to-back, but it doesn't – today isn't the day. But I'm very happy. It just it's representative of what I've been doing. So every day you get to do that is something special.
So let's talk about that. Your ski building partner is here, Bob LaPointe. So that must be kind of special, huh? End of the summer, new ski. Been working on this pretty hard in the background, and yeah, it's coming together really good, huh?
Yeah, it's funny because I was sat on the bank with Bob earlier on today, and was like, man, I think this is the stuff you've been talking about for the last 20 years. He was like, yeah, I think you might be right. So it's just nice, you know, it's one thing to have it in his head, but then it's another thing to get it into other people's heads to where they can go out there and do something with it. So, you know, I'm thankful for him and his patience, and Dave and Big Dave especially for their work. And the program's fun. I mean, I love the people, and I love coming out here to Hilltop, the home of HR.
We're going to see him tomorrow, our top seed, late tomorrow afternoon. Hope you guys are watching. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then, and that draws to a conclusion day one of action here at the 2022 Hilltop Pro, presented by Syndicate, and with a big old shout and thanks to Rodney. The other supporters for this event involve Miles Sand and Gravel, Basta Boat Lifts, Bickford Ford, Seattle Boat Company, and American Distributing. We anticipate our event to take place tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. So with that, we're going to
happy hour for the East Coast.
Yeah, exactly. Happy hour for the East Coast. Yes, yeah. Absolutely. It's a good time to have a competition. So on behalf of everyone here, the officials, the skiers, and what have you, and on behalf of the crew at TWBC, we remind you to make sure you subscribe on the YouTube channel for the latest notifications, and also to in order to be able to chat on our live chat for this broadcast. So on behalf of everyone here, including Regina Jaques and Marcus Brown, it is ciao for now.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like, I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass. Why don't you just sign up for Flow Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.